My name is Lin, and I'm 19 years old. If you asked me what I'm proudest of in this life, I'd tell you this. I can make the dead rise again and fight my battles for me. That day, on the shores of Lake Daunting, an entire tribe of demon wolves was waiting to be flattened by me. I stood on the spine of a bone dragon, with churning clouds beneath my feet. Beside me stood a little girl in a small cheepow, her two legs dangling in midair, swinging back and forth. Her name was Ling Ling, and she was the brains I'd brought along on this trip. Don't let her size fool you. She barely came up to my chest, but she was sharper than anyone I knew. I raised my hand and swept it through the air. 16 pitch-black gateways tore open out of nothing. Countless skeletons came pouring out of them. Some carried blades. Others simply yanked a bone out of their own rib cages to use as a club. The white bones on their bodies still gave off a faint, eerie glow, dense and swarming, like a tide that never went out, surging straight into the wolf pack. One-on-one, a single skeleton really was no match for a demon wolf. But I never fought fair. A dozen skeletons swarming around one wolf, hacking away. That scene looked like they were mincing meat for dumplings. Lin, your power is seriously overpowered. Ling Ling marveled beside me, clicking her tongue. It's like it was custom-made for clearing out these wilderness maps. I waved a hand, feigning modesty. Nah, I'm nothing special. Only the third best in the whole world. TCH. She rolled her eyes. Give you a little praise, and you get all cocky. We were still bickering when her playful expression suddenly vanished. Because on the detector, a huge red had appeared, a full 10 times bigger than the other icons. I knew that kind of energy fluctuation all too well, commander level. This was the king of the demon wolf tribe. Here it comes. I stared at the dot. The sooner we finish, the sooner we head home. But the very next second, 2 more dots popped up beside the red one. Ling Ling frowned. This time it's 3 commander-level enemies. I smiled. No problem. I've got 7 commander-level skeletons in my collection. Her eyes went round on the spot. Didn't you say last time you only had 4? Lin, you big liar. I quickly turned my head to look at the sky. Wow, the weather sure is nice today. There was no dodging this one. Deep down, I knew I hid too many things. Hid them so well that even she couldn't figure me out. But I had no choice. This world could make room for a genius, but it had no room for a monster. Until I was truly invincible, I couldn't reveal a single one of my trump cards. I swept my hand again. The gate of summoning expanded with a thunderous roar, and inside it seemed as though stars were spinning. 7 skeletons stepped out, twice the size of the ordinary ones, their blades still smeared with dark red blood. Ling Ling pointed at the one in the very center. Hey, why is that one a different color? Its bones glowed with a bronze light, while the other 6 were the ordinary dull black of iron. Of course they are. I puffed out my chest. Otherwise, how could they live up to my reputation as a master of the holy necromantic arts? This time she didn't snap back at me. Instead, she nodded seriously. You're probably the strongest high-tier mage there's ever been. Come to think of it, I'd only broken through to high-tier a few days ago. What I'd awakened this time was the summoning system. But I couldn't tell anyone the whole truth. In everyone else's eyes, I was a freak who specialized in the undead, dabbled in poison bugs, and had now awakened summoning on top of it. Only I knew that every magic I awakened was never just a single system. My first system was built around the undead, but fused shadow, curses, light, space, sound, poison, and chaos. 8 systems twisted together into one rope. It was thanks to the light element that my undead didn't fear the sun and could even evolve on their own. Other mages spent a fortune to raise a single skeleton. For me, they were free. And these secrets? I hadn't even told all of them to Ling Ling, who was with me day and night. The fight was decided quickly. The bronze skeleton took on the Wolf King one-on-one, while the remaining 6 split into 2 groups of 3 and ganged up on the other 2 commander-level demon wolves. The 3 once mighty Wolf Kings were pinned to the ground and ground into the dirt over and over, weak whimpers escaping their throats. In the end, they closed their eyes, unwilling but defeated. The battle ended with wolf corpses littering the ground. But the part that made my power truly monstrous was only just beginning. I raised my hand, and countless parasitic bugs flew out from my palm, a dense black mass, like a storm cloud pressing down toward the ground. They swarmed onto the corpses, and everywhere they passed, flesh and blood were gnawed clean in the blink of an eye, leaving only stark white bones, not so much as a single drop of blood. Awakened, my subjects. I murmured the words, and a gray mist laced with threads of purple light poured out of the gate, wrapping around the bones covering the ground. The bones began to reassemble and rise. Brand new humanoid undead were born from the demon wolf's remains, sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes as many as 7 or 8. Flesh feeds the bugs. Bones build the undead. The lingering souls are refined into spirit essence, and the essence is then turned into wraiths. The entire process wastes nothing. I squeeze every last drop out of my resources. Ling Ling watched, tongue clicking in amazement. You really don't leave behind so much as a scrap. That's exactly why I'm so strong and yet dirt poor. I let out a sigh. I had no materials to sell, after all. I refined every last one of them into soldiers. Some might ask, why not make fewer undead and sell off the materials for money? That question is just plain amateur. What would I do with the money? In the end, wouldn't it all just get poured back into growing my strength? Back and forth, and I'd only be handing the middleman a cut on top of it. What would be the point? Time to wrap up and head home. I scooped Ling Ling up and set her on the bone dragon. She struggled. I can get up myself. You? What? Are you going to climb up the dragon's ribs like a ladder? I teased her. Don't bother. She was only about 4'3", and cradled in my arms, she was as light as a kitten. The bone dragon soared into the air and flew off toward Demon Capital. During the flight, Ling Ling started talking business with me. The rankings for this year's National Governance Tournament are out. Our country's placement came in. Oh, it's over already. Not over, we got knocked out. Round of 16, one and done. She pouted. That crowd doesn't even dare come home now. They're scared they'll get roasted to death by netizens. I laughed. That kind of tournament had a championship prize of over 10 billion. But to compete, you had to trail after the team abroad for a full year, wasting your time. In a single year, how many demon tribes could I flatten? How many soldiers could I harvest? For a measly 10 billion, it's not worth my time, I said. You're still putting on an act. She shot me a disdainful look. You're just a broke guy who happens to be strong. For a moment, I had nothing to say. That one, I really couldn't argue with. The truth is, I know exactly how I got to where I am today. 19 years ago, I was just an ordinary person in another world. During a bungee jump, the cord was absurdly long, and I plunged headfirst into the lake below and blacked out. When I opened my eyes again, I'd become a baby in the outskirts of Demon Capital. The classic chosen orphan opening. A kind soul took me to an orphanage. And in this world where magic and demons coexisted, I soon discovered that at some point, a vermilion bracelet had appeared on my wrist, carved with the image of a vermilion bird. By all rights, since I drowned, even if I'd been given a protective artifact, it should have been a water attribute one. Yet somehow it was a fire element vermilion bird. Over the years, I'd fed it with spirit essence. Now, just wearing it while meditating boosted my efficiency tenfold. But what I was even more grateful for was that I'd latched onto the right big shot, Dean Shao of the Pearl Academy. Back at the Hunters Guild in Demon Capital, the moment I stepped through the door, I saw my senior martial sister, Lung Qing, sweeping the floor in a maid outfit. She looked up and grinned. Well, the little lovebirds are back from gallivanting around the wilderness. Ling Ling's face flushed red in an instant. Sis, what are you even saying? What? Did I get it wrong? Lung Qing's smile was full of meaning. Honestly, I could tell. This girl wasn't nearly as resistant to me as she used to be. Whatever irritation was left on her face now was really just embarrassment. Lung Qing changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Lin Mo, while you were away these past few days, Bo City had a blood red alert. The whole city's fallen. I nodded. Got it. To be honest, I'd long since gone numb to news like that. Small cities like Bo City had some place breached by a beast tide practically every year. In a world of magic, it was all too common. Back when I'd first arrived in this world, I'd entertained the idea of playing hero and saving Bo City too. But later I thought it through. Bo City was a place the Black Curia kept a close eye on, home to all sorts of major players. If I stuck my head out, I might get one shot. The savior gig was too high risk and too low reward. I'm not cut out to be a hero. I do my own thing, Kill plenty of demons out in the wild. That counts as doing my part for this city too. As for being the savior, that kind of thing is best left to somebody else. After resting for 2 days, I made a decision. I was going into seclusion to train. You're really going into seclusion? The moment she heard it, Ling Ling started wailing. Then I'll be super bored. It's fine, you can go to school and have fun. Lung Qing twisted the knife from the side. Ling Ling's face crumpled instantly. For a genius like her, who'd finished the entire school curriculum by age 4, school was scarier than anything. Can't be helped. I patted her twin ponytails. Now that I've awakened the summoning system, wouldn't it be a waste not to train it up? Don't worry, 2 months at most. 2 months. Her eyes went wide. Thanks, that's real comforting. First, I made a trip to Pearl Academy to report to Dean Xiao. The moment I walked into his office, the old man looked at me with a smile. Not bad. You awakened at high tier? The summoning system. He shook his head, his expression a mix of helplessness and pride. First system, the undead. Second, poison bugs. And now a third, summoning. You, boy, have dumped all your combat power into building an army. Not a single system to save your own hide. It's fine. I laughed. I just don't believe anyone could actually make it in front of me. At this academy, I was the top student. Every semester the academy held a contest for the top spot. The number 1 from every system fought it out, and whoever laughed last became the school's overall number 1. And me? I'd taken on the top student of all 12 systems single-handedly and clawed my way to the top through sheer force. People had given me a nickname, the most legitimate number 1 in Pearl Academy's entire history. Dean Xiao waved his big hand and approved half a month for me in the 3-step tower. That was the place with the highest elemental concentration in the whole academy. The higher you climbed, the thicker it got. And I was the only student who could climb all the way to the 4th floor. Inside the 3-step tower, I climbed straight up to the 4th floor and sat down cross-legged. The moment my consciousness sank into my spiritual space, 2 vast galactic rivers and 1 tiny galaxy floated quietly within my sea of consciousness. Those 2 galactic rivers were the undead system and the poison system I'd already mastered. And that newly born little galaxy was the summoning system. I probed my consciousness inside. Sure enough, just like the first 2 times, this was another magic fused from 8 systems, with summoning at its core. I didn't rush to summon anything. I told myself, cultivate to mid-tier first, then go find a summoned beast. That way I could pick one with good bloodline. I didn't want to end up like some people, picking a pet with a trash bloodline, then having to swap out its blood and soul with every level up, pouring in mountains of resources, and losing everything at the slightest slip. The days that followed were nothing but meditation, day after day. On the first day, the 3-step tower's acceleration was still 30 times normal. By the 7th day, it had dropped to the most basic 10-fold. On the 9th day, I sensed that thin barrier of nebula. I took out a nebula vein core the size of a goose egg from my storage space and tore open its seal. Immense energy surged into my spiritual space in an instant, rushing into the summoning system. The 7 stars drifting through the galaxy tore into the energy like starving gluttons who'd just spotted a feast, and each one swelled up a full size larger. Once they'd eaten their fill, I directed them into a single neat line, and they slammed into the same point on the barrier again and again. Once, twice, 3 times. Fine cracks split across the barrier. The cracks spread wider and wider, until at last, with one violent slam, crash, it shattered. The galaxy suddenly expanded into a nebula, and the original 7 stars split apart all at once into 49, swimming freely through it. Mid-tier summoning system, complete. The instant I mastered it, a thought surfaced in my mind. I wanted to see just what kind of difference this fusion-born summoning system of mine could bring me. After leaving seclusion, I returned to my apartment, sat down cross-legged, and connected to the star track of the summoning system. By all rights, when other summoners connect to the star track, they're carried off to a summoning continent to form contracts with the races there. But the moment I connected, I sensed something was off. A completely unfamiliar force was tugging at my soul, dragging it in a strange direction. I simply gave up resisting and let it carry me along. My vision blurred, and my consciousness appeared in another space. My first reaction was, this isn't right. Since when did the summoning continent have a modern room? I floated in midair and looked around. This was a room with an old-fashioned, antique feel. Coiled incense hung from the eaves, and crimson bells dangled from the walls, giving off an indescribable sense of age. But look closely, and behind that quaint wooden plank wall lay a thick sheet of metal steel plating. A hunch rose in my heart. On the other side of that wall was something extremely dangerous. I was in soul form. These defenses meant nothing to me. I passed straight through the wall. Behind the steel plate was a metal corridor, crisscrossed with infrared beams and packed with alarm devices everywhere. Who were they guarding against? I kept passing inward, through an even thicker gate, until at last I came to a small room. On the tatami mat lay toys and a game controller, and on a huge screen glowed the image of a completed video game. This room clearly had an owner. Just then, a wooden door slid open. A girl in a red shrine maiden outfit walked in. She was cradling a small handheld game console, its flickering screen lighting up her face. It was a very pretty, very young face. She looked like she was only in her teens. The most striking thing about her was those rare, dark red eyes. She tilted her head slightly at me, her eyes full of confusion, then slowly raised the little notebook in her hand. On it were 3 words, "Who are you?" Looking at her long, dark red hair and that notebook, my heart gave a lurch. I tested the waters. "Are you Aria?" The girl's eyes lit up in an instant, as if she was thrilled that someone had gotten her name right. She wrote quickly in her notebook, Yep, Aria. Do you know Aria?" She looked up at me, floating in midair, her eyes full of wonder, curiosity, confusion, everything except the slightest wariness toward a stranger. Just like a child who knew nothing of the world. "How old are you?" I asked, instinctively trying to pin down the timeline. She wrote in her notebook, "Brother says my 16th birthday is coming up soon." Looking at how pitiful and small she seemed, my heart softened despite myself. I told myself, the so-called justice that Tortoise clings to is nothing but a means for bad people to use her. A girl this innocent, being used as someone's blade, taking a thief for her father. I spoke. "Call me Big Brother." "Are you my brother too?" She wrote, puzzled. "This is different," I said. "Just call me Big Brother. From now on, I'll definitely treat you better than that foolish brother of yours." She wrote, "Brother said I have another brother, but he disappeared later. Is that you?" "That's not me." I shook my head. "I'm different from him." "Then are you a ghost?" She reached out curiously to grab me, and clutched nothing but air. "Not exactly." I soothed her. "I've just temporarily taken this form." Looking at the pure anticipation in her eyes, I steeled myself. "Since your birthday's coming up, how about I give you a present?" She didn't agree right away. Instead, she tilted her head and thought about it, then wrote, "Can I pick it myself?" "Of course. What do you want?" She quickly wrote 4 words, "Big Brother, play with me." Just that simple. She'd effortlessly accepted the fact that she'd gained an extra big brother. Or rather, that didn't matter to her at all. What mattered was, finally, someone could play with her. I understood then. My chance had come. "Arii, are you willing to come with me?" I offered. "Sign a contract with me, and go see that world outside that you've never laid eyes on." "Okay." Without a moment's thought, she nodded hard, as if hesitating even a single second would be an insult to the world. Using the power of the summoning system, I condensed a contract seal. Her eyes went wide as she watched the seal fly from my hand and brand itself onto her smooth forehead. She reached up and touched it. She felt nothing at all. "There," I said. "Let me take you out of here, all right?" "Okay." After she finished writing, she reached out to tug at the hem of my clothes and grabbed at empty air again. "Wait a sec." She suddenly wrote again. Then she dragged over a box and carefully packed it, one by one. The game console, the little teddy bear from her bedside, the little rubber duck. Those big eyes blinked and blinked, as if to say, "I'm all packed. When do we leave?" "You wait here for me," I said gently. "I'll go back first, and a black hole will appear here. Just step right through it." The moment she heard I was leaving, her eyes instantly turned pitiful, those beautiful pupils clouding over like they'd been veiled in mist. "Good girl, it'll really be quick," I comforted her. "Count from 1 to 10 in your head, and I'll be out." She wrote, "Big Brother won't lie to Arii. If I lie to you, I'm a puppy." And in my heart, I knew. Every time my summoning system advanced a major realm, I could step into a brand new world and sign one contract. This was only the first. The instant my consciousness returned to the world of magic, a thought stirred, and the 7 stars of the summoning system instantly linked into a single star track. Transmission array, dimensional summoning. A summoning gateway opened before me. First, a small foot in a wooden clog and white sock poked out, then a crimson shrine maiden outfit, and finally, her whole self stepped through the gate. Is this Big Brother's home? Ari looked around my room curiously. She'd never seen this kind of decor before. That's right. Welcome, Ari. I gave her a rough rundown of how this world worked, then took her out to play for a few days. I knew in my heart that bringing her out of that cage-like world was the most right thing I'd ever done. There, she was an aberration with an out-of-control bloodline, a little monster locked away behind layers of steel plating. But here, she was just a little girl who finally had someone to play with. A few days later, I knocked on the door of Dean Zhao's office again. The old man was wearing his glasses, flipping through this year's list of new students. Actually, with his strength, he wasn't nearsighted at all. Those glasses were purely decorative. In his own words, wearing glasses makes me look more like an educator. You're here, sit. He set down the roster. You got the summoning system to mid-tier? Teacher, I'm already a high-tier mage. Dragging a low-tier magic up to mid-tier is a piece of cake. Did you find a summoned beast? He asked with concern. Want me to keep an eye out for some auxiliary summoning materials for you? No need. I smiled, thoroughly pleased. I already have a summoned beast. Oh, mind telling me about it? Nothing inconvenient about it. I thought about how to phrase it. You could call it a subdragon, I suppose, just a bit special. She was a hybrid, after all, so calling her a subdragon made sense. A subdragon, huh? Not bad at all. Dean Zhao nodded, not particularly surprised. Train it well, and reaching monarch level should be no problem. In his eyes, the most monstrous thing about this student of his was still the undead system. Able to summon thousands of undead to form a minor calamity, with an evolution talent to make up for the weakness of individual undead. How impressive could one subdragon really be? But I knew exactly what was what. Because of the dimensional conversion, Ariai's bloodline had stabilized completely the instant she arrived in this world, and it had even split into 2 forms. In her usual state, she was in human form, roughly at Grand Commander level. But once she transformed into a dragon, she'd shoot straight up to true monarch level. I came today to ask you about the little Thunder Maiden. I stood up and, ingratiatingly, started massaging the old man's shoulders. The old man, enjoying the massage, opened right up. When I was young, I was curious why Thunderamass Mountain was shrouded in lightning all year round, so I went in to explore it once. And then, I offered a timely prompt. In the deepest part of the mountain, I saw a towering ancient tree that had grown soaking in a pool of lightning liquid. The whole tree was scorched with lightning marks, and even its leaves crackled with dense little arcs of electricity. He reminisced. Later I ran into an adult Thunder Maiden. She was the guardian of that ancient tree. I didn't have the summoning system back then, so I just had a friendly chat with her and left. That ancient tree was most likely where the Thunder Maiden was born. Hearing this, I understood at once. It was the same as the way the legendary Little Flame Maiden was born. The old man rummaged through his storage space for a good while and pulled out a casually folded map, handing it to me. This is the route I took back then. I sketched it after I got back. But it's been a long time, so I've no idea if there's any danger now. Use it as a reference. Thank you, teacher. If there's danger, come back. Worst case, I'll take you there myself. A little Thunder Maiden. Why would that ever require you to step in personally? True enough. He laughed. I almost forgot. You brat. You're already a 4-star hunter master. Well, of course. I wiped out an entire demon tribe every couple of days. My hunter points piled up fast. But the Thunder Maiden I saw back then was at minor monarch level. After all these years, she's probably reached Grand Monarch by now, so you still need to be careful. The old man cautioned me. She's gentle by nature. When you get there, just drop my name. I still carry a bit of weight with her. I nodded eagerly. Of course I'd use a connection if I had one. I've never understood those protagonists who have backing but refuse to use it, insisting on toughing everything out alone. What's the point? Eating hardship for no reason. After leaving the academy, I called Ling Ling and told her to get ready. We were heading to Thunderamass Mountain tomorrow. Sure, come pick me up in the morning. She agreed without a shred of hesitation. Made sense. This way she'd get out of going to school tomorrow. Early the next morning, I brought Arii up onto the bone dragon, and we flew off toward the Hunters Guild. Oh, right, my bone dragon is registered with a flight license. When we reached the entrance of the Hunters Guild, I hopped down from the dragon's back and called out, "Ling Ling, I'm here to pick you up." Stepping inside, I saw an old man sitting in a rocking chair, waving a palm leaf fan, with a teapot and teacup set out in front of him. That was Old Man Bao. Ever since half a year ago, when I'd saved Qin Zhan from the Red Demon's clutches, holding off the enemy until he rushed over to unleash a forbidden spell, this old man had been especially courteous to me. "Lin Mo's here, huh? Looking for Ling Ling." "Yep. Have you eaten yet, sir?" "Lin Mo, you're—" Ling Ling came running out from the back hall, but her words caught halfway. Those big, jet-black eyes of hers locked hard onto Arii at my side, and she let out a cold laugh. Well, bringing a beauty along on your outing? Did you find one wilderness companion boring, so you went and got another to keep you entertained? How come this old man smells something sour in the air?" Old Man Bao, never one to let a good show go to waste, cheerfully piled on. The truth was, the old man knew perfectly well that Ling Ling wasn't averse to me. He was getting on in years and didn't know how much longer he could look after his granddaughter. So as long as we didn't do anything out of line, he was happy to see it happen. Jealous, I reached out to pinch her puffed-up cheek. "You jerk, don't touch me." She slapped my hand away. "You're so amazing. The noble Lord High-Tier Mage taking a girl on a trip. What do you need a little brat like me for?" Ahem, Ling Ling. I really couldn't take her passive-aggressive tone and hurried to explain. "This is Arii. She's a summon from my summoning system." A summoned beast? Her attention was successfully hooked. She looked Arii up and down all over again, then tentatively spoke up. "Hello. Hello there." Arii replied with a smile. "You're so cute. You really summoned this?" Ling Ling looked at me, her whole face full of doubt. Strictly speaking, Arii counts as a subdragon. At that, not only was Ling Ling stunned, even Old Man Bao, who hadn't been paying much attention, turned his gaze toward Arii. He hadn't sensed even a trace of a summoned beast's aura from this girl. A dragon girl? Ling Ling circled Arii once. "That's not right, though. Isn't it only true dragons that can take human form? The world's a big place. What strange thing hasn't happened?" I brushed it off vaguely, with no intention of explaining the dragon world to her in detail. Humanity had explored less than 1% of the summoning dimensions anyway. Besides, Arii's bloodline is already infinitely close to that of a true dragon. "I see. Well, I guess that makes sense." Ling Ling nodded thoughtfully, then flashed Arii a smile. "This older sister here. Could you let me draw a tube of your blood to study?" Out of nowhere, she whipped a syringe out of her storage space, a mad scientist grin plastered on her face. "No good." Arii shrank behind my back in fright. She suddenly decided this little human girl wasn't cute at all. "Ling Ling, quit messing around." Arii's shy. "Fine." Ling Ling put the syringe away and slung her little backpack from the counter onto her back. "So when are we leaving?" She clearly had a storage artifact, yet she still preferred to carry her things on her back. "We leave right now." Up on the bone dragon, the undead fire in the dragon's eyes burned a little brighter, and it shot into the sky. "Ah, freedom feels so good." Ling Ling sat sideways on the dragon's spine, her 2 feet swinging in midair. This girl was genuinely fearless. No matter how steadily the bone dragon flew, I still worried she'd slip off in a moment of carelessness. "Good thing you came out of seclusion," she said. "Otherwise I'd have gone moldy from boredom at school. Don't you have a bunch of cute classmates to keep you company? A pack of little brats. Keep them away from me. I'd rather be alone." She dug her personal notebook out of her backpack and spread it across her lap. "At our current speed, it'll be another 3 hours before we reach Thunderamass Mountain. That place gets struck by lightning year-round, so there aren't many large demon groups around. But whatever survives, there is basically thunder attribute. There are even rare elemental demons." "Oh, right, don't you have a map? Load it onto the computer for me." I handed over Dean Zhao's map. She took one glance, snapped a photo of it with her phone, worked her way through some operations on the computer, and soon a clear route appeared on the screen. "Where'd you get something this good?" She clicked her tongue in amazement. This route practically avoids every spot that could be dangerous or get hit by lightning. My teacher gave it to me. Ah, that explains it. She nodded. Her grandfather was old friends with Dean Shao and complained every single day about how that old man hoarded all his good stuff. Meanwhile, Arei stood on the dragon's spine, watching the clouds drift past. She reached out to grab a handful, but caught nothing but water vapor. Ling Ling nudged me with her elbow. Is she really your summoned beast? The look in her eyes is even more innocent than mine. She is. Arei had very little contact with the world. She's just like a little kid. I said this while looking at her. I've got an idea. Stop. Keep your idea to yourself. The way I see it, Arei's mental age is about the same as your actual age. And your mental age is about the same as Arei's. Stop. The fact is, I'm smarter than you. Ahem, mental age and IQ are related, sure, but you can't judge by IQ alone. Smart people don't necessarily have a higher mental age. Oh, so I'm still smarter than you flunk out. Me. Is that my fault? I've been reincarnated into another world. What decent person still bothers studying? 3 hours later, we arrived at Thundermass Mountain. Lin Mo, I can't walk anymore. Ling Ling tugged at the hem of my clothes. After all, she still hadn't awakened her magic. Her physical fitness was only a little above an average person's, and even that came from running around all the time. See? You just had to push yourself. I scooped her up and set her on my shoulders. Wow, everything looks so much wider from up high. Perched on my shoulders, she was thrilled. Lin Mo, do you think I'll grow up to be like Sis someday? Lung Qing's height and figure had always been her dream goal. It's fine. You're just right the way you are now. No way, you big perv. I never should have asked you. Arei followed along beside us, endlessly fascinated by this stretch of mountain wilderness, snapping photos happily the whole way with her camera. Yep, she'd awakened yet another new attribute, photomaniac. Turn left, Ling Ling directed. We have to skirt past the edge of a demon group. How many commander level ones? I'd explained the demon hierarchy to her before. 50 make a nest, 50 nests make a group, and it takes 10 groups to form a tribe. A demon nest always has a war general level, a group gives birth to commander level ones, and a tribe is presided over by a monarch level. As for emperor level, a place like that would be called a demon empire. Should be 2, she analyzed. But this is a Thunder Ox group, high attack, high defense, low speed. Their whole makeup is a hard counter to your undead system. And this place gets struck by lightning year-round, so their defense will only be stronger. Any tribes bordering the area? None. Thunder Oxen have a strong territorial instinct. They'll actively drive off any nearby demons and won't let them build up any strength. Then there's nothing to worry about. I grinned. We'll just cut straight through. Perfect chance to top off my undead ranks, too. You've got fear of insufficient firepower disorder, don't you? Ling Ling rolled her eyes. You've got at least tens of thousands of undead already. What mage ever complains about being too strong? I chuckled. I did in fact have a fear of insufficient firepower, but the undead in my possession were far more than she imagined. All told, around 640,000. Among them were 1 true monarch-level wraith, 127 commander level, and over 34,000 war general level. This was the fortune I'd built up by wiping out one tribe after another. This place was no good for flying the bone dragon. There were thunder attribute feathered demons in the sky, and my anti-air units were still too few. I only had 1 5,000-strong Wraith Legion, 1 300-strong Undead Angel Legion, plus a Bone Dragon squad of fewer than 40. Nothing to be done about it. When I hunted feathered demons, what crawled out of their bones was still just ordinary skeletons. Only from aberrant bones could special undead be born. Soon, the 3 of us reached the edge of the Thunder Ox tribe's territory. The full name for the Thunder Ox is the Thunderblaze Mad Ox, Ling Ling added. Commander-level Thunder Oxen can usually cast an electric arc net. It's a ranged control skill. Single target control, or area control? Single. Then it's nothing. I cut her off. I fight in mobs anyway. I pulled the 2 of them up onto a small hillside, from which we could overlook most of the battlefield. Necroworld, Gate of the Undead. I traced the constellation in my sea of consciousness, and 16 gray-black gateways rimmed with gold lines burst open out of thin air throughout the demon tribe. This too was a measure of my strength. At low tier, I could only open 4 gates, at mid tier 8, and now at high tier, 16 in a single breath. One of the gates happened to open right in front of a commander-level Thunderblaze Mad Ox. The old ox was still puzzling over what the heck had popped up on its turf when a bone club poked out from the gate and, thunk, smashed right into its forehead. Big Brother's amazing. It was Ariai's first time seeing me summon the undead, and rather than fear, those dark red eyes of hers held a spark of eagerness to jump in. Does Ariai want to try too? Can I? Of course. Thank you, Big Brother. A crimson longsword appeared in her hand out of nowhere. That sword was something she'd brought over from her original world, along with a whole roomful of toys. Back when I'd first opened the summoning gate, she'd hauled her little room over piece by piece until it was completely bare. I'd bet that when her people came to investigate, their faces went green with shock. She kicked off with both legs and charged into the battlefield like the wind. Controlling my undead, I deliberately left one commander-level Thunderox for her. What would have been 6-on-1 turned into serving up a solo meal just for her. Kill. From Ariai's cherry-red little lips came a single ancient character. The Thunderblaze Mad Ox, which had been eyeing her warily, suddenly split open all over, its hide bursting and flesh tearing. It didn't drop dead on the spot, but with wounds like those, its combat power fell by at least 30%. What kind of power is that? Words becoming reality. Ling Ling was floored on the spot. That's a special ability of Ariai's, I explained. As long as the target's weaker than her, she can kill them outright. Even for something at her own level, she can leave it gravely wounded. And that was only because she was currently at commander level. If she dragoned up to monarch level, that single command would wipe the enemy off the map instantly. Kill them outright? That's way too broken. Ling Ling was even more amazed. Are there limits? There are. On the same target, it can only take effect 3 times per hour, max. It one-shots them, and you still get 3 uses? Might as well just declare you the winner. Ling Ling rolled her eyes, her face full of envy. Are you the son of the goddess of luck? How is it every good thing lands on you? Why couldn't I be the goddess of luck's husband? I said, grinning. Then go find your wife and leave me out of it. She smacked away the hand I was reaching toward her twin ponytails and shuffled a few steps to the side. With the ponytails out of reach, my joy vanished too, and I stopped grinning. The goddess of luck is obviously our little Ling Ling, of course. I hurried to smooth things over, resting my hand on her shoulder and crouching down to meet her eyes. Those peach blossom eyes of mine could gaze at a dog and make it look like true love. Honestly, the greatest stroke of luck in my whole life was meeting you, Ling Ling. You. Her face flushed red in an instant, though her mouth stayed vicious. Men really are all scumbags. Someone like you deserves to get struck by lightning and buried right here. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. No matter how strong the Thunderblaze Mad Ox's defense was, it meant nothing against Ariai, who specialized in breaking through defenses. With barely a patch of unbroken flesh left on it, what defense was there left to speak of? In fewer than 2 moves, she'd run her blade straight through its skull. On the other commander-level battlefield, 6 skeletons swarmed and hacked at one Thunderox, finishing it off in less than 3 breaths. Same routine, as always. The bugs cleaned off the flesh, and the white bones were converted into undead. Come back to life. Ahem, awaken, my undead warriors. Out of the remains of the 2 thunder oxen crawled 7 commander-level skeletons, one of them glowing bronze. Counting the small fry, this run netted me over 3,200 undead. One step closer to my goal of 1,000,000 undead. Is this a thunder element condensation crystal? Out of habit, Ling Ling started tallying up the spoils the skeletons had dug out of the lair. What? A condensation crystal? We hit the jackpot. My eyes lit up instantly. That's right, it's a condensation crystal. She handed me a purple crystal about half the size of a fist. This stuff only forms in places where the elements are extremely dense. Thunderamass Mountain barely qualifies, but by rights this spot shouldn't be enough, unless there's a lightning liquid pool nearby. A chunk this big must be worth a lot, right? At auction, the starting bid would be 1 billion. She shot me a glance. You willing to sell it? Definitely not willing. Even adding just a tiny bit of a condensation crystal could give a magic artifact the ability to grow, and it could also be made into a devouring seed. letting elemental attacks carry multiple effects. Good stuff like this. How could I ever sell it? The sky was gradually darkening. How about we just make camp here? Ling Ling suggested. The demons around here are all cleared out anyway. We can set off again tomorrow. Sure. Night really wasn't good for traveling, and besides, an ordinary little girl like her couldn't hold up going without sleep. Big brother, what's for dinner tonight? Ari asked the question she cared about most. Before I could answer, she pulled out a bag of potato chips on her own. Since when did we have snacks like that at home? I wondered aloud. A really kind lady boss at the intersection gave it to me. As she said this, her eyes were positively shining. She'd truly fallen in love with this world. The people here were all kind to her, and they spoke so sweetly. When I wasn't home, she'd occasionally head out for a stroll, though the farthest she ever got was the intersection. But for her, just being able to walk freely in the sunlight, to be treated like an ordinary girl, was already the greatest happiness imaginable. The serpent fork 8 clans? Don't even come near me with that. Pizza, roasted sausage, roast chicken, hot pot. I rattled off the menu while rummaging through my vermilion bird bracelet. The space inside this bracelet could keep things warm and fresh. I want milk tea, Ling Ling piped up. Got it. Grabbed a bunch on my way here. 70% sugar. I'd long since prepared her personal bait. Hueli wants some too. Huh. There's plenty for everyone. Me? I've never been one to shortchange myself. After summoning a few commander-level skeletons to keep watch through the night, I dug out some fire tribute mage stones from my space, poured in a bit of magic energy, and whoosh, the stones burst into flame. I built a fire pit with the mage stones and set a split hot pot over it. These fire-starting stones of yours are worth more than everything in the pot, Ling Ling said, amused. So this is what they mean by save where you should, splurge where you should? Huh. Wasn't that the truth? Element mage stones like these were priced at 10,000 a pop, and I'd tossed at least 10 into this fire pit. Meanwhile, the broth base, the vegetables, the fish balls, the tofu, the beef, all the most ordinary ingredients you could find. You know, you could just chop some firewood. Those trees over there that got struck by lightning would burn great. I'm not short on small change. I'm short on big money, I said. Besides, mage stones are way better. No smoke, no pollution. Let's line our stomachs first. Pizza and roasted sausage. I pulled out a 32-inch monster of a pizza. You sure this counts as an appetizer? Ling Ling stared at the pizza that was bigger than her own belly, completely dumbfounded. This could be a whole meal on its own. Of course it's an appetizer. I broke off a little pointed slice and handed it to her, then passed the whole thing to Hueli. Hueli copied me, rolling up her pizza and eating it with her hands. She'd been using a knife and fork before, but she'd discovered my way was way easier. Half the hot pot was clear broth, half was spicy. Once the water boiled, we tossed in the food. By the time it was cooked, Hueli had already pretty much demolished the pizza. Big sister Hueli really has a healthy appetite, Ling Ling marveled. It made sense that a wyvern could eat so much. The energy they needed to sustain themselves was several times higher than a human's. Ling Ling was measuring Hueli by demon and monster standards, but oddly enough, that fit surprisingly well. Eat something light. Don't just go for the spicy stuff. I fished a fish ball out of the clear broth for Ling Ling. Once we were full, I set up the tent. Just one tent. Ling Ling stared at me. Yeah, when we're out in the field, don't we always share one tent? Don't play dumb, you know what I mean. She pouted. This is also part of my summoning talent. Hueli can stay out in the world indefinitely. She doesn't have to go back. She doesn't go back? She doesn't want to. Her world is way too dangerous. By now, the dragon world was probably in complete chaos. Hueli had vanished into thin air, and that crowd chasing her was likely hopping mad with panic. Oh, Ling Ling let out a haughty little humph and twisted her face to the side. Then set up another tent for me. You two can share yours. It's dangerous out here. How could I feel okay leaving you all alone? I coaxed her. Besides, when have you ever seen me pack extra tents? Then I'll just keep watch for you two, and I can play with the skeletons while I'm at it. She had that whole, you're not going to talk me out of this, attitude going on. Sure enough, no matter how much of a prodigy a girl is, deep down she's still just a little girl. I mulled it over and decided I should be bold. Use another topic to knock her out of her mood. Ling Ling. What now? Her tone was annoyed, but she turned her head back anyway. The next second, my face rapidly grew larger in her vision, and before she could react, a warm sensation landed on her cheek. Smooch. Lin Mo, you. She wiped at the spot I'd kissed, her face full of disgust. Are you trying to make me visit you in prison someday? Haha. Can't help it. My Ling Ling is just too cute when she's mad. You sigh. She let out a breath, completely out of options against this shameless guy. Then she added, so besides slobbering all over my face, what else can you do? Me. Ling Ling, come talk big once you're out of your newbie protection period. Why does everyone keep throwing this newbie protection period in my face? Hueli still had 2 years left, and Ling Ling. A whole 8 years. You're really something else, you two-timing dog. She tried to wriggle out of my arms and failed. You really can't behave, huh? Are you trying to be like some ancient emperor with a whole harem? Definitely not that many, I said. But I've definitely got it better than an emperor. Emperors get up earlier than the roosters, go to bed later than the dogs, and work harder than the donkeys. What's there to envy about that? TCH, sour grapes. You just can't reach the grapes, so you say they're sour. That's not necessarily true. Okay, time to sleep. Seeing she'd let it go, I scooped her up and crawled into the tent. Hueli had already made up the bedding inside. Big brother. She lay obediently on one side. You sleep in the middle, Ling Ling said. A sharp tongue but a soft heart. After all, she couldn't bring herself to let me have the middle to myself. I lay down obediently, then reached up to tug at her twin ponytails. Loosen the hair ties. She glared at me. She never could figure out why I had such a thing for those 2 ponytails of hers. It was just longer hair. What was so special about it? It's fine. I'll brush your hair for you tomorrow. Who needs you to brush it? I can do it myself, she said dismissively. I'm honestly curious. Is there anything in this world you wouldn't dare to touch? Of course there is. Like what? The red line of the law, the bottom line of morality, the high voltage line of discipline, and every thread and needle belonging to the people, I said with a perfectly straight face. TCH, who are you kidding? You've already crossed the first 2 on me. Just then, Hueli suddenly reached out with both hands and wrapped her arms around one of mine. Forget it, sleep, sleep. Ling Ling turned her head away, but her small body still quietly scooted a little closer to me. Good night. Little Tsundere. I knew full well that I owed a lot of where I was today to her. On the path to a peak build, you can't win without a peak support player. Early the next morning. Lin Mo, you big villain, wake up. Ling Ling stood at the head of the bed, one little white-socked foot stomping hard against my forehead, clearly payback for that kiss last night. Little Lolas may be easy to tease, but they're nobody's pushover. Got it. I rolled over, threw up a hand, and caught the little foot she'd kicked at me. Soft and warm. You. Let go, you jerk. Fine. Hold it. Just don't tickle me. What's this? You seemed pretty into that kick a second ago. I laughed, opened my eyes, and sat up. She'd changed into a knee-length skirt now, the pale white blouse making her look even more petite and adorable. What are you staring at? Flustered and irritated, she went to kick me again, but she overestimated herself. Her foot didn't come free. Instead, she lost her balance and toppled straight toward me. Careful. I quickly stuck out my other hand and planted it against her forehead. You jerk, couldn't you use a different pose? She straightened up, rubbing her forehead. You mean that Princess Carrie thing from the movies? I pretended to think it over. Next time, for sure. Who wants you to carry me? Also, it's time to eat. Big sister Hueli already made everything. Me wait. Hueli can cook now? Seriously? What did she make? Bread, milk, jelly, potato chips. The next morning, the breakfast table was once again a chaotic riot. We packed up the tent, and the 3 of us hit the road again. The farther forward we went, the more obvious the lightning-scorched marks became, and even the lightning attribute on the demons grew purer and purer. Sticking to the principle of every encounter is fate, I sent every last one of them straight into my undead space along the way. In a sea of people, there's always a spot for the undead. A little farther, and we might actually run into an element beast, Ling Ling said, perched on my shoulder. That'd be great. We can sell it for cash. Element beasts couldn't compare to those darlings of heaven and earth, the element spirits, but they were extremely rare. At auction, the price wouldn't be far off from a wyvern's. Just as we were talking, Hueli's eyes suddenly lit up beside me. as if she'd spotted treasure, and she took off running ahead. Big brother Lin Mo, look. She bent down and dug a thumb-sized purple shard out of the dirt, crystal clear, with tiny arcs of electricity crackling across it now and then. That's a lightning crystal. The learned Ling Ling recognized it at a glance. Lightning crystals only formed where the world's elemental energy ran thick. They weren't as good as absorption crystals, but they were still an upgraded form of mage stone. A little piece like that was worth around 10 million. It's pretty. Kueli cupped the crystal and held it out to me. Her face saying, "Hurry up and praise me." "Kueli, you're amazing. You actually found this." I didn't take it and gestured for her to keep it herself. It was only 10 million, call it her allowance. Honestly, if she ever found out that she used to casually throw around bills worth hundreds of millions, she'd probably be stunned for a good while. "If you like it, I'll have it made into jewelry for you when we get back, okay?" I said. Mixed bloods were dragons too, and it made perfect sense they'd love shiny things. "I want a duck." Kueli flipped her palm, and to Ling Ling's astonishment, she produced her signature weapon, a little yellow rubber duck, and obligingly squeezed it twice. Squeak, squeak. Watching her act as innocent as an elementary schooler, Ling Ling actually relaxed. From what she knew of me, sure, I was a villain, a lecher, a two-timing dog, but I did have a slightly flexible bottom line. Given Hueli's kind of purity, there was no way I'd ever lay a hand on her. "I think you're picturing something impolite in that head of yours." I poked Ling Ling's collagen-rich cheek. "You want me to bite you?" She snapped out of it, grinding her teeth. "Nope. Lin Mo, you dog." She suspected I was deliberately baiting her into opening her mouth. After 3 years as partners, she knew me too well. She was afraid that if she actually bit down, she'd only end up giving me a thrill. Right in the middle of our bickering, a black shadow suddenly flashed through the undead scouts leading the way up ahead. That undead's body first went stiff, then crash. It fell apart, and the skeleton head with soul fire burning in its eye sockets rolled tumble right up to our feet, like a soccer ball. What was that? I went on instant alert, and dozens of wraiths immediately formed a protective ring around the three of us. Really fast. But from the aura, it carries dark and wind attributes. Ling Ling analyzed in the blink of an eye. "Whatever it is, let's catch it first." I swept my hand, and a wave of general-level skeletons dropped from the sky, surrounding the still-darting creature on all sides. The black shadow zipped around wildly, and when it realized there was nowhere to run, it finally stopped and revealed its form. It was a pillow-sized spirit cat, jet black all over, with one purple eye and one green eye, radiating a hard-to-describe intelligence. This little thing is pretty unusual. I could tell it only had general advanced stage aura, so this'd be easy. "Is this a mutated wind shadow spirit cat?" Ling Ling wasn't quite sure. Wind shadow spirit cats carry both wind and shadow attributes. They're an offshoot of the dark spirit, Night Rakshasa. An offshoot? My eyes lit up. So doesn't that make it an element beast? Selling it at wyvern prices should be no problem. No, it's an offshoot of an offshoot. Ling Ling mercilessly snuffed out my fantasy. Night Rakshas's offshoot is called the Dark Night Shadow Cat. That's the actual element beast. Anything past that, crossbred with other feline species, left the element beast category ages ago. It's just an ordinary demon beast. So basically, it's a knockoff of a knockoff. I got it instantly. Too much mixed bloodline, not worth much. Not necessarily, though. Ling Ling changed her tune. Mutants are 1 in a million, and they're usually worth far more than the original species. This spirit cat somehow wandered into Thunder-Amassing Mountain, and over time it actually developed a lightning attribute of its own. That tracks, I nodded. That speed. There's no way an ordinary general-level creature has that. Evolution, right? There's no such thing as a premium version being worse than the regular one. Let's capture it alive. It can't compare to an element beast, but it's still worth a decent chunk of change, Ling Ling suggested. Truth was, she was a little money grubber too. Except what she enjoyed was the sense of accomplishment at the moment of cashing in, not the money itself. She hadn't even awakened her magic yet, so even with money she had nowhere to spend it, maybe just sneaking a few cups of milk tea. And ever since I showed up, she'd been saving even on the milk tea money, so she had even less to spend it on. Sure, whatever you say. I released a commander-level wraith and directed it to possess the spirit cat. The moment the soul phantom sank into the cat's body, the cat, which had been bristling its fur and striking an attack pose, instantly smoothed its fur down, and the hostility in its eyes vanished completely. Meow. At my signal, the little cat strutted up in front of us and started acting cute and clingy. A wraith's combat power was only slightly stronger than a skeleton's, but it had one incredibly powerful signature demon skill: possession. As long as the target's soul strength wasn't higher than its own, the wraith could burrow right in and take control. It's so cute. Hueli, who'd never kept a cat before, crouched down and stuck out a soft, pale finger, wanting to touch it but also a little afraid. It's fine, pet it. It won't bite. Hueli first poked it with a finger, and seeing the cat clearly enjoying it, she worked up the courage to press her whole palm against it. It's so soft. She couldn't help giving it a squeeze. Linemo, put me down. Ling Ling patted my shoulder. You want to play with the cat too? What? Is that not allowed? She said, flustered and annoyed. What's with that look? Fine, fine, fine. If you like it, we can even bring it home to the clubhouse. No problem. You're really willing? This thing can probably eat a lot, she reminded me. You're on cat food duty. How much can one cat eat? I didn't care. No matter how important a cat is, can it be more important than our Ling Ling's happiness? Bottom line, it was just one Hatchaware, not some Garfield that needed 12 extra feedings a day. Right then, I caught sight of that skeleton head on the ground, still struggling to roll around and hunt for its own parts. Man, you're something. Not even dead yet. You must have hacked yourself unlockable HP. Girls really have zero resistance to cute little things. A full 15 minutes passed before we finally got back on the road. That little spirit cat, now possessed by the wraith, trotted along obediently behind us. I collected the skeleton head that was still on the ground, trying to reassemble its bones. My undead were a bit different from the ordinary undead of this world. Other people's undead died the moment their crystal core shattered or they lost most of their bones, and their whole bodies were weak points. But mine were different. As long as the soul fire didn't go out, the undead didn't die. Bones broken? Just take one from somewhere else to patch it up, and it works fine. The whole selling point is modular parts. The road was uneventful, and, bored out of my mind, I started teasing Ling Ling again. Ling Ling. What now? And stop calling me Ling Ling. Sure thing, Ling Ling. No problem, Ling Ling. Seeing me so pleased with myself, her teeth practically itched with rage. Ling Ling. Actually, I have something to confess to you. I suddenly put on a face like I'd done something wrong. What did you do? Let's get this straight first. You're not allowed to get mad. Just spit it out. You say you won't get mad first. You? Fine, I won't get mad. Ground down by me, she gave in, genuinely curious about how I could have wronged her. Was it that I secretly drank milk tea without bringing her any? Actually, that magic workbook your school handed out last year? I donated it. Ling Ling froze. Linemo, I'll fight you to the death. Her face went from sunny to overcast to rainy, and finally to a raging storm in an instant. Do you know how long I spent writing in that thing? You dog of a man. She rained punches and kicks on me. Though, of course, that level of force felt more like a massage to me. Hey, quit hitting me. If someone else had written in it, you'd have a point, but let me ask you, what did you write? Of course I. Right in the middle of her fury, she cut off halfway through her sentence. Come on, in the end you shoved that homework at me to find someone to do it for you, didn't you? I reminded her, even imitating her voice. Big brother Lin Mo, save me. Don't imitate it so grossly. Her face went dark. Even so, thanks to you I got locked up at home by my sister for 3 days. Haha, that was an accident. What's homework? Huili asked curiously. Seeing how tormented Ling Ling looked the moment homework came up, she developed a bit of reverence for those 2 words herself. Homework? Huh. It's something other people assign you that you have to go and finish, I explained. I'd almost forgotten there was someone right beside me who knew nothing. Oh, then why is Ling Ling so upset? Huili didn't understand. Was winning 10 rounds of a game really that hard? Every time Big Brother left, he made her finish 10 rounds of games before sleeping. That ought to count as homework, right? Big sister Huili, you don't get it. Ling Ling wilted, gazing at Huili with eyes full of envy. You wyverns don't have this kind of headache. But homework is fun, Hueli said. Big sister Hueli, you have homework too? Ling Ling perked up with interest, thinking maybe Dragon Clan homework was hunting. Yeah, Big Brother has me play games, Hueli answered honestly. When she said Big Brother, there was a trace of reminiscence in her eyes. In her past understanding, Big Brother was something reliable. But after half a month in this world, she developed a new understanding of the word. We hadn't been chatting about this long before we came upon a low-lying basin. Charred earth and lightning craters stretched everywhere. God knows how many years of thunderbolts had struck here, blasting the entire mountaintop into one giant crater like a volcanic caldera. The birthplace of an element spirit, treasures everywhere. As Lady Thunder's old home, it was naturally no worse off than Little Lady Flame's place. So much lightning fluid, and crystals and element seeds. Ling Ling exclaimed, whipping out energy detector after energy detector. Linimo, we're rich. I leaned over to look at the screen in her hand, densely packed with the energy signatures of resources. Every year, hunters try their luck at other element spirit birthplaces, but most of the treasures there are freshly formed. Thunder Amassing Mountain was different. Thunder fell here all year round, so almost no one dared come, and centuries of accumulation were all buried here. Honestly, if Dean Xiao hadn't given me the map and I'd wandered into the lightning domain by accident, I'd have gotten skinned alive. Dig for treasure, dig for treasure. From who knows where, Ling Ling produced a little bucket and a shovel, thrilled beyond belief. Ling Ling, you planning to go clam digging at the beach or something? I picked up her little bucket with one hand, laughing. What do you know? The sand and soil here have been struck by lightning all year round, and there's lightning fluid piled up in it. The whole thing's a conductor by now. She lectured me seriously. If we weren't wearing insulated shoes, the soles of your feet would already be tingling. I half got it, half didn't, but I was thoroughly impressed. All right, I'll keep you company. I swept my hand and summoned a spread of skeletons across the ground, deliberately leaving a clear patch for treasure hunting. Ling Ling skeletons weren't afraid of electricity anyway. It really is tingly. At some point, Hueli had already crouched on the ground and buried a finger in the sand, and now she cried out in surprise. I was dumbfounded. Since when did Hueli turn into some fearless tomboy? Good thing the bit of residual electricity in the soil posed no threat to her whatsoever. Wyverns had ridiculously strong physiques. Honestly, in a one-on-one fight, I might not even beat her. Treasure hunting's only fun if you dig with your own hands. Ling Ling ran ahead with her bucket. Linimo, big sister Hueli, hurry up. Coming. Seeing her so lively, of course I wasn't about to spoil the fun. If she wanted to play, then we'd play, a chance to relive the feeling of playing in the sand as a kid. This is lightning fluid, liquefied lightning crystal. Don't touch it with your hands. Let the skeletons collect it. Ling Ling pointed at a puddle of purple liquid from a distance. For someone like her who hadn't awakened her magic yet, this stuff was too dangerous. One touch, and she'd get electrocuted. Well done. And so the three of us began our treasure hunt. Under Ling Ling's direction, we dug lightning-type spirit seeds out of the soil one by one. That lightning fluid pit is dug dry. There's a lightning-type minor soul seed here with a 4.5x bonus. Ling Ling read offer detector. By my rough estimate, the haul from this one trip alone exceeded 2 billion. To put that in perspective, compare that to a certain Mu fan, who was probably still holed up in some corner taking commissions worth a few tens of thousands. Good thing I brought element seed storage boxes with me, or I'd be stuck. I pulled out one storage artifact after another. Living out in the wild all the time, I kept plenty of these stashed in my vermilion bird space. Just how many did you bring? How are there still more? Ling Ling gave up. Not many. A few hundred, maybe. Plus 50 for storing soul seeds. The element seed ones cost about 100,000 each. The soul seed ones 5 million each, and they were all single-use. You really do have getting rich on your mind every waking moment, she said, praising me in a resigned tone. The three of us continued toward the core. The deeper in we went, the more I felt the air was thick with scorching heat and an explosive energy. Are those fireworks? Sharp-eyed Hueli pointed at a streak of lightning at the edge of the sky, the thing bursting outward in every direction, exactly like a firework tube. What the heck? I looked over to where she was pointing and saw lightning lighting up more than half the sky. Holy crap, Which cultivators crossing their tribulation up there? Head back, quick. It's a lightning tribulation. Ling Ling urged instantly. Thunder Amassing Mountain only has a large-scale lightning tribulation once every dozen-plus years. I can't believe we happened to catch this one. The lightning tribulation was closing in fast. How could human legs possibly outrun the speed of natural elements? No time. We dug in too deep. My gaze sharpened, and I summoned the gate of the undead directly above the three of us. In the blink of an eye, we were shrouded beneath a canopy of black shadow. Wait, you can use your magic like that. Ling Ling was stunned on the spot. Why not? I said matter-of-factly. If it can store objects, why couldn't it store lightning? If the environment inside were fit for people, we'd have just hidden in there directly. The undead space was too thick with death energy. As its master, I was fine going in, but anyone else wouldn't last 3 seconds before being assimilated into an undead. Overhead, countless arcs of electricity danced and lashed wildly. The eerie part was that, aside from the sound of them striking the ground, there was no other noise at all. In an ordinary natural disaster, the surrounding demon beasts would have scattered and fled long ago. But right now there wasn't a single demon beast near us. We'd cleaned them all out on the way in. Linimo, this defensive dome of yours is way too convenient. Ling Ling clicked her tongue in wonder. But the undead inside are okay, right? They're fine. A few casualties don't matter. I'd already moved all the undead near the gate out of the way. The lightning tribulation rained down for a full hour before it gradually subsided, leaving only the occasional stray bolt. So, could this tribulation mean a new Little Lady Thunder is about to be born? I speculated. Wasn't that exactly how Little Lady Flame on the Star Whisper Sky Tree came to be? Once I'd worked that out, I scooped up Ling Ling and quickened my pace, releasing a swarm of skeletons at the same time to collect the newborn lightning-type resources left behind by the tribulation. Hey, what's the rush? A new Little Lady Thunder might be about to hatch, I said. A heaven tribulation is when the lightning element is at its densest. If an element spirit is going to be born, this is the most likely moment for it. Makes sense. But Linimo, since when did you get this smart? She eyed me suspiciously. What kind of thing is that to say? Normally, with you around as my external brain, I just can't be bothered to think. That's all. Analyze the problem against the answer key, and how could you not get it right? TCH, she turned her head away, but the expression on the side of her face was pure happiness she couldn't hide. We hadn't gone far when Ling Ling, sitting on my shoulder, pointed in one direction. There, I see the tree. Standing high, she could see far. Right now, she had the longest sight line of the three of us. Anything unusual? I still couldn't see it. No. Electric arcs are dancing around the tree but can't harm it. Exactly like what your teacher described. She raised her binoculars. But that guess of yours earlier is probably about to come true. The moment I heard that, I picked up the pace a bit more. Along the way, the skeletons sorted the collected resources by type and packed them into the undead space. Huh? Why is there a fire attribute soul seed here? I glanced over, a little surprised. I'd thought a lightning tribulation would only produce lightning attribute things. Dummy, as the old saying goes, the lightning attribute mutated out of the fire attribute in the first place, so producing the occasional fire attribute resource is totally normal, Ling Ling lectured. But seriously, just how many storage artifacts did you bring? How are there still more? Not many. A few hundred. Plus 50 for soul seeds. You really have got get rich carved into your DNA. After that, we arrived at an even deeper basin. There wasn't a single stone here. Lightning surged through the sand and soil, like ions endlessly colliding. Lightning fluid. It was everywhere, merging into a whole lake. The pools we'd seen before were mere puddles compared to this. And the most shocking thing of all was, right in the center of this lightning fluid, stood a tall, thick tree. The whole tree was covered in purple needle-shaped leaves, their tips connecting to one another, strung together into chains of electricity. The branches twisted and forked in every direction, hung with unripe fruits of all different sizes. The small ones no bigger than grapes, the largest as big as a basketball. This is a Thunder Prison Sky Tree. Ling Ling's jaw dropped in shock. The energy here is off the charts, higher even than an invincible monarch's. The words had barely left her mouth when a purple figure suddenly appeared like a bolt of lightning. so fast its trajectory couldn't be tracked at all. Oh, this was the previous generation lightning element spirit, the guardian of the Thunder Prison Sky Tree. This old man is Leiteon. Where are you outside world mages from? The old lady Thunder didn't show much hostility. He just sized up the three of us with a curious look. It was just that tone of his, a little too rough and rowdy. This junior is Lin Mo. I came here relying on my teacher's map to search for a Lady Thunder. The moment I opened my mouth, I dropped Dean Zhao's name. The message being crystal clear, I've got someone backing me. I'm Lady Thunder Spirit. Your teacher? In all these years, I've only seen one human make it here alive. My master, Xiaobing's son. So it was him. That kid's still alive. The old Lady Thunder nodded, not the least bit surprised. Then his gaze turned to Hueli. Is she yours too? I catch a whiff of danger off her. Seeing this guy who clearly didn't look like a good sort, Hueli shrank behind me, and in the end only poked half her head out, timidly waving. Hello. This is Hueli, my cross-dimensional contract partner. I introduced. For one thing, I'd never treated her as a summoned beast. For another, didn't this conveniently make me look close with demon beasts? Ling Ling was dead silent right now, sneakily whipping out a mini camera and snapping shots of Lady Thunder like crazy. This was the very first time in her whole life she'd seen an element spirit. You want to contract a Lady Thunder? The old Lady Thunder fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing me. That's right. I wonder if Senior Thunder might be able to. I said courteously. Of course, if he refused, I could also drop the humility and show him what I've got. He was only a great monarch level. On my side, I had Hueli and a monarch level wraith, 2 against 1, and the advantage was mine. If my perception's not off, you don't have the lightning attribute, do you? The old Lady Thunder neither agreed nor refused, and instead tossed out a question. There was one hard requirement for an element spirit to bond with someone. The contracting mage had to possess the corresponding magic element. I planned to awaken the lightning element when I reached the super tier. Besides, who wouldn't want an element spirit? I answered. Come to think of it, of the 24 magic elements I openly claimed, a lot of them actually overlapped. I'd fully awakened the dimensional element and the black magic element. Among the elemental ones, I was only short of ice and lightning. And for white magic, I was still missing the blessing element. Is that so? All right then. The old Lady Thunder looked me over and nodded. You're agreeing just like that? Even I couldn't believe it. Did I really have some kind of protagonist halo? What else? He shot back, then added with a note of praise. A high-tier mage at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. And it's not that I trust you. I trust old Zhao's judgment. As he spoke, he pointed a fingertip at me, and the map Dean Zhao had given me went whoosh, floating right out of my pocket. This map, I gave it to him back in the day. It's made from the bark of the Thunder Prison Mother Tree, the old Lady Thunder said. As if resonating with him, that originally plain, slightly yellowed map began crackling with electric arcs the moment it reached his hand. You know my teacher well? Of course. Back then he stayed here and kept me company for a full month, the old Lady Thunder nodded. Even this name of mine, he's the one who gave it to me. Sounds domineering, doesn't it? Senior Leiteon? This old man, Leiteon. He wore a smug look. Back then, old Xiao told me, among mages, calling yourself this old master has too much of an overlord's air, and calling yourself this decrepit one is too lowly. So you should call yourself this old man. Well, would you look at that? So this old-timer wasn't born with a fiery temper. My teacher swindled him crooked. I had to bite down hard to keep from laughing, terrified he'd catch on. Beside me, the corners of Ling Ling's mouth had long since curled up to the sky. Only Hueli, who still hadn't caught the joke, kept a straight face. The Lady Thunder can be yours, Leiteon continued. But I've got 3 rules for you. Go ahead. I thought to myself, these 3 rules were probably something else he picked up from my teacher. I didn't know how long this old-timer had lived, but one thing was certain, he was short on worldly experience. Every generation of Lady Thunder guarded its own crystal and had no way of ever traveling far. First, you have to stay here for 2 months. After the little Lady Thunder is born, I need to teach her a few secret arts. No problem. This was genuinely something I couldn't do. A free teacher. Why on earth would I turn it down? In the original story, the little Lady Flame had no one to teach her and had to fumble through everything on her own. Early on, she only had those few moves, and her combat power was at least 30% weaker for it. Second, you cover the training costs going forward, and you come back once every 3 years. Sure, but if something special comes up, I might not always be able to make it on time. That's understandable. Third, the day you're about to die, you have to send the little Lady Thunder back. No problem. I agreed on the spot. This clause was basically a freebie. When it came to immortality, I had plenty of ideas, a full 9 of them, in fact. Then it's settled. Lei Tian nodded. Give it 3 more days, and the new little Lady Thunder should just about hatch. With that, his gaze softened the moment it landed on those Thunder Prison fruits. Of the 30-some unripe fruits on the tree, only a scant few had taken on any purple tint. The one at the very top had already gone fully purple, its body wrapped in crackling chains of electric arcs. Actually, I could tell, he was right now in his prime, and he wanted this whole batch of Lady Thunders to be born safely while he was still strong enough to protect them. Element spirits weren't born just one per generation. It all depended on the ancient tree's capacity to nurture. And this Thunder Prison ancient tree was soaked in lightning fluid day in and day out, eating exceptionally well. So with too many spirits, he was bound to be unable to support them all. So handing me the babysitting job wasn't a bad deal for him. The old Lady Thunder figured this was one shrewd little scheme he'd cooked up. Back in the day, old Xiao had probably swindled him with the same line. If you can't support them, I'll help find a good home for these little Lady Thunders. Then how about we make our home over there? I pointed to a relatively flat spot near the edge. Suit yourself. Lei Tian swept a glance over and clearly had zero fear of me plotting anything shady. The truth is, element spirits are simple creatures. Their entire understanding of the outside world comes from those few people they happen to run into. Otherwise, the old lady Flameback then wouldn't have used a fire tribulation fruit to save someone she'd just met and entrusted Jiang Feng to guard her tree. If Jiang Feng had harbored even a shred of ill intent, the Lady Flame's inheritance would have been cut off right then and there. By the same logic, the old Lady Thunder's kindness now was clearly built on the good foundation my teacher had laid down all those years ago. Over the next 3 days, aside from teasing Ling Ling, I spent my time shooting the breeze with Lei Tian. This old-timer had been a shut-in for 30 years and had gone stir-crazy from having no one to talk to. These past few days he'd been glued to me, yapping nonstop. That morning, sitting beside Ling Ling, I casually asked, Ling Ling, do you know who the 3 cutest people are? How would I know? She said, sipping her milk tea and swinging her little legs. Why? There. The you in the morning, the you at noon, and the you at night, of course. You dog of a man, you're gonna eat a lot of lightning for that. She pointed at the lightning pool below the Thunder Prison ancient tree. Over these past few days, because the Lady Thunder was about to hatch, the once calm lightning fluid had gone wild, gathering into a pool of lightning. It's fine. I looked at her, my gaze so tender I'd probably look at a dog that way. By the time I climb out of that lightning pool, you'll have just come of age. Ling Ling, will you wait for me? No. You should just go straight to being 5.56 and 7.62. Her words were sweet as honey, but her eyes were full of contempt. Then do you know what deity I like best? The god of wealth. Nope. I just love that look you gave me a second ago, the one you use for staring down small fry. I burst out laughing. She was speechless. Before she could fire back, the element concentration on the detector started skyrocketing, and in a flash it was off the charts. The lightning element between heaven and earth gathered frantically, exactly like during the lightning tribulation a few days ago. Don't tell me another lightning tribulation's coming? No, the little Lady Thunder is about to be born. Lei Tian rushed to the base of the ancient tree at teleport-like speed. Legend says the Lady Thunder is born bathed in thunder, tempered by the sight of lightning. Ling Ling added from the side. You could tell the old Lady Thunder was using the thunder that came before the little Lady Thunder's birth to boost his own strength. Hueli, who'd been in the tent watching cartoons, heard the commotion and came out too, just in time to see the fruit at the very top slowly float down. The fruit's flying up. The purple fruit, as if magnetically levitating, drifted leisurely down in front of Lei Tian. The instant he cupped it in both hands, lightning blazed across the fruit's surface, as though it were rejoicing, expressing its affection. Then the fruit's surface began to swell, contracting in and out as if it had a heartbeat, its skin gradually covering over with cracks. It's coming out. I pulled Ling Ling forward to get a closer look. The cracks multiplied, and countless electric arcs shot out through the seams, striking against our bodies with a tingling, numbing sensation, like that little motor inside the lighters we played with as kids. Crack, CRA. The Thunder Prison fruit split open like an eggshell, and a tiny hand made of lightning arcs slowly reached out. Een, een. A tender little voice came from inside the fruit. The shell shattered in response, and a little creature about the size of an infant's fist stretched out its curled-up body. Een. The little Lady Thunder spun around in confusion, then finally locked her gaze on the old Lady Thunder. She tilted her head and thought for 2.5 seconds, then decisively spread her little arms and wrapped them around one of the old Lady Thunder's fingers, nuzzling it with her tiny head. Huh, looks like the little one likes me best after all. Lei Tian roared with laughter. I was speechless for a moment. Sir, why don't you first think about who you are? Little Thunder Princess was just born. If she doesn't warm up to you, is she really going to warm up to me, an outsider mage? I'm not some succubus who can make anyone bow down at first sight. Still, Little Thunder Princess wasn't shy at all. After giving Thunder Sky a kiss, her tiny body floated up and drifted over in front of me, seeming puzzled about why I looked different from them. Seeing that she was about to fly toward the top of my head, I quickly opened my palm to give her a place to land. I really didn't want my hair zapped into an afro. Linimo, get down a little. I can't see. Little Ling tugged at my clothes anxiously. All right away. I crouched down. Looks like Little Thunder Princess really likes you, Thunder Sky said, handing me the nutshell in his palm. Feed it to her. The element she was born from is the most nourishing for her. Thank you. I understood what he meant. He wanted me to get a little closer to Little Thunder Princess. I brought the nutshell up in front of Little Thunder Princess. Sure enough, the moment she saw her home, her little head lit up as if she suddenly understood everything. She darted over, plopped down right in the middle of my palm, and started stuffing the shell into her mouth. I watched carefully as she slowly ate the shell that was even bigger than she was. When she finished, her body swelled up a whole size, and her aura instantly jumped from War General rank to the Advanced War General stage. Aerie stretched out a finger to touch her, but the little one nimbly dodged. She seems like she doesn't like me. Aerie looked crestfallen. She's eating right now. Our Aerie is so cute. How could she not like you? I comforted her. But Big Brother Lin Mo just said the cutest person is morning Ling Ling, noon Ling Ling, night Ling Ling. Aerie tilted her head. Me. Wasn't Aerie inside watching cartoons? How did she hear all that so clearly? Of course our Aerie is very cute too. I hurried to soothe her. The little one in my palm was clever too. After finishing her meal, she patted her belly, flew up again, snuggled over to Aerie, and pressed her whole body against Aerie's cheek, playing a cuddling game. See? The little one really likes you too, I said, breathing a sigh of relief. Hee hee. The electric arcs tickled Aerie's cheek, and she started giggling. After cuddling with Aerie, Little Thunder Princess flew over to Little Ling, babbling about who knows what, and finally wrapped her arms around the 2 fingers Little Ling held out. So young, and already spreading the love around evenly. Linimo, go ahead and sign the contract first, Thunder Sky said. Okay. I quickly formed the contract. The little one had no guard up at all. She watched the contract slip into her body and even waved her arms at me with a happy grin, like a goddess smiling at some desperate simp. Approved in a heartbeat. Ling. Once the contract was sealed, Little Thunder Princess was clearly closer to me. She flew up and landed on top of my head. Her 2 little hands were just about to grab my hair. Boom. My hairstyle exploded. Puffed, ha ha ha. Little Ling burst out laughing on the spot, that gloating look in her eyes not the least bit hidden. Hey, daughter, don't grab my hair. I reached up to pull Little Thunder Princess down, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't get a grip on that nimble little body. Soon, 3 months flew by in a flash. Thunder Sky packed the entire heritage of the Thunder Princess clan and stuffed it all into Little Thunder Princess's head. Kid, don't forget to come back and visit me, he told me when we were parting. If you really can't bear to see me go, Senior, why not just come along with me? I said with a smile. I've got plenty of contract slots. As a summoner, I get one contract slot at every rank. Get out of here, don't you go scheming about me. Thundersky laughed and cursed. I leave. And then who guards little Thunder Princess? And take a look at what you've done to Mount Thunderpile. With nothing to do for those 3 months, I'd basically treated Mount Thunderpile like a video game dungeon and farmed it clean. I did the main damage. Little Ling played support. Eri took point. The 3 of us wiped out every single commander rank demon tribe, leaving only a few scattered monarch rank tribes around the edges. If old Thunder Princess hadn't stopped me, Mount Thunderpile does need something left to hold the fort. I probably would have collected those few monarchs too. Then we'll be taking our leave, I said with a wave. My earlier line had just been a joke. 1 Thunder Princess is enough. Contract slots are limited, and the rest have to be saved for a little Flame Princess, a little Snake Maiden, or maybe some other elemental spirit down the road. I don't have many hobbies, but I do have a little bit of a collector's streak. Once we left Mount Thunderpile, without that wild, scorching thunder element energy, the air suddenly turned cold. It had been autumn when we arrived, but stepping out now, it was already winter. This trip really took forever, Little Ling said, bundling up in a little padded jacket. No kidding, 3.5 months round trip. But my haul was huge too. Not only did I contract Little Thunder Princess, but sweeping through those demon tribes also pushed my undead count past the 1 million mark. Let's go. I summoned my bone dragon, scooped up Little Ling, and stepped onto the dragon's spine. But just as I was about to take off, a loud, ringing cry came from Mount Thunderpile behind us. It's the Azure Thunder Vault Lord. It's chasing after us, Little Ling said. Sweeping through those demons had been satisfying, but the side effect was that we'd thoroughly ticked off this monarch rank creature. You think I'm scared of that thing? I wasn't the least bit worried. It's just a proper monarch, like I haven't fought plenty of those. But before I could even summon a monarch rank wraith, a bolt of thunder abruptly rose up in the distance and struck that thing straight down out of the sky. Kid, hurry up and go. Leave Mount Thunderpile a bit of life. Thundersky's voice came through the space. Fine, I agreed. Elemental spirits are indifferent to demons, but he still needs a few around to keep watch over the place. Shame, though, I'd been hoping to snag a few more monarch rank undead on my way out. Half a day later, the ancient dragon landed on the roof of the Azure Sky Hunter's Lodge. As usual, I scooped Little Ling up with one arm and leapt down from the roof. Inside the lodge, besides Old Bao scrolling on his phone in the recliner, there was also a tall, powerfully built man wiping down a teacup. Good evening, Old Bao. Uncle Qin, you're here too. I greeted them. As everyone knows, the Cold Hunting King's real name is Qin Zhan. So you finally decided to come back? Qin Zhan said calmly as he wiped the cup. If the 2 of us hadn't stayed in touch by phone the whole way, he probably would have thought something had happened to us. Dad, Little Ling said, avoiding his gaze and shrinking behind me. All right. Winter break just started and you 2 came rushing back, Qin Zhan said, his eyes moving back and forth between me and his youngest daughter. You didn't time it on purpose, did you? Qin Zhan was more than satisfied with me. I'm his savior, and my character and cultivation both check out. There was just one thing that gave him a headache. He had no problem with me becoming his son-in-law, but could I please stop fixating on the little one? I doted on Ling Ling even more than her own father did. It really wasn't, I answered. Ling Ling came along to help me find a contract beast, and there was a bit of a hiccup along the way. You contracted a Thunder Princess? Old Bao sat straight up. Yeah, got lucky, barely managed to contract her. For once, I got to play the lucky guy. Daughter, come on out. Without me even having to reach into the link, a tiny figure flew out of the contract space on her own. Ling, Little Thunder Princess first circled me twice, then curiously studied her new surroundings, those big eyes full of wonder at everything new. Congratulations. An elemental spirit is the contract beast every summoner dreams of, Qin Zhan offered. Ling, having gotten close with me, Little Thunder Princess, her body no bigger than a palm, flew over in front of Qin Zhan, reached out a little hand, and gave the Cold Hunting King's nose a playful pat with a sweet giggle. This little thing is pretty cute, Qin Zhan said. The little hand and the electric arcs all around it made his nose itch. Just as he was about to reach out and tease her, the little one went zip and flew right up onto the top of his head. In an instant, Every strand of the cold hunting king's hair stood straight up, stiff as steel needles. "Huh, Dad, you look hilarious like that." Little Ling doubled over laughing. This was the first time she'd ever seen her old man make a fool of himself like this. "Uncle Chin, the little one was only born a few days ago. She's a bit mischievous," I said comfortingly, but the corners of my mouth were curling up too. "All right, daughter, come over here and eat some number nums." Right on cue, I pulled out a small thunder-type soul seed. As a commander rank creature now, Little Thunder Princess could already digest soul seeds. One per meal, clearly a bottomless money pit. But I'm not some broke guy like Mo Fan who can't even scrape together the money for baby formula. Money can always be earned again, but I won't let my daughter go hungry. Little Thunder Princess shot back in front of me like a beam of light, hugged the soul seed that was bigger than half her own head, and happily started gnawing away. "Old Bao, Uncle Chin, I've got some things here. Could you help me deal with them?" I took out a storage magic tool and handed it to Qin Zhan. Inside were all the cultivation materials I had no use for from this trip. The moment Qin Zhan saw the contents, his expression changed. This much. Even as a hunting king, it was the first time he'd seen such a massive batch of resources. "It's not that much," I said with a knowing smile. I'd cleared out over half of Mount Thunderpile. Of course it was a lot. "You kid. All right, I know plenty of hunting teams. They should all be able to use these." After leaving the Azure Sky Hunters Lodge, I went to Pearl Academy to share the good news with Dean Xiao. "Looks like you had good luck," Dean Xiao said, quite pleased. "My luck's nothing compared to your reputation working its magic, teacher." I smiled and called up to Little Thunder Princess above my head. "Daughter, don't cause trouble." Little Thunder Princess was playing around, hugging a pen from Dean Xiao's desk. She wobbled over in front of me, acting all cute and coy, putting on a whole baby's so tired act. "Little drama queen, you think that little bit of weight could tire you out?" I laughed and took the pen from her. "Looks like she's really attached to you," Dean Xiao said, his expression as if he were recalling something. "You must have met Thunder Sky? How is he doing these days?" I gave a brief account of my experiences over the past 3 months. "That's good, then," Dean Xiao said with a sigh. "The truth is, elemental spirits get very lonely too." "Oh, right. Next semester is the Magic College entrance exam," he said, changing the subject. "I'd like you to represent Pearl Academy and give a motivational speech at our affiliated high school a month from now." "Me?" I pointed at myself. "I really don't know how to do that." A so-called motivational speech was pretty much like the ones before the college entrance exam in my past life, finding some celebrity to go up on stage and pour out inspirational fluff for the students. "That's right. You're Pearl Academy's top student, so you're the most fitting choice," Dean Xiao nodded. "Just you standing up on that stage is the best advertisement there is." "I really can't give speeches. Is there a script?" "I'm good at fighting. Speeches, not so much. Just say a few casual words. Your being there is enough." I'll give it a shot, then." Dean Xiao had always treated me well, so helping the academy with recruitment was the least I could do. Back at the villa, Ari was sprawled out on the couch watching TV. I chatted with her for a bit, then dove straight into the training room. Ever since I absorbed all that thunder liquid at Mount Thunderpile, something had changed in my undead space. Some of my undead seemed to have gained a thunder attribute. I sank my consciousness inside. The area where the thunder liquid was stored was now covered in dense clusters of purple cocoons. Just then, the earliest few cocoons split open with a crack. The silver skeleton warriors from before were now covered in a layer of purple thunder patterns, and the bone clubs and bone blades in their hands had transformed into slender staffs. "What is this? Skeleton thunder mages." I was stunned for a moment, then wild with joy. What I lacked most right now was ranged attacks, and these were noble mage types. The cocoons were packed densely, a full 5,000 of them, and even the lowest quality was silver skeleton grade. Ordinary iron and bronze ones couldn't withstand the power of this mutation. If thunder liquid can turn skeletons into thunder mages, then what about fire essence and earth source? It felt like I'd found the key to skeleton evolution. From now on, in a big fight, I could open with a wave of spells to soften up the enemy and provide support at any time. My undead system's about to break through too. Perfect time for a bit of secluded cultivation. While I was quietly cultivating in seclusion, Over at the Azure Sky Hunter's Lodge, little Ling was in no mood to laugh. Qinjian dug out a little backpack stuffed with homework. You spent the whole semester running around having fun out there. Go finish your winter break assignments. What? Where did I get homework from? Little Ling was dumbfounded on the spot. Your sister brought it back for you. Dad, I knew how to do these problems back in kindergarten. Can I not do them? No. I already turned a blind eye to you skipping classes all semester. The homework, you're doing it. Oh, isn't this our young Miss Ling Ling, back at last? Cold Green strode in on her long legs. Sure enough, they were sisters. Even their sarcastic tone was identical. Ah, sis, why are you back too? Little Ling's face fell. This was bad. Her Demon King's shield had left too early, and this time there was no one to take the damage for her. On the first day of the new year, after coming out of seclusion, I'd successfully raised my strength to advanced rank 2. I took Eri to visit Dean Zhao's home and the Azure Sky Hunter's Lodge to pay New Year's respects. The one good thing about being an orphan is that the new year is nice and quiet. Old Bao, Uncle Qin, Happy New Year. I carried gifts into the lodge. Perfect timing. Come see what I caught these past couple of days. Qinjian cheerfully handed me a brocade box. And would you look at that? The box itself was a spirit-grade sealing magic tool. A few days ago, I made a trip to Yunnan and caught a war general rank goo insect. It should be useful to you. Uncle Qin, this is too valuable. I made a show of trying to return it. Valuable, my foot. If you hadn't saved me back then, I'd have been long gone by now. Open it and take a look. Inside is the crimson blood mantis, said to be the strongest single goo insect out there. The crimson blood mantis. I opened it, and sure enough, lying inside was a mantis the length of an index finger, its entire body the color of blood-red jade, the blades of its 2 forelimbs gleaming with a cold light. I really did need a goo insect. This was exactly what I needed to shore up my weakness in the insect clan department. In the magic world, money really doesn't count for much. The rarer something is, the more its value far exceeds its price. Take the Star Sea Heaven Vein. It's listed at 2 billion, but if you actually tried to buy it through the right channels, you might not even land it for 30 or 40 billion. Then I won't stand on ceremony. That's more like it. Why get all sentimental with me? Back then when I wanted us to become sworn brothers, you weren't even willing. Dad, little Ling, just coming down the stairs, happened to hear that line and shouted with displeasure. Dad, if you two become sworn brothers, then what does that make me? Little Ling. The moment I saw her come down, my eyes lit up. Come here and let me give you a hug. You've gotten even cuter in just a few days. The little girl had changed into a brand new red qipao, white stockings on her legs, an open cloak draped casually over her shoulders. Stop. She backed up 2 steps and held out her hand. Where's my New Year's gift? I handed her the milk tea, then took out a red gift box. This is the real one for you. She lifted the lid with an expectant look. Inside lay a crimson bracelet, almost identical to the vermilion bird bracelet on my own wrist. For you. It's a spirit-grade storage magic tool. It keeps things fresh and warm. Fine, I guess I'm satisfied. She wore a smug little, I'll let you pass expression. I'm heading out to buy some stuff, Qinjian said, lowering his voice as he passed by me. The gift is nice, but Ling Ling is still young. My face went dark. I didn't do anything. After a bit of playful roughhousing, I finally got my hands on those 2 twin ponytails. That's the feel. Right there, silky smooth. They're just ponytails. What's with that look on your face? Little Ling gave me a disgusted look. You wouldn't get it. Twin tail Lolas, that's the essence. Food's ready. Cold Green came out of the kitchen. She'd made dumplings by hand. Delicious. Little Ling was the first to praise them. Sister Cold Green really did have a talent. She could hunt demons, solve cases, mix drinks, and cook. If it weren't for her cold personality, she'd be the textbook dream girl. After you eat, remember to finish your homework. Cold Green suddenly turned to her sister. Ah, it's New Year's. I'm not doing it. Little Ling's face changed instantly, and she looked at me pleadingly for rescue. Ahem, you're on your own for this one. I decisively turned my head to the side. After dinner, Little Ling mysteriously pulled me upstairs. Lin Mo, I want to go out again. She'd been back less than half a month and already couldn't sit still. Bad timing. When the new semester starts, I have to go be a motivational teacher at the high school, so I can't leave for now. I'll write your speech for you. she offered immediately. Deal. That was exactly the line I'd been waiting for. The magic capital. Huatuo's forging room. Master Huatuo, is that demon-slaying weapon of mine done yet? Finished long ago. You're one of my biggest clients. Huatuo turned and went inside, then brought out a purple folding fan. A soul-grade fan-shaped demon-slaying weapon, made to your specifications. Barring anything unexpected, it can grow all the way to the half-step heaven grade. Add a few more materials later, and reaching heaven grade isn't out of the question. Predominantly purple, with 2 large ribs and 16 small ones, each embedded with a small piece of nanocrystal. It was precisely these nanocrystals that gave it the potential to keep growing. An ordinary soul-grade demon-slaying weapon is worth around 3 billion, but this one, the materials alone came to over 40 billion. A big chunk of what I'd gained from Mount Thunderpile had gone into it. Each of the 2 large ribs seals a super-tier thunder spell. Of the 16 small ribs, for our wind attribute for displacement, 2 for spatial teleportation, and the remaining 10 are 5 thunder, 5 fire. The fan face can instantly raise an earthen wall, with a defense equal to a super-tier mage. The more Huatuo talked, the more animated he got. Oh, and there are 36 bone needles hidden in the layers of the fan face, tempered with submonarch rank poison and carrying thunder attribute penetration. But of course, the most important thing is that it's cool. Displacement, offense, defense, my survival was maxed out. I was quite satisfied. Does this magic tool have a name? No. I came up with a few, but none of them sounded good. You name it. Then let's go with the Blazing Wind Void Thunder Fan. Honestly, I'm terrible at naming things too. Forget it. Let me ask the all-knowing Little Ling. Little Ling replied instantly, and even gave 2 options. Purple Mystery Fan, Purple Shadow Void Freezing Fan. The second one's not bad. I think it works. At least it was more subtle than mine. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Mo, don't forget the speech at the affiliated high school tomorrow. Dean Xiao called to remind me. I won't forget, teacher. Don't worry. Remember to promote our Pearl Academy. For recruitment, I'll credit you with the top achievement. Also, after tomorrow's speech, drop by my office. Dean Xiao was clearly going to give me some perks. This teacher was worth getting along with. Good thing I had Little Ling's cobbled together script, which she'd pieced together from several different speeches. Hey, brother, could you tell me how to get to the Magicians Association? A young guy in cheap street market clothes, with a roguishly handsome look, came over to strike up a conversation. Turn left at the intersection ahead. Go through 2 more crossings, then turn left again and you're there. I answered. My first impression of this guy, a delinquent trying to go straight. Thanks, brother. My name's Mo Fan. Something clicked in my head. Well, of all times, I ran into Mo Fan here. Protagonists really do think differently. Who volunteers their name just from asking for directions? Hello, I said with a polite smile. Mo Fan was obviously waiting for me to give my name. Seeing that I didn't take the bait, he laughed awkwardly. It's the way of the world, my friend. Won't you tell me your name? Lin Mo. His thick skin had won me over. Want to grab a meal together, buddy? Mo Fan said, acting all familiar, though the corner of his eye kept darting toward my wrist. The vermilion bird bracelet had, at some point, begun to glow with a faint red light, resonating with the little loach pendant hanging around his neck. You flash, I flash, like they were tapping out Morse code. I nodded. Sure. By now, I understood why he'd fixated on me. It was totem resonance. The vermilion bird and the azure dragon are both among the 4 sacred beasts, so of course they'd naturally sense each other. Once inside the restaurant, Mo Fan gave a grand wave of his hand and asked for a private room. But the moment he saw the menu, his face instantly contorted. What kind of place is this? Why is it so expensive? Sir, our prices are clearly listed, and everything here is worth every penny. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Lin here beside you, the front desk staff explained. If I hadn't been standing there, she probably would have already slapped a country bumpkin label on Mo Fan. I come here often, I explained. Wincing at the pain in his wallet, Mo Fan checked off a few dishes on the menu. And would you look at that? All the cheapest ones. Sure enough, the Mo Fan of this era was still a broke guy. I checked off a few dishes of similar caliber. I had no intention of scamming him, but I wasn't about to shortchange myself either. The moment we got into the private room, Mo fan couldn't wait to cozy up to me. Brother Lin Mo, you're in college, right? Yeah, Pearl Academy. What a coincidence. I'm going to apply to Pearl too. We'll be schoolmates from now on. This is real fate. He rambled on, slowly steering the conversation toward the bracelet. That bracelet of yours is pretty nice. Where'd you buy it? That little loach of yours is pretty nice too. Where'd you buy it? I countered with a smile. The totem resonance had lasted only an instant. It had stopped glowing long ago. Me? Picked it up at a little stall. I made up. Mine's a family heirloom, Mo fan said. Brother, do you know what this thing is for? Just as he was talking, the waiter came in with the food, cutting off the conversation. Once they left, Mo fan smiled and raised his glass. Old Lin, let's have a drink. Great, great, great. Now it's Old Lin. After that, he kept trying every trick to get me to drink, clearly aiming to get me drunk. 2 bottles in, Mo fan was so drunk his tongue had gone slack. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, he threw up all over the floor. Thanks to the goo insect I had tailing him, I saw the whole thing clearly. A mid-tier rookie mage, going up against an advanced mage in physical constitution? What was he thinking? First time drinking a 5-figure bottle of liquor went to my head a bit. Mo fan hurried to cover when he came back. It seemed he suspected I was also a transmigrator, but I had no intention of admitting it. Seeing his already limited suspicion fade away, I quietly recalled the goo insect. Only for Mo fan, whose character was reliable. With any other protagonist, if they found out someone knew their secret, not killing that person would already be doing them a favor. Right? A certain Tang so-and-so, who's an expert at courting death? Before leaving, the 2 of us exchanged contact info. Sir, that comes to 66,000 total. Please come again, the waiter said with a beaming smile. Mo fan's heart ached again. I'll come back when pigs fly. The next day, I put on a formal outfit, going to give a speech at the affiliated high school. I had to look at least a little proper and not lose face for Dean Xiao. It was definitely not that I wanted to go show off. I took a cab to the affiliated high school. Along the way, plenty of people who'd seen my photos were pointing and whispering. Lin Mo. That's definitely Lin Mo. That Lin Mo from Pearl? Why is he at our school? Girl, hurry and take a photo. Send it to me. Mr. Lin, I've been waiting for you. Dean Lee greeted me warmly. He was in his 40s and only at full advanced rank cultivation. Even though I was still a college student, given my status and talent, I was more than worthy of being called Mr. I thought to myself, I guess I've finally reached the status of young friend. The students are about to assemble. In roughly half an hour, I'll have to trouble you to take the stage. Haha, they're all my future juniors, no trouble at all. The place was literally called Pearl Affiliated High School. Even if I hadn't come, aside from those who couldn't get in, over 80% would apply to Pearl anyway. Only a small minority would go to top 10 schools like the ones in the ancient capital or imperial capital. They're all at that rebellious teenage age. Who doesn't fantasize about being uniquely gifted? And me, I was living the very life they dreamed of. Then I'll go wander around a bit. Should I head to the field when it's time? With such lovely juniors around, how could I waste time on this old geezer? Deanley was good at reading a room. Seeing that I didn't want to chat with him much, he cheerfully agreed. And the moment I walked out of that office, I still had no idea. Today's speech would become the starting point where my fame truly exploded. After leaving the principal's office, I strolled around campus. By now the students were all heading to assemble on the field, so there were noticeably fewer people around. Hey handsome, can I take a photo with you? A girl, confident in her own good looks, came up to strike up a conversation. Sure, I nodded. She wasn't the first, and she wouldn't be the last. The eyes of a few guys passing by instantly dimmed. Ah, my goddess. Totally cheating, a maxed-out big shot coming to steal our junior girls. I was planning to confess after graduation, but now forget it. Bro, don't give up, someone beside him consoled. The goddess is pretty, sure, but Lin Mo might not even be interested. Even if he is, it might not be that kind of relationship. Even if they date, they might not marry. Even if they marry, they could still divorce. In short, bro, you still have a chance. Thanks, that actually helped. The more that guy listened, the more hopeless he felt. Look, my goddess is leaving, someone said excitedly. I knew it. My goddess isn't a shallow person. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe your goddess just got rejected? Beat him up. Sometimes, seeing through something without pointing it out is a virtue. Sister Moo, there are so many people over there. Let's go check it out. A lively-looking girl, clinging to the arm of a red-headed beauty beside her, bounced toward the crowd. Unfortunately, she wasn't tall enough. Her view was completely blocked by the people in front. I heard Pearl's legendary senior Lin Mo is coming to give a speech today. Sister Moo, do you think that's him? The girl's voice grew more and more excited, and her plump, ample chest completely enveloped the older beauty's arm. It really does look like him, said Moon Nugio, who was tall and could see clearly. Really? Come on, let's hurry over. AI Tutu's eyes sparkled. Some simp just sent me a photo of Lin Mo. He's wearing a formal outfit today. As she said this, there were little stars in her eyes. This girl was a textbook face worshipper, and Lin Mo's combination of strength and looks had planted itself right in her heart, stronger than her brother, and better looking than her brother, too. Watching her fangirl bestie act so utterly without restraint, Moon Nugio could only quicken her pace to keep up. Well, she was the one who chose this bestie. Might as well indulge her. Thankfully, she had long legs, and one of her strides equaled two of AI Tutu's. Senior Lin Mo, HLO. AI Tutu ran up in front of me. So nervous her words got tangled. I'm AI Tutu, and this is my bestie, Sister Moo. Hello, both of you. Looking at this baby-faced, busty lowly in a white cashmere coat and the red-headed beauty beside her, I said to myself, just as I thought. Actually, I'd noticed these two from afar earlier. The combination of a baby-faced lowly and a red-haired beauty was just too eye-catching. Yay, it really is Lin Mo. I saw the real, live Lin Mo. AI Tutu cheered. My face went dark. What? Have you also seen a dead Lin Mo? Moon Nugio gave me an apologetic look. Sorry, Senior. Tutu, she's a bit of an airhead. It's fine, as long as you haven't seen a dead version of me, I joked. She really was a silly bunny. AI Tutu dug and dug through her shoulder bag and pulled out a phone, her chest bouncing along with the motion. Senior Lin Mo, can we take a photo? I'm your most devoted fan. Sure, no problem. I agreed with a smile, my gaze resting mostly on AI Tutu. Don't get me wrong, I'm really not a loli lover. Loli lovers are too picky. Lin Mo, just like pretty things. Besides, though AI Tutu was a bit dim, her grandfather was the Northern Guard chief. For someone of that status, not being arrogant and domineering was already remarkable. So what if she was a little dim? A bit airhead was kind of cute, actually. Sister Moo, come here, get closer. Even for a photo, she didn't forget to pull her bestie in. Me on the left, Moon Nugio on the right, AI Tutu in the middle pressing the shutter. Off in the distance, that crowd of spectators watched the three of us practically press together, and the hearts they'd just barely pieced back together shattered all over the floor again. It's over. Is even Goddess Moo going to fall for him too? Does having good talent really mean you can do whatever you want? No, bro. You also need a face that's at least passable. Even the scions of the magic capital's four great families were full of envy at that moment. Why did Lin Mo get such an outrageous talent? Senior, once we get into Pearl, will you show us around campus? After the photo, AI Tutu asked eagerly. That'll depend on whether I'm free at the time. I didn't agree right away. For one, agreeing outright would lower her expectations. Keeping it vague was what made a person stick in someone's mind. For another, I really didn't know where I'd be when the semester started. Maybe I'd be out with Ling Ling farming demons all over the map. Big brother Lin Mo, just take Sister Moo and me around. Please. We're both new here and don't know the place. AI Tutu grabbed my arm and acted coy. Don't know the place? I looked at her with a half-smile. Why yeah? She got flustered under my gaze, but for the handsome guy's sake, she kept up the act. Sorry, I really can't say whether I'll be free then. I might be out hunting demons and unable to make it back, I answered, blunt as a straight man. Hunting demons? Oh right, I forgot. She smacked her forehead, having nearly forgotten I was a commoner mage. Big brother Lin Mo, what's your strength level now? Tutu. Moon Nugio couldn't stand it anymore. Casually asking about a mage's strength was very rude. Sorry, Senior. Tutu admires you too much and talks a bit too freely. It's fine. I'm used to it. AI Tutu turned to stone on the spot. This is bad. I've made a terrible first impression right after meeting him. Folks, do you think I still have a shot at LinMO? I'm still at advanced rank now. I stated something everyone already knew. My breakthrough to advanced rank was no secret. And besides, how could a mere realm measure my true strength? Breaking through to advanced rank was one of my least notable achievements. Oh crap, we're going to be late for assembly. Someone shouted, and the crowd instantly scattered. Oh no, oh no, I almost forgot about the assembly. If we're late, that old hag will chew us out to death. AI Tutu's chatter came to an abrupt stop too. Then you two better run, I said, glancing at the time. Run fast, and you can still make it. Right? See you later. Wait, no? Big brother LinMO, you're the one giving the speech. Something suddenly clicked in her little head. She grabbed my arm with both hands and shook it hard, the little cowlick on her head and the softness at her chest jiggling together. Help us out. Pretty please just say you took us on a campus tour. That old hag is always using you as an example, so she definitely won't give us a hard time. Right, Sister Mu? Mu Nugio nodded, clearly quite taken with the idea. All right, I'll walk you two back to your group when the time comes, I agreed. I was curious too. Wasn't Mu Nugio famous for being a celestial beauty and a battle-crazed maniac? By that logic, she should have a cold, aloof personality. So what kind of teacher could make even her feel a hint of fear? Yay, I knew our idol is the best. AI Tutu cheered, one hand yanking me and the other pulling Mu Nugio, heading toward the field. Idol, we haven't added each other on QQ yet. Scan me. I took out my phone. Beep. Once added, she was thoroughly satisfied. Sister Mu, don't you have anything you want to say? Mu Nugio shook her head. This is a rare chance. Didn't you always want to have a match with our idol? Called out by her bestie, Mu Nugio set aside her reserve and directly threw down the gauntlet. Then once I get into Pearl, would you spar with me, senior? I want to see the gap between us. Sure, once I've got the time, I nodded. When we reached the field, what came into view was a block formation grid I knew all too well. Sure enough, no matter which world you're in, high schoolers are all the same. That's mine and Sister Mu's class. AI Tutu pointed at the one in the middle, then leaned close to my ear and lowered her voice. See that old hag leading the group? That's our homeroom teacher. I see her. That head of green hair was truly hard to miss. The goo insect fed the info back to me. She was at full advanced rank cultivation, about on par with the principal. But could a full advanced rank cultivator of 27 or 28 really be compared to one in their 40s or 50s? This valiant, whose subordinate general was she. Keep in mind that Tang Yu, at nearly 30, had only just touched the threshold of advanced rank. Idol, don't be fooled by her looks. Her temper's like a firecracker. One spark and she blows up, AI Tutu said, her face full of worry. Before she finished, that green-haired homeroom teacher was already snapping at us. Why are you three still wandering around? Do you have no sense of time? She stormed over, but halfway through her scolding, she suddenly recognized me. LNMO. Hello, Teacher Lu. AI Tutu greeted her, though half her body was hidden behind me. Why are you two only just now getting here? With me present, she couldn't very well erupt directly. Teacher, we were showing our idol around campus, AI Tutu said, secretly poking me in the waist behind my back with her finger. That's right, this junior of mine was quite helpful. I nodded, playing along. Is that so? Fine, the campus is a bit big. Teacher Lu looked at AI Tutu, then glanced at the hands the two of us were holding, and finally agreed. After a few pleasantries, I went up onto the stage. My spot was up there. Mr. LinMO is here. Quick, have a seat. The principal greeted me warmly, gesturing to the seat on his left. That should have been the vice principal's seat. The vice principal had voluntarily moved back a spot. The speech's prelude was an opening line I knew all too well. Respected leaders, beloved teachers, dear students. After a whole heap of nonsense, the principal and vice principal took turns hogging the spotlight. Today, I'll just say a couple of things and offer 2 lines to the students as well. As for what those 2 lines are, listen as I explain them slowly. Rambling on for a full half hour, my summary of it all boiled down to 3 words. He said nothing at all. I got so bored, I went into the insect clan space to organize my goo insects into core. The crimson blood mantis had bred over 100 offspring in this past half month, a whole field of blood jade red, quite a sight. Now, please welcome the #1 ranker on the magic talent leaderboard, 5-star Hunter Master, top student of Pearl Academy, esteemed disciple of Dean Xiao, the most dazzling genius of the new generation. Mr. Lin, M.O. The microphone was handed to me. Hello, everyone. Suddenly saddled with that whole string of titles, I actually felt a bit embarrassed. But I don't waste words. I finished in under 10 minutes, ending with one more line. I'll be waiting for you at Pearl Academy. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out below the stage. Even though this was supposed to be my motivational assembly, the time I spoke wasn't even half of what the principal took. Won't Mr. Lin say a few more words? The principal asked quietly. No more. I shook my head. There really was nothing to say. It was pure inspirational fluff, even more so than in my past life. This is a magic world, where it comes down to resources, family background, and talent. Hard work matters, but it doesn't matter that much. How many people can't afford a Nebula vein and stay stuck at basic rank their whole lives? Everyone who gets into Pearl is capable. The average is basic rank 3, yet more than half of them can't break through to mid-tier in 4 years, all because of one word, broke. Take AI Tutu. Even if she slacked off and had mediocre talent, the AI family could pour in resources to push her all the way to super tier. That's the gap. Afterward, the principal's address went on for another half hour. If you ask me, there's a reason he became principal. Being able to spin the same 2 lines into most of the day, now that's a talent. June, Dongting Lake. Having cleared out all the commander rank demon tribes, I'd now set my sights on the monarch rank ones here. Up ahead is the tribe of the raging wave water flood dragon, Grand Monarch Strength. Ling Ling, swinging her twin ponytails, was busy as a diligent little bee, organizing the resources I'd confiscated. Let's fight tomorrow. I pinched a water attribute soul seed between my fingertips, while Little Thunder Princess flickered on my shoulder. By the way, isn't it summer break right about now? Are you sure it's okay that you're skipping your exams? Ling Ling, Little Thunder Princess nodded along too, her tiny arms waving wildly. It's fine. I only make it to school a few times a year anyway. A smile spread across Ling Ling's delicate little face. It's not easy to find a partner who's on the same page as you. Fair enough. School couldn't teach you much anyway. I gave her genius its due. Old Man Bao and Qin Zhan had sent her to school for 2 reasons. 1. To give her a proper childhood. 2. To get her mingling with kids her own age so she wouldn't come off so world-weary and stiff. Big spender, I really cleaned up this time thanks to you. After Ling Ling finished sorting the resources, she poked me in the side. I want some bubble tea. What about your own? Finished it. Drink less of that stuff. It's not healthy. Even as I nagged, I still handed her a cup. Honestly, with all the running around she did out in the wild, that little bit of sugar was nothing. I swept my hand, sweeping all the resources into my storage space. Racking up tens of billions in 2 months. Feels pretty amazing, right? She asked again. When you awaken your magic, Ling Ling, I, Lin M.O., will personally cover every single cultivation resource you need. I fanned myself as I made the promise. TCH, I'll eat you into the poorhouse by then. No worries. We're partners, you get a cut of everything. I guess you've still got a little conscience left. Of course. You're my favorite. I casually grabbed her 2 twin ponytails. They slid through my fingertips smooth as silk. After the speech, I lounged around in the Magic City for a couple of weeks, then got restless and headed out to hunt demons with Ling Ling. Honestly, out of everyone, my favorite is still my high IQ little partner, Ling Ling. Ling Ling, this is for you. I fished a pearl-sized, crack-covered stone out of my storage space. A mind stone? Where did you get this? She recognized it at a glance. My teacher gave it to me. Your teacher gave it to you. So why are you handing it to me? She didn't reach for it. Keep it for yourself and boost your spiritual power. It used to be the size of a baby's fist. What's left now isn't enough to push my realm any higher. Dean Xiao had given me this mind stone the day after his speech. My spiritual power, originally at the 4th realm, shot straight to the 6th after absorbing more than half of it. A little boost is still a boost. Ling Ling, why do you think ordinary people can only awaken their magic at 16? I asked suddenly. Are you saying? Sharp as she was, she caught on instantly. Right? Since awakening is tied to spiritual power, would wearing a mind stone maybe trigger an early awakening? I don't know. She shook her head. If you haven't awakened, you can only absorb it passively, and the conversion rate is terrible, You probably couldn't soak up even 1% of the escaping energy. As long as it does something. And if it actually triggers an early awakening, that's a total jackpot. I knew just how badly she wanted to awaken her magic. Watch closely, witness a miracle. As I spoke, the Mind Stone split along its cracks, transforming into tiny diamond-shaped gems strung together on a silver thread. A bracelet? She said, uncertain. It's an anklet. I was grinning ear to ear. Come on, let me put it on you. Lingling instantly bristled. You perv, you jerk, you loser. Easy now, this'll be quick. I nimbly fastened it on her. See? Pretty, right? All sparkly. Not. Pretty. Flustered and annoyed, she gave me a little punch and stood up. It clearly is pretty. I tried to soothe her. You're so cute. You'd look good in anything. How does that line go again? The gems became the fakes. It's your eyes that are the real masterpiece. Who wants your? She turned her face away and shooed me off. Go set up the tent. It's getting dark. Oh, why is this big flirt suddenly so smooth today? Fine. Knowing she was embarrassed, I didn't press my advantage. Once I'd pitched the tent and laid out the bedding, I stepped back outside just in time to see Lingling's tiny figure from behind, her cute little bottom sticking out as she rummaged through the pile of ingredients. What are you up to? I reached out and pulled her small frame into my arms. Eek! She jumped. I'm just checking the ingredients. One look at those shifty eyes, and I knew she wasn't telling the truth. Oh, so this bird's eye chili is part of tonight's dinner too. She smiled but said nothing, hoping to slip it past me. Lingling, you'd better grow up nice and slow. I cupped her cheeks with both hands. Let go, she protested, her two little hands pinching my face right back. Lingling. Up in the air, little Thunder Princess clapped and cheered, loving every second of the drama. Can't you get her to change what she says? It feels like she's calling my name every time, Lingling said. That's out of my hands. You'd have to ask her whether she's willing. I spread my hands. 2 more months went by. After I wiped out 4 more Lord-level tribes, I pulled out of Dongting Lake with Lingling. Any longer, and the remaining Lord-level tribes would have teamed up to gang up on the two of us. I dropped a reluctant little Lingling back at the hunting lodge, then headed home to Golden Source Apartments myself. New neighbor moved in. The moment I reached my door, I noticed the place next door had been redecorated. Idle bro, I knew you'd be here. A delighted girl's voice came from behind me. AI Tutu, this is your place. I turned around to find Munugio and AI Tutu, the pair of Lolita-esque sisters. AI Tutu's pair, especially, was almost impossible not to notice. Little white socks, a plaid pleated skirt, a white shirt, and her hair up in a bun. Yep. I asked around forever before I managed to rent it, she said proudly. Right, Sister Mu? It wasn't that long. We just happened to rent next to each other. Munugio was the thin-skinned type. That's not right. It was totally you, Sister Mu. Who? MMPH. Before she could finish, Munugio slapped a hand over her mouth to manually mute her. Welcome. We're neighbors now, so just call me Linimo. Yay? Then I'll call you Bro Linimo. And you can just call me Tutu. AI Tutu wriggled free of Munugio's hand. Oh right, Sister Mu and I both got into Pearl Academy. Any tips? I heard there's a beast battle tournament at the start of the semester. Is it fun? When are you going to show us around campus? Once she got started, it was like she'd opened Pandora's box. There was no stopping her. Bro Linimo, want to come over to my place and rest a bit? Let me tell you, Sister Mu's got these legs that. Bunny. Munugio quickly yanked her back. This dim-witted bestie really would spill everything. Sorry, Linimo Bunny's got a bit of a lively personality. We'll chat next time. With that, she dragged AI Tutu into their own place, tossing me an apologetic smile before shutting the door. Once inside, AI Tutu still wouldn't quit. Sister Mu, what are you doing? We finally ran into Linimo. Any slower, and you'd have been asking how many people are in Linmo's family, Munugio said, palming her forehead. No, I wouldn't. He's an orphan. I already know that. AI Tutu had the air of someone thoroughly in the know. Then her expression shifted, taking on a hint of pity. Suddenly, I feel kind of sorry for Linmo, but I'll work hard to give my idol a home. Sister Mu, don't you think I've got the right vibe to be an idol's wife? Ow. Before she could finish, Munugio flicked her right on the forehead. Haha, I'm just kidding. But Sister Mu, aren't you the least bit tempted? Linmo's super talented, super strong. Wouldn't getting on his good side be good for us? The novels all say if you want to be a general's wife, you've got to be there for him back when he's still just a foot soldier. With talent like Lin Mo's, hitting super tier and maxing out his cultivation is a sure thing down the road, right? Say what you will, but when it came to sweet-talking her bestie, AI Tutu had a whole playbook because she knew Moon Nugio inside and out. Read fewer of those novels. Right now, I just want to challenge him to a match, Moon Nugio said. Exactly. If you want to challenge him, don't you need to get on his good side first? AI Tutu blinked. Once you're close, he won't have the heart to turn you down. That actually kind of makes sense. See? And you're the one who found this place first. You must have been secretly keeping tabs on him. Sister Moo, you're just a closet romantic. MMPH. Idiot, stop talking. Moon Nugio stamped her foot. Since when had she been keeping tabs on him? This apartment had been assigned by her family. These days, Lin Mo was hailed as the #1 of the younger generation, with Dean Xiao and a whole crowd of big shots up top watching him. Everyone wanted to win him over. That's exactly why her family had sent her to make contact and build the relationship. If necessary, she could even resort to special measures, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. They wanted her to win Lin Mo over through marriage. Sometimes she genuinely envied her bestie. AI Tutu was the AI family's only little princess, doted on like the apple of everyone's eye. Not so for her. As a direct disciple who had used the family's resources, she was expected to work for the family in return. Bunny, watch TV by yourself. There are snacks on the table. I'm going to change. She let go of AI Tutu. By the time she came back out in fresh clothes, AI Tutu was gone. Moon Nugio. And at that very moment, right outside my door, Ellie, I'm here to watch TV with you. AI Tutu knocked, lugging 2 big bags of snacks. It's Bunny. The instant Ellie heard the voice, she ran to open the door. Tada! Chips, cucumber flavor, barbecue flavor, we've got it all. AI Tutu announced with her usual bounce, her fuller-than-D cup chest bouncing right along in front of Ellie. Bunny. Ellie reached out and pressed a hand to AI Tutu's chest, keeping the girl from lunging over and squishing her. Over the 3 months I'd been away, Ellie had already become full-on binge-watching buddies with AI Tutu. AI Tutu chattered nonstop, so there was never a dull moment, and she was gentle, always listening carefully whenever someone spoke. The two of them huddled together on the couch watching an anime, but AI Tutu's gaze kept drifting toward the room upstairs. When it came to the roundabout approach, you really had to hand it to AI Tutu. Of course, her fondness for Ellie was completely genuine. By the time I'd finished my shower and came down from the 2nd floor in a bathrobe, AI Tutu, who'd been listening for me the whole time, casually turned her head, her eyes practically sparkling. Tutu? What brings you here? Bro Lin Mo, I came to watch a show with Ellie. Seeing me all bundled up, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. What the heck? Big sis Bunny brought lots and lots of snacks. Ellie crunched away on her chips. I've got some bubble tea. You too want any? I set a few cups on the coffee table. These were originally bought as field drinks for Lingling, and there were a few leftovers. Bro, I want one. Me too. Thanks, bro Lin Mo. AI Tutu happily stuck in a straw. Yum. It's the perfect season for bubble tea right now. Crisp autumn winds howling in August. Give a nice tea a good shake. As she shook the cup, I finally understood what it meant to see a ridge from the front, a peak from the side. Forget one hand not being enough to cover it. Even 2 hands would struggle. Do you want some? Noticing me looking, the oblivious girl held up a chip. I don't really like chips. A moment later, she held up a jelly cup. Then try this. It seemed she couldn't stand to keep letting me sit there empty-handed. Thanks. This time I didn't turn her down. Bro Lin Mo, you smell so good, she said, leaning in to sniff. What body wash do you use? This was the first time she'd ever caught a nice scent on a guy. Her own brother was nothing but sweat. Just a bar of soap. I watched as she brazenly lifted the hem of my robe to sniff, that gifted pair of hers already pressing against my leg. You're not a puppy. What could you possibly smell out? Exasperated, I pushed her soft little face away. If it were possible, I'd love to be bro Lin Mo's. Before she could finish, I clapped a hand over her mouth. This girl had guts to spare. If I actually let her say it out loud, I was afraid the Northern Guard chief would fly over overnight and beat me to a pulp. Eek! She seemed to realize she'd gone too far, gasping as she sprang off me, a flush rising across her face. Knock, knock, knock. Munugio's voice came from outside. Linimo, Ellie, is AI Tutu over there? Doors unlocked. I answered, straightening the hem of my robe. The door opened, and Munugio, now in loose workout clothes, walked in, staring in bewilderment at AI Tutu, who was still frozen in front of the couch with a red face. Hold on, what are you blushing about? Did I come at a bad time? She asked, hesitant. No, Sister Mu, you came at exactly the right time. AI Tutu's moods came and went in a flash. She grabbed Munugio, pulled her down onto the couch, and shoved a cup of bubble tea at her. Bro, Linimo bought it. It's super good. Hurry and try it. This. Munugio seemed a little stiff. This was the first time she'd come to visit while Linimo was home. That evening, the two of them left carrying the trash. AI Tutu at least had a conscience. She took my trash out on her way. See you tomorrow, sweet dreams. Honestly, if I had some kind of affinity meter system, AI Tutu probably would have filled a whole screen with +1 affinity that afternoon. I hadn't even done anything, and this big bunny had practically won herself over. As for Munugio, we'd barely exchanged a few words all afternoon, friendly acquaintances at best. That ingrained sense of restraint had her quietly shelling nuts for AI Tutu the entire time. Bro, what's for a late-night snack? Ellie asked, still chewing on snacks. With me around, she didn't even have to worry about what to eat at night. Shumai okay? Sure. I placed an order for 50 shumai. 20 minutes later they arrived, and Ellie polished them off in no time. Bro, you're not eating? She tilted her head, looking puzzled. They were clearly delicious. I'm not hungry. After the feast, I went back to my room and was just about to settle in for the night when I saw Ellie, freshly washed up, standing in the doorway, her red eyes quietly watching me. Still hungry. I'm full. She shook her head. I want to sleep with bro. Her red silk nightgown was loose, and as she moved, the neckline slipped to reveal delicate collarbones and a sliver of her fair, slender neck. Aren't you able to sleep on your own now? She'd slept alone the whole 3 months I'd been away. But bro's back now. Those crimson eyes gazed at me pitifully. I can't. Crap. There's no saying no to this. Sure. Bro's the best. She scrambled onto the bed lightning fast, and even rolled back and forth a couple of times. Stop messing around and sleep properly. Fair enough. After 3 months curled up in a tent out in the wild, how could anything compare to your own big bed? Looks like next time I go out, I need to figure something out. Maybe I can bring a whole villa along. Morning. A pair of big bunnies poked in through the door first, and only then came AI Tutu's round little face. Bro Linimo, I'm here to watch a show with Ellie. Oh sure. I answered from my room upstairs, my tone matter of fact. Ever since Munugio and AI Tutu moved in next door, my door has rung at 9 sharp every morning. AI Tutu shows up daily with a new assortment of snacks, using keeping Ellie company for TV as her excuse to gauge how deep the waters run with me. This big bunny burns hot with enthusiasm, and while I hadn't actually tried to plumb her depths these past days, I hadn't missed out on any of the perks either. Make yourself at home. AI Tutu didn't stand on ceremony. She plopped down beside Ellie, shed her sun jacket, and sprawled into the couch. The scenery exposed by her deep V-neck was aimed straight at Ellie. Bro Lin Mo's still cultivating, and Sister Mu too. Those two are absolute cultivation maniacs. Bunny, you've said that same thing several times over the past couple days, Ellie reminded her. I'm just in the habit of complaining. SSSS. Before AI Tutu could finish, she suddenly stuck out her tongue in pain, tears nearly welling up. Bit my tongue, it hurts so bad. Don't be scared, I'll blow on it. Seeing a faint trace of blood on the tip of AI Tutu's tongue, Ellie leaned her cheek in close. The warm breath from her little mouth landed on the tip of AI Tutu's tongue. Warm, ticklish. Ah, Ellie, this is kind of weird. AI Tutu leaned back, her face flushing red. A moment ago, the two of them had been less than an inch apart, face to face. Why is it weird? Ellie blinked and tilted her head, genuinely confused. The trick had actually been taught to her by AI Tutu in the first place. Last time, when Ellie bumped her knee on the coffee table, it hadn't even hurt. AI Tutu had blown on it just like this. Blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Ellie, you must have been a super sheltered princess back among the dragons, huh? AI Tutu said with mock seriousness. She'd known for a while that Ellie was a sub-dragon species. As for how Ellie could take human form, her little head couldn't hold questions that deep, and she didn't care to. She just loved that pure innocence in Ellie. Finally, she wasn't the more naive one of the pair. Except, that little move Ellie just made had inexplicably reminded her of those videos she secretly watched. I really envy you. She quickly changed the subject. You don't have to cultivate. You just eat. Eat. Eat every day and get stronger, and you don't even gain weight. But I've never seen you cultivate either, Bunny, Ellie said, plain and honest. No, that's different. Sure, she was too lazy to cultivate, but at least she stuck to meditating a little each day. Not like Ellie, who directly converted the calories in her food into energy and poured it straight into her power. If the calories all became energy, where would the extra be to turn into fat? But Bunny, aren't these heavy? Ellie stretched out a finger and poked that big soft mass, squishy and bouncy. Heavy? Yeah, but I couldn't shrink him even if I tried. AI Tutu cupped them in both hands and gave them a bounce. At this rate, she felt like she'd have to get her bras custom-sized. Why couldn't all that growth have gone into her height instead? Truth be told, as much as AI Tutu loved her snacks, she wasn't really chubby. All the meat had grown right where it should. Click. Upstairs, I finished my meditation and opened the door, only to catch AI Tutu weighing her own chest, baring her cleavage. Was this her plan to lure the enemy out? Bro Linimo, you're done cultivating? You finished way faster than usual today. She turned her head my way instantly, yet not only did her hands not let go. In her distraction, she instinctively gave a squeeze. Ahem, it's broad daylight. Mind your image a little. It's fine, my clothes are on properly. Though her face was red, her mouth wasn't backing down. It's too hot out. Let me check if there are any drinks left in the fridge. Watching this big bunny yank open the fridge without a shred of hesitation, she'd clearly decided this place was her own home. Drink up, drink plenty, I teased. You've got 3 days left before a certain someone starts school and has to live on campus. Huh? I have to live on campus. She was stunned. Didn't they say Pearl students can move out and rent their own place? You can, but the first semester requires you to live on campus. Only after that can you move out. No, please no, she wailed. Then won't I be super far from Ellie? My TV shows. Living on campus doesn't mean you can't watch your shows. Can't I just skip it? Bro Linimo, you've definitely got away, right? Your teacher is Dean Xiao. After all, please, I'm begging you. Her face was all pleading. Sorry, no can do. I shook my head. It's a hard and fast school rule. Bro, this one's delicious. Ellie pounced over, holding up a snack. Really? Let me try. Smiling, I pulled her into my lap. This girl was soft and cuddly, pleasant to hold. I want in too. AI Tutu refused to be outdone. Ellie was just about to pass her one when, the next second, AI Tutu barreled right in, chest first, burying herself into my other side. Ellie froze on the spot. Boo-hoo. Only 3 days till goodbye. Let me hug bro Lin Mo too. This silly bunny. Even while hugging, she couldn't stay still, wriggling and nuzzling with zero self-awareness. If Ellie hadn't been present, I really would have shown her just how treacherous the human heart could be. Bro Lin Mo, when school starts, will you show me and Sister Moo around campus? She seized the chance to make her request, that ample chest squeezing against my arm. Pearl Academy's top student giving us a campus tour. How prestigious would that be? Can't. Dean Xiao needs me for something on the first day of school. Oh, I see. Well, all right then. On the first day of school, AI Tutu pushed the door open and came in, with Moon Nugio at her side. I locked onto her at a glance. You broke through. She had the aura of a mid-tier mage about her. Yep, broke through last night. Pretty impressive, huh? She said, brimming with pride. Congrats. But, in this room, you've still got the lowest cultivation. I smiled. Arg, Linimo, can't you let me be happy for even a minute? She flung herself into my arms, baring her teeth and claws, her little fists pounding away like she was throwing a tantrum. Mu Nugio stood off to the side watching the two of us flirt and squabble, feeling like a third wheel. Then again, On second thought, if I could motivate AI Tutu to cultivate more, that'd be a good thing. You're only single system mid-tier. Mu Nugio's already dual system mid-tier and can cast spells. I kept twisting the knife. I'm high tier and Ellie's lord level. Mu Nugio, watch what you say, don't drag your teammates down with you. Stop it. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. AI Tutu covered her ears and shook her head. Sure, she was playful and didn't much care about cultivation levels, but you couldn't just jab someone right in their sore spot to their face. Her sense of shame flared up. Well, for about 3 seconds. Teacher Guhan has something come up today. You'll fill in as referee for the Beast Battle tournament later, Dean Xiao said. Teacher, our academy isn't short on professors, is it? A student going up as referee doesn't look great, does it? Wouldn't that make Pearl's professors look weak? What's wrong with it? Dean Xiao smiled warmly. You know, a lot of this year's freshmen enrolled specifically because of your name. The quality is a whole cut above previous years. Having his own disciple admired like this gave the teacher's face a bit of glow too. It was a shame my year's exchange competition hadn't drawn the Imperial Capital Academy. Otherwise, Dean Xiao would have really loved to size up their Songyi. All right, teacher. I'll release a few wraiths when the time comes. Guaranteed no student gets hurt. I agreed. This year's class was the one I looked forward to most, and also the one with the least suspense. After all, I already knew the outcome. It'd basically be the MO fan show-off spectacular. But this time, with me as referee, no matter how dazzling his performance, the spotlight would still land on me. Star power, get it? Then it's settled. After the tournament, I'll grant you 2 weeks in the 3-step tower, Dean Xiao said, satisfied. I was satisfied too. Even though I'm his personal disciple, getting into the 3-step tower still needs some pretext. Pearl Academy isn't exactly his private property. Just releasing a few wraiths to freeload 2 weeks in the 3-step tower was a far better deal than a certain someone grinding through 200 matches and making enemies of the whole freshman class just to earn 1 week. Isn't that right, MO fan? I hear the 2 girls from the Northern AI family and the Magic City's Mu family became your neighbors? With the business settled, Dean Xiao started in on the gossip. Your information's really up to date, sir. They moved in over summer break. I only found out when I got back from the wild. Good, good. Young people who've made a name for themselves should mingle with the ladies more. He needled me. Taken a liking to either girl? The school forums say they're the freshman campus belles, both quite the lookers. Who said deans don't check the school forums? These old-timers love their gossip the most. Mu Nugio and AI Tutu each have their strengths, I suppose. I didn't answer directly, but wily old Dean Xiao caught the subtext at once. Well now, so he wants both. Then you'll have to keep working at it. He smiled without further comment. What man doesn't harbor a little fantasy of having it all? It's just that his disciple had been at it so long and still didn't have a single girlfriend beside him. Far too dedicated to the grind. You should cut down on your trips into the wild too. Hunting demons all the time like this, sooner or later a higher-tier demon's going to set its sights on you, he cautioned. Lord-level demons already had intelligence rivaling humans. Can't help it. I'm broke. I started crying poverty. Little Thunder Princess's formula, my cultivation resources, Ellie's cultivation resources. Just the soul seeds Little Thunder Princess had devoured over the past half-year added up to at least nearly 10 billion. But the results were spectacular. It had already been fed up to the commander advancement stage. If my summoning system cultivation weren't holding it back, it probably could have shot straight to Lord level. How about you put in the effort and lock down AI Tutu first? Dean Xiao started coaching his disciple on how to live off a woman. He'd nearly forgotten. His disciple was strong, sure, but his whole set of magic systems were gold-devouring beasts, a mutated undead system, a poison-type insect discipline, a summoning system, one man bankrolling an entire army, practically a superhuman. Young people shouldn't only think about hard work. Sometimes think about shortcuts too. Do a little more dating. Sir, is it really okay for you to teach me like this? I grumbled inwardly. I've been looking for shortcuts for ages. Dean Xiao, Old Man Bao, Guard Chief Hua. Which one isn't a big shot? I'm Dean Xiao's disciple, Old Man Bao's granddaughter's hunting partner, and I take on Guard Chief Hua's cleanup missions. What's wrong with it? When I was your age, I'd gone through several girlfriends. In Dean Zhao's eyes, his disciple was flawless in every way except for being too tunnel-visioned about his career. About that, I'm in no hurry. Career comes first. I certainly wouldn't dare tell him the one I'd set my sights on was Lingling. Say that out loud, and I'd definitely be branded a pervert. Ambition's a good thing. All right, go change into something more formal. Don't shatter all those fangirls' rose-tinted filters at once. He pointed at my shorts and t-shirt getup and burst out laughing. Fine. I hadn't expected to end up as referee, and this outfit really wasn't suitable. I hadn't even made it out the office door when Teacher Gu Han, dressed in a suit, hurried in. Lin Mo, you're here too. Teacher Gu Han, you came back from your leave. I glanced at Dean Xiao. I'd said so. The referee this year should be Teacher Gu Han. I hadn't misremembered. This man was the real workhorse, present at every event. Beast battles, exchange competitions, combat classes. Huh? What leave? Gu Han looked puzzled, but before he could finish, Dean Xiao cut him off. Teacher Gu Han, what are you doing here? Didn't you take leave? I even saw the message on your phone. Message on my phone. Gu Han pulled out his phone, took a look, froze for a second, then had a sudden realization. Ah, right. I've got something to attend to back at my hometown today. On the screen was a message Dean Xiao had sent. Teacher Gu Han, take these couple of days off. Paid, the good kind. No need to come to school. Me. Is putting on this whole act really worth it? I'd thought it was a case of the math teacher taking leave. Turns out it was the PE teacher passively falling ill. But I understood Dean Zhao's intent. He was building me up. I'd mentioned to him my plans to start a family clan. Given his position, openly helping me when people over wasn't appropriate, but giving me more face time at important occasions was. And what could leave a deeper impression than the freshman Beast Battle tournament? Inside the Beast Battle arena, students had claimed their seats early. A rough skin put the crowd at 6,000 or 7,000 at least. Not all freshmen, some upperclassmen come to enjoy the show too. Up on the platform, MO Fan sat in the summoning system section. The moment he saw me approach, he shot to his feet. Old Lin, you came to watch the tournament too. He glanced at my outfit. You're dressed pretty formal, not busy? Since coming to the Magic City, MO Fan had only seen me twice in total. The rest of the time we talked by phone, and I was always either busy or busy. Busy. That's exactly why I'm here to referee. I pointed at the name badge on my chest. You? Referee? Is that gonna work? Has Pearl's teaching staff really gotten this desperately short? The 6th summoning system freshman beside him, who'd been dumbfounded when I walked up, finally found their chance to chime in. Senior Lin Mo is Pearl's top student, high-tier cultivation. Fu Dehai jumped in to say. Seeing how familiar the two of us were, he'd assumed this always-late blonde kid was a friend of mine. Turned out he was just another clueless newbie sucking up to me. Not even knowing Lin Mo's cultivation, he's probably a fake fan. Holy crap, old Lin, you're that badass. Mo Fan was shocked. Then why didn't you brag to me about it? If he had that cultivation, he'd brag about it to a stray dog on the street. After all, back in Bo City there was only one high-tier mage, the head instructor. In his eyes, super tier was the pinnacle of humanity, and high tier was plenty for protecting yourself. Isn't it obvious? Saying it myself just isn't as impressive. I told you to read more books, but you insisted on going to feed the pigs. Your words, not mine. Nothing you say about yourself ever hits as good as letting someone else say it. Bro Lin, I need your protection. MO Fan snapped to it too. This was a golden chance to latch onto a big leg. TCH. Off to the side, the real fans ground their teeth, wishing they could take his place. So their genuine devotion counted for less than this MO Fan, a fake fan who didn't even know my cultivation level? I'm off. Looking forward to your performances later, I said encouragingly. Since I was already here, a few words of encouragement cost nothing. Got it, top student. My white armor war pincer is close to its advancement stage. Mine too. Back in high school, I could take on 200 at once. Top student, if I'm about to lose, could you save my summoned beast? The instant he said that, the other 5 turned in unison to look at the guy named Zheng Xiaobing. Well now, everyone else was flexing their strength, and you're the one begging for protection? Sure enough, scrawny summoner, weak summoned beast. Isn't that exactly what I'm here to do today? I said with a laugh and walked off. The moment I left, The summoning system freshmen's gazes all nailed themselves to MO Fan. MO Fan, you actually know the top student? You've met before. Yeah, met him several times. Brolin's a good guy, even cleared up some questions for me. MO Fan was sharp. He saw through their scheme at a glance. He dropped old Lin and switched to Bro Lin. If you're gonna latch onto a big leg, you'd better have the right attitude. Besides, a change of address wouldn't cost him a chunk of flesh. Then how about you take the lead spot later? Fu Dehai suggested, and the others chimed in one after another. Even Zheng Xiaobing nodded. You already know the top student. Your strength's gotta be solid. Yeah, take the lead. Show off the might of our summoning system. Who doesn't know the lead spot is the easiest to get targeted? MO Fan might not grasp these little schemes, but seeing this bunch egging him on so hard, he knew going first was bound to be a raw deal. Can't do it. My summoned beast got hurt a few days ago. No telling if it's recovered yet. He flatly refused. You all go first, I'll bring up the rear. Showing off always needs a foil. This whole routine, MO Fan knew it cold. The instant Dean Xiao stepped onto the stage, the entire arena fell dead silent. I'm very glad. His voice carried across the whole venue through the microphone. Standing on the platform, I silently recited the second half along with him in my head. It was nearly the same speech word for word every year, and this was my third time hearing it. I could recite it backward like an oath. Today, the summoning system are the stars. But that's fine. Defeat them, and you become the stars. Once the whole pep talk was done, thunderous applause broke out. But when it came my turn to step onto the stage, the entire arena hit its peak. I'm the referee for this beast battle tournament. May I invite the first summoning system student to the stage? The words had barely left my mouth when the girls' cheers in the crowd instantly drowned out the guys. From my angle looking down, the first 3 rows had all been swapped out for girls, row after row of long legs sheathed in white stockings, dazzling to the eye. September was still hot, so short skirts were perfectly normal. I even spotted AI Tutu and Moon Nugio dead center in the front row. I honestly had no idea how those two had squeezed their way into the audience's prime seats. AI Tutu especially was waving both hands and shouting my way at the top of her lungs. Bro Lin Mo, you got this. Dean Xiao. I got hasty. With Lin Mo here, the star can only be Lin Mo. Still, seeing his disciple this popular, he was genuinely happy for me from the bottom of his heart. Even the camera up on the arena ceiling was tactful. It swung away from the contestants and aimed straight at me. The referee outdrawing the contestants in cheers. This was a first in Pearl Academy's history. A tidal wave of attention like this, I had to seize it. The first up was still Fu Dehai. The first group of 5 challengers took the stage too. The summoning system may summon their beasts first, I reminded them. It's a beast battle. After all, you've got to let the summoned beasts come out first. Come forth, my white armor war pincer. A white creature, half scorpion, half crab, stepped out of the dimensional gate, its 2 massive pincers gleaming cold. Steamed with a bit of ginger and scallion should be nice. Those pincers definitely have meat in them. That was my first thought. But it was only at the servant stage, not worth much regard. Fortunately, the opponents were just 5 entry-tier mages, so it held a slight edge. After beating back 30 people in a row, a mid-tier clan disciple took the stage and downed Fu Dehai's summoned beast in a single blow. Next summoning system contestant, please enter. I raised a hand and blocked the spell chasing after Fu Dehai. Thank you, top student. Fu Dehai's face was full of gratitude. Without that block of mine, his summoned beast would have been left seriously wounded at best. No big deal. I didn't take it to heart. A bunch of amateurs pecking at each other. I couldn't even be bothered to summon a wraith. After that, clan disciples took the stage in rapid succession. The commoners up front had set the stage, and now everyone wanted to show their face in front of me. So the remaining 5 summoners, together, couldn't even get past 30 people and all bowed out in defeat. Of the 7 Calabash brothers, only Mo Fan, the lone survivor, was left. Soon, Mo Fan took the stage, his shadow wolf beast giving off the aura of the servant advancement stage. Bro Lin, you'd better keep an eye on your little bro's shadow wolf beast. He greeted me first. Once a summoned beast dies, the summoner's spirit takes a serious hit too. Bayong had demonstrated that much for him back in Bo City. Mo Fan fought group after group. By the time he'd taken down 100 people, that restless gene in his blood started acting up. I have a question. Go ahead. Bro Lin, if we beat 100 people, we only get to keep our own resources. Isn't that a little unfair? It's right there in the school rules, I answered. If you can beat 200, all the freshmen's resources become yours. Holy crap, it's that sweet a deal? That one shout sent the entire arena into an uproar. Every gaze whipped away from me and onto MO Fan's face. Wait, this guy's pretty cocky. Beat 200? Is he joking? Even top student Lin Mo didn't beat 200 when he enrolled. Idiot, the top student didn't have a summoning system back then. Arrogant. Who do you think you are, putting on airs? The crowd glared at Mo Fan. Wasn't he just treating them all as stepping stones? Anyone with weak cultivation, don't bother going up. Make way for us. Whether it was because I was present or because they'd been provoked by Mo Fan's cocky streak, the challenger line filled up in an instant. Munugio hesitated for just a moment and didn't even manage to grab a spot. Anyone past the 100 mark can head back, I said. Isn't sitting more comfortable than standing in line? 5 at a time is too few. I want to take on 10 at once. Mo Fan kept up the provocation. The more people at once, the messier the coordination. Sure, each match would be more pressure, but it had cut the number of rounds in half, so it was a net gain overall. How about you all? I asked the challengers. Arrogant. I'd like to see how he takes on 10 at once. That's right, we support Bro Bai. Seeing everyone agree, I nodded. Then it's 10 per round. Mo Fan, here to collect what's yours. The Bai clan youth who'd just been stirring things up took the stage with 9 others. Match, begin. The other side was still yapping. There's no way you can. Fire burst. Mo Fan slapped a fire system spell right in his face. The defenseless Bai clan youth was down on the spot, and I scooped him off the stage. You, eliminated. Wait, I don't accept that. He sneak attacked me. Dumbass. Mo Fan couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. Who told you to stand there running your mouth instead of making a move? He hadn't expected there'd actually be a fool handing over a free kill. Match continues. I set the guy down on the ground. Not a scratch on him. No need for the medical team. For the rounds that followed, Mo Fan fought slower and slower. It took a full 2 hours before he sent the last opponent off the stage, at the cost of exposing his shadow system. Mo Fan wins. I looked at him, worn out like a dog, and announced, in this beast battle tournament, the entire school's resources go to the summoning system. Though it went to this summoning system, everyone knew full well these resources belonged to Mo Fan alone. The moment the words landed, the crowd erupted again, and some even started crying poverty on the spot. You think it's unfair? You feel wrong. I asked, looking down at them from above. Top student, you know I'm just an ordinary student. Without my resources, what am I supposed to do? People have to accept the results of a bet they took. I countered. Back when you all wanted to plunder the summoning system's resources, why didn't you think it was unfair then? More than half the crowd went quiet, and those with any shame were already starting to feel ashamed. Losing isn't scary, but if you just wallow in self-pity, what's the point of cultivating magic at all? I casually served up a bowl of inspirational chicken soup. Inwardly, though, I made note of the few who kept complaining. Going forward, when recruiting people, I'd already crossed these names off my list. When has magic ever been smooth sailing? You all think Mo Fan's really strong, don't you? I mulled it over for a while and finally decided to use Mo Fan as an example. I obviously couldn't use my own record, or it'd just come off as bragging. This is an academy, so you still get to speak up. But once you're out in the real world, nobody's going to cut you any slack. Classic. The crowd below fell dead silent, every face full of disappointment. Figuring the moment was ripe, I switched gears. But then again, this isn't the real world yet. So, I'll cut you some slack this once. Quite a few pairs of eyes lit up in an instant. There's a twist? Everyone stared at my mouth, waiting for the words they'd been hoping to hear. For the resources from this beast fighting tournament, I'll personally foot the bill and make it up to you. My voice carried across the entire venue. Chief, I'm your dog. The chief's a legend. Just say the word. Who do we kill? The chief's so handsome. I want to have your babies. Get lost. Let me go first. The freshmen who'd been slumped and dejected a moment ago were practically screaming now, every single word dripping with praise. In that instant, hovering in midair. I might as well have been glowing in their eyes. The kids from noble families might not care about this pocket change, but most of the commoners counted on resources like these to train. Long live the chief. The cheers rolled in like a tidal wave, and my reputation shot up to its peak in that very moment. Up on the stage, a lightning element department head asked hesitantly, "Headmaster, is this really a good idea? What's not good about it?" Dean Xiao slapped a label on it right away. Lin Mo's making up the resources out of his own pocket. Since when is helping your fellow students wrong? No, Headmaster, I mean, isn't it a bit much for Mo Fan to plunder resources like that? Dean Xiao, I already said it. There really is such a rule in the Academy Code. Didn't you check it yourself? Earlier, when I read out that rule, plenty of department heads objected, and Dean Xiao shut them all down single-handedly. The truth was, nobody actually believed Mo Fan could beat 200 people. Who'd have guessed he'd actually pull it off? Then my family could. One teacher figured out the angle. This was a great chance to score some reputation. No need. Lin Mo's already covered the resources. Dean Xiao flatly refused. He was going to back his own student, no question. Amid the cheers filling the venue, I slowly made my exit. It was only 40 million, after all. These days Little Thunder G goes through one soul seed a week, and just her weekly food supply starts at 400 million minimum. Trading half a day of her rations for the goodwill of every freshman? Absolutely worth it. When I build a family down the line and come here to recruit, there'll naturally be people rooting for me. Like I always say, Lin Mo, may be short on big money, but I'm never short on the small stuff. Nicely done. From now on, when you recruit, people will always remember your kindness. Dean Xiao patted my shoulder. Here's hoping I can land a few with real talent. I planned to wait until I broke through to the super tier before founding a family. After all, you need a super tier mage anchoring it to count as a true noble house. High tier at best gets you a minor clan. Someone like Mu Zhuiyun, a mid-tier mage, could only lord it over a nowhere backwater town like Bo City. My standards aren't high. When I hit super tier, I just need to recruit a few mid-tier mages at full cultivation. I shrugged. This year's crop has plenty of good seedlings. Dean Xiao smiled. As long as your terms aren't too harsh, you can use the Galaxy Vein to lure them over easily enough. The Galaxy Vein was the real trump card noble houses used to recruit ordinary mages. Generally speaking, you had to sign on to serve a family for at least 20 years before you qualified for a share. Some houses even made you sign lifetime contracts, which was basically no different from selling yourself into servitude. I'm not some greedy capitalist, and I don't need them to be great fighters. I shrugged. Down the road, I'd leave the family's defense to my undead legion. The mages I recruited just needed sharp minds and passable cultivation. It was different for other noble houses. They recruited commoner mages precisely to throw them at dangerous jobs. After all, you couldn't very well use your own kids as cannon fodder. When you have time, go take a look around the main campus. They've made quite a few changes over there lately. Dean Xiao changed the subject. He knew my character well, hardworking, principled, and just plain broke. Sure, I'll go check it out in a few days. I happen to have some free time lately. Then go now? It's not far anyway. He chuckled cheerfully. Wouldn't want you to end up not even recognizing the main campus. Have the changes been that big? They swapped out a batch of public training facilities, built a few large gymnasiums, and expanded the Little Grove. Me? Everything else made sense, but what the heck was up with expanding the Little Grove? Were there so many more couples now that the Grove wasn't big enough? Actually, all of this has something to do with you. Dean Zhao's smile grew brilliant. These past couple of years, our Mingzhu Academy's enrollment numbers have exploded, and the quality of students has gone up quite a bit too. Too many people are getting into the main campus. Resources are stretched thin, and the higher-ups allocated a lot more funding. Give it a few years, and our scale will catch up to the imperial capitals. The Imperial Capital Academy and Mingzhu Academy held firm as the top two in the country, so naturally, they were quietly competing. Then congratulations, old man. If Mingzhu really catches up to the Imperial Capital, my diploma's value will only go up. I joked. Isn't having a student like me more of an honor than the school's ranking? Go on, take a look at the main campus now. Besides, you've still got 2 weeks of 3-step tower time you haven't used. All right. I was a little puzzled about why he was rushing me so hard. Didn't get it, but I respected it. Anyway, I was free now. The main campus. Yumian, go take a look around on your own. Dean Xiao needs my help with something. Dean Fu said to the girl beside him. Okay, Grandpa Fu, go handle your business. I'll just wander around. The girl was tall and willowy, but her aura was extremely gentle, like a literary type with a touch of melancholy. Remember not to leave campus. I can be there in a heartbeat if anything comes up. Dean Fu both instructed and reassured her. I'll be careful. Chief, what brings you to the main campus today? Chief Lin's not heading home again, is he? Only Chief Lin could treat the three-step tower like his own home. Someone said, face full of envy. As I walked along the main campus paths, I was surrounded by friendly greetings on all sides. Most of them I didn't recognize, but I still nodded back politely. When you're out in public, you've got to maintain your image. First impressions are a big deal, you know. Here's an analogy. Say someone's whole family got wiped out, and there are 3 suspects, Xiao Yin, Lu Mingfei, and Tang San. Who would you suspect? The answer's obvious, isn't it? But just greeting people gets tiring, so as I walked, I turned off toward a quieter area. This spot was next to the Academy's herb fields and library. Aside from the botany department and theory class teachers, hardly anyone ever came here. A lot of the botanical herbs and monster seeds I brought back from the wilderness were planted here. I supplied the botany department with materials, and they tended them for me free of charge. Win-win. Just then, I sensed a massive, chaotic wave of mental energy heading my way. It wasn't as strong as mine, but it was terribly tangled, like a knot of twisted, snarled threads. By rights, mental energy is something you hammer out bit by bit on your own, so it shouldn't ever spiral out of control. A name I'd nearly overlooked suddenly popped into my head. In all of Mingzhu, she was the only one who fit this description. The mind element afflicted, Ding Yumian. I followed the direction of the mental energy, and sure enough, I found a girl in the herb fields. She wore a simple pleated skirt with a white blouse. On anyone else this outfit might have looked plain, but on her it showed off that stunning figure to the fullest, long, straight legs, and a slender waist. What contrasted with that smoking hot body was her serene, elegant face, gorgeous like the young lady of a distinguished household from the water towns of the south. She had the frame of a mature beauty, yet somehow gave me the impression of the girl next door. Her eyes weren't quite as clear as Huili eyes had been when I first met her, but not far off, carrying a pitiable, delicate quality. From a distance, the moment she saw me approaching, she whipped around and changed direction like a startled rabbit. Me? Do I really look that scary? From her scattered mental energy, I caught the faintest trace of panic. In just 2 steps, I'd caught up to her. Hi there. You seem pretty scared of me. Ding Yumian was so cautious even in turning to leave, terrified I'd notice, that naturally, she couldn't walk very fast. No, I just have something to do. Something to take care of. Her voice was very soft, and she didn't dare look me in the eye, just kept her head down and stared at her own toes. Well, with those 2 obstacles up front, staring at her toes was about all she could manage to see. Really, I pressed. I really hadn't expected the girl with such a tragic fate in the original story to be this shy now. That miserable background. Dean Li had literally driven Ding Yumian into becoming the wailing banshee. Quite the piece of work, really. In terms of sheer awfulness, he was no less vile than that Song He, who padded his own record by using students as fodder. Both loved to bully people under the banner of righteousness, standing on the moral high ground while pointing fingers at everyone else. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Mo. I know, Ding Yumian. A painted boat, listening to the rain, sleeping. That's a lovely name. Note, her name, Yumian, literally means rain sleep, echoing a line of classical poetry. At that moment, up in the air, Dean Xiao and Dean Fu were using space element magic to conceal themselves, gazing down from above at me and Ding Yumian in the herb fields. Are you sure it's really okay, the 2 of them like this? Dean Fu stared down below, his tone full of worry. What could possibly go wrong? Look, aren't they chatting pretty well? Dean Xiao couldn't care less. He was a man of action, since he'd made up his mind to set me and Ding Yumian up. There was no time like the present, so today was the day. After all, Ding Yumian had only just been brought to the main campus by Dean Fu that very day. Mostly I'm afraid Yumian will get taken advantage of. That kid Lin Mo. One look and you can tell he's not exactly well-behaved. Dean Fu genuinely doted on Ding Yumian like his own granddaughter. I taught the boy myself. You think I don't know him? Lin Mo's character is solid. It's not about character, it's old Fu. Dean Xiao cut him off, his tone softening. Since you've already agreed to let the two of them meet, stop overthinking it. It's just a meeting. We two old geezers should just watch them develop freely. You and I both know how the holy city treats the afflicted. A few years back, Qin Yuer was a bloody lesson. You're getting on in years yourself. You can't shelter Yumian for her whole life. Dean Fu opened his mouth, but said nothing. In a few more years, you won't even be able to hold on to your peak condition. Damn it, old Xiao. I've been putting up with you for a long time now. Dean Fu bristled, glaring. Aren't you just 5 years younger than me? We're both super-tier cultivators. You telling me you won't grow old too when the time comes? Right, but the 5 years younger me is the dean of all Mingzhu, and you're just a department head. You came here specifically to tick me off, didn't you? If I'd known, I never should have agreed to your scheme. Of course not. You're my great partner, after all. Dean Xiao smiled. Come to think of it, you're the one coming out ahead. So many noble houses and clans want their legitimate daughters to marry Lin Mo, and none of them have managed it yet. Dean Fu waved his hand and conceded, shutting his mouth. If only he could beat Dean Xiao, he'd have genuinely loved to drag the man off somewhere private and settle things. He was baffled, too. Both of them super-tier cultivators, so how could he never win against old Xiao? Was it because the guy was younger and full of energy or something? Dean Xiao snickered to himself. Bet you never saw this coming. I'm actually a 3-element forbidden curse mage. I've been playing dumb and holding back on you all along. Meanwhile, over in the herb fields, I was dealing with this startled little white rabbit. Ding Yumian had panicked for a brief moment, but she quickly reined her emotions back in. Her mental energy couldn't withstand too much fluctuation, and any big swing would send it spiraling out of control. Miss Ding, since we happened to run into each other, it must be fate. How about we take a walk together? I extended the invitation. As for the mental energy issue, I'd bring it up once we got more familiar. Springing it on her now might scare her off. She didn't say a word, but I could clearly sense her mental energy spinning back and forth. Something was off, though. In the original story, her personality wasn't nearly this shy. Just as I figured she'd either refuse or agree with a blush, the girl suddenly lifted her head. Mr. Lin, do you say this to every girl? Me? Where'd that shyness from a second ago go? Something wasn't right. No, I just think you're special. Because I'm pretty? She blinked. Of course. That's part of it. I nodded. Just to stroll around the herb fields? Nothing else. At this point, I was completely certain there was definitely some strange mechanism going on with Ding Yumian. What I mean is, I really do have something I need to discuss with you. How about we talk while we walk? Okay. My heart skipped a beat. Oh, why do I suddenly get the feeling that I'm the prey here? The two of us walked forward along the herb fields, the fresh fragrance of the spirit herbs drifting on the breeze. May I ask something forward? She spoke up first. How do you control your mental energy? I feel like your mental energy is even more massive than mine. I know this might be something precious, but Oh, that. As long as it doesn't surge too much all at once, you can actually just suppress it directly. There's no real trick to it. I shook my head. Ding Yumian's problem was that after she awakened her mind element, her mental energy shot up from bottom tier all the way to the 5th realm in one go. It grew too fast, too violently, which was why she couldn't control it. I see. Well, all right then. She was visibly disappointed, but it was as if she'd expected as much. That said, Miss Ding, I switched gears. If you just want to fix the problem of your mental energy running wild, that's actually something I can do. Really? Her eyes lit up all at once, her whole spirit lifting. You really have a way? Mr. Lin. I do. Just fixing the chaos. I can manage that. I nodded. Also, from now on you can just call me Lin Mo. Then, why doesn't Mr. Lin call me Yumian? She shot back. Yumian. I said it straight out. Calling her Yumian. Yumian calling me. In that very instant, I sensed her mental energy fluctuate again, as if it had split into all sorts of emotions warring inside her. A secondary personality? No, that didn't seem quite right either. After puzzling over it for a while, I finally got a handle on her situation. Ding Yumian wasn't one person at all, but a main personality combined with many fragments of emotion. Whenever her feelings swung wildly, the corresponding emotion would fuse with the main personality, which was why her demeanor kept shifting from one moment to the next. No wonder she'd seemed like two different people earlier. It was a personality switch. In just that short span, I detected 9 hidden emotions inside her: shyness, fear, anger, sorrow, joy, surprise, disgust, shame, and lust. You noticed, didn't you? She asked, seeing my expression shift slightly. This is my affliction art. 9 emotions. If I fluctuate too strongly, I can even affect most of the people in the demon capital. She explained. Every afflicted has their own unique affliction art. Most of the demon capital? That's pretty impressive. I smiled. You're not afraid? Afraid of what? I shot back. Come on. You can affect a whole city's worth of people, and you think I can't? Unleash an undead calamity paired with a swarm race calamity, and I could do the same. If I wanted to go full dark cultivator, wiping out a few small nations wouldn't even be difficult. And besides, 9 emotions? Doesn't that mean I'd get to experience 9 different flavors down the road? 9 tastes, 9 sensations. You really are different. Her eyes grew even brighter. Actually, when you think about it, the two of us should be the same kind of people. I said, sure, I wasn't an afflicted, but this fusion talent of mine was even more freakish than being one, honestly. To get Ding Yumian to open up, the most important thing was finding common ground, making her feel like we were the same kind. Once a solitary person accepts that, the difficulty of winning them over drops by at least half. Really, sure enough, a light burst from her eyes that hadn't been there before. Mingzhu folks don't lie to Mingzhu folks. I stake it on Dean Zhao's good name. Dean Xiao up in the air. Why can't I sense any aura from you? Ding Yumian wondered. By rights, afflicted were supposed to be able to sense one another. Because your cultivation is lower than mine, that's why. I bluffed with a completely straight face. I'm already high tier, while you're still mid-tier, so it's perfectly normal that you can't sense it. Is that really how it is? She tilted her head, her big eyes full of doubt. Of course. And here's some more good news. I kept spinning the tale. High-tier mages gain a mastery over their power. Once you reach that point, you'll be able to try controlling your own power yourself. Really? Then what do I do for now? She looked at me, eyes brimming with hope. For now, we snip away the excess mental energy, of course. As I spoke, a rice grain-sized bug radiating mental waves materialized in my palm. Here, a soul-devouring goo bug. Its specialty is devouring mental energy. This was one of the 2 great goo bugs that Ling Ling and I had found in the ruins back then. By now they bred into the tens of thousands. It's so tiny, will it really work? She looked half convinced. Don't worry, if one's not enough, we use a swarm. I said, so want to give it a try? She nodded. I trust you. Above the clouds. Old Xiao, that's not very decent of you. Hiding a treasure like this on your disciple. It's been all this time, and you didn't say a word to me. Dean Fu said sourly. Well, it just slipped my mind. Old age, bad memory. Dean Zhao's eyes darted away. Soul-devouring goo bugs? He genuinely had no idea about them. He rarely bothered with Lin Mo's resources. The disciple's talent was outstanding to begin with, and resources were just icing on the cake. Damn, if you'd told me sooner your disciple had a treasure like this, what was I even hesitating about? Next time for sure. The 2 men returned their gaze below, ready to jump in and save the girl the instant anything went even slightly wrong. Are you ready? The goo bug in my hand took flight, circling around Ding Yumian. I'm ready. The words caught in her throat as she grew nervous. It's fine, it'll be quick. I reassured her. Behind her, out of her sight, dozens of soul-devouring goo bugs went to work at once, devouring bit by bit the mental energy she couldn't control. That mental energy, tangled like threads, was carved up and feasted on like noodles. An afflicted's mental energy tasted no less exquisite than a state banquet. The goo bugs handled it with perfect precision, devouring only the overflowing, uncontrollable portion, never once touching the root of her mental essence. I feel so much lighter. She blinked, feeling like her whole self had shed several pounds, no longer carrying that old heaviness. There, all the excess mental energy of yours is cleaned out. I recalled the goo bugs. The rice grain-sized creatures had now swelled to the thickness of a pinky finger, their round little bellies looking just like a bunch of balls. Thank you so much. She hopped up and down on the spot in delight. Thank you, Linimo. Don't mention it. But it's not entirely without a follow-up plan. I released a few more rice grain-sized goo bugs. Take these. When your mental energy grows out of control, just feed it to them. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? She didn't dare take them. This should affect your combat strength, right? It's fine. I've got more than just these few. Besides, did you forget? My primary discipline is the undead element. She spent a long time thinking about how to repay me, and finally, a little bashfully squeezed out. How about I treat you to a meal? Sure. Then, shall we go? Blushing, she took the goo bugs. When our palms brushed, her cheeks flushed even hotter. Switched to the shy personality? Watch where you're going. You're about to walk into a tree. I warned. Ah. Oh. She hurriedly swerved and thunk, walked headfirst right into my chest. Once she realized what had happened, she instantly turned into a steaming kettle, smoke practically rising from the top of her head. 10 minutes later. This is the school cafeteria? I looked at Ding Yumian. What kind of decent person treats someone to a meal at the cafeteria? Yep. I ate here this morning, and it was really good. She said, dead serious. All right, I'll eat with you then. I smiled. But if it's not good, this doesn't count. Honestly, I'd never once eaten at the cafeteria. Above the clouds, Dean Xiao grabbed Dean Fu and flashed away. It's the young folks' fun. Why should we two old men crash the party? Dean Fu thought to himself, that's not what you were saying a minute ago. Still, seeing that Ding Yumian's problem could really be solved, he was genuinely happy deep down. Fine, let's go. But that bottle of wine in your collection, you gonna break it out? I'll let you drink your fill. Dean Xiao agreed readily. His disciple was about to steal away old Fu's foster granddaughter. What was one bottle of wine? The moment Ding Yumian and I walked into the cafeteria side by side, we immediately drew a wave of whispers. Is that the newly crowned campus beauty, Ding, from the main campus this year? Whoa, it really is her. I actually got to see her in person. How shallow, just gawking at the campus beauty. Take a look at who's next to her. Who, Chief Lin? Holy crap, the chief and the campus beauty came to eat at the cafeteria together? The bit of admiration all around instantly turned into the excitement of watching drama unfold. The campus beauty wasn't theirs anyway, but the gossip was something they could actually sink their teeth into. Besides, who'd dare fight me for a junior? Listening to all the chatter, the blush on Ding Yumian's face crept all the way down her snow-white neck. Everyone go eat. What are you all crowding around us for? Think I can't get a full meal or something? I spoke up. You can't get full, but you can get your fill of gossip. Of course, nobody around dared say that out loud. Since I'd spoken, the crowd dispersed one after another. But every single one of them kept their ears perked, determined to catch every last bit of the juicy story. By the time the two of us finished eating and came out, we ran right into a beaming Dean Xiao and a rather displeased-looking Dean Fu. Teacher Dean Fu? Grandpa Fu, hello Dean Xiao. Looks like you two got along pretty well. Dean Xiao smiled warmly. Yumian, that kid Linimo didn't play you, did he? Dean Fu also gave a wry twitch of his lips. He'd thought highly of me before, but now, the more he looked at me, the more he felt my hair was looking a bit yellow. Note, implying he now viewed me as a suspicious, up-to-no-good sort. No, Linmo's been really nice. Ding Yumian hurried to speak up for me. Let's talk in my office, Dean Xiao said with a smile. Already, several students nearby had pretended to just be passing by while eavesdropping. The words had barely left his mouth when space rippled, and the four of us vanished from the cafeteria entrance in an instant. The space element sure is convenient. I marveled, watching myself arrive at the office in the blink of an eye. I had the space element too. I just couldn't ferry people around the way Dean Xiao could. In fact, it wasn't just the space element. I could use every auxiliary element outside my primary one. They just came with no special bonuses. This was a card I never intended to show. At a critical moment, it could genuinely save my life. Linimo, you know why I called you here this time? You mean it's about Yumian? That was the only thing I could guess. We'd only parted that afternoon, and here he was calling me in that same evening. I even suspected that my chance encounter with her had been arranged by Dean Xiao all along. That's right. Only, I never imagined you'd actually be able to solve Yumian's situation. Just lucky, really. And it's only temporary suppression. It doesn't cure the root of it. I replied, looks like 9 times out of 10, this encounter was a setup by my teacher. What was this supposed to be, a hidden bonus? Huh. Being able to suppress it is already remarkable. When it came to Yumian's condition, both Dean Fu and I were at a loss. Dean Fu nodded along, finding me a few shades more agreeable again. To be able to do this much is already very impressive. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning the soul-devouring goo bugs. That was my own fortuitous find. What Dean Xiao was thinking was, what young person doesn't come across a few lucky breaks in their youth? Lin Mo, Dean Fu continued, when you have time from now on, keep Yummy in company more often. This child is too sensible for her own good, and she's had it too hard. Consider it a personal request from me. If you ever need anything, you can always come to me. Grandpa Fu, Yumian grew flustered. Dean Fu, you're too kind. Yumian and I are friends. Of course I'll come see her when I have time. I looked at the girl beside me and said with a smile, the afflicted were indeed disasters, but at the end of the day, it just came down to not being able to command their own power. Fix that problem, and you've got a seed for a forbidden curse mage, the kind that doesn't even cost much in resources at that. Thank you. From now on, you can take Yumian around to see all of Mingzhu. Her days shouldn't be confined to this little corner of the academy. To keep the power inside her in check, Dean Fu had never once let her leave Mingzhu. Rest assured I will. I can go out. Ding Yumian's eyes filled with delighted surprise. Silly girl, since you can control yourself now, of course you can go out and see the world. But no running off out of the demon capital. Dean Fu instructed lovingly. Thank you, Grandpa Fu. And thank you, Lin Mo and Dean Xiao. Old Fu, come play a couple rounds of chess with me. I'll go play chess with Dean Fu. You young folks talk. Everything that needed saying had been said, so Dean Xiao grabbed Dean Fu's arm and, with a hearty laugh, vanished right in front of the two of us. Now only Ding Yumian and I were left in the office, and her shy personality had taken over again. She wasn't dumb. Of course she could tell what all that meant just now. They were trying to set us up. What are you being shy about now? I looked at her, and there was the bug. The moment she thought about the deans playing matchmaker, she got shy. The moment she got shy, she couldn't help her thoughts drifting that way, and the result was, her face got redder and redder. The sky gradually darkened. After chatting for a while, I finally waved goodbye to her. When I got home and opened the door, I saw AI Tutu sprawled out on my couch, one arm around Huilei and the other around Munugio, completely at ease. This big rabbit really didn't treat herself as an outsider. Big brother Lin Mo, you're back. The moment she saw me, she was the first to bounce up, even beating Huilei to it by half a beat. You were absolutely amazing today, just like. She suddenly hit a wall. You sure know how to enjoy yourself, more than I do. I reached out and flicked her forehead. I hadn't even gotten to have a girl on each arm yet, and here she was enjoying it first. Ow, that hurts. Actually, don't let Sister Moo's slim figure fool you. Her thighs are super soft. Want to give them a TR. Bunny. Munugio hurriedly cut her off. Too late to cover her mouth. I'm just saying. AI Tutu stuck out her tongue. Big brother Lin Mo. Actually, Sister Moo and I have been waiting for you, but you didn't show up. And those full discipline resources Mo fan grabbed. Why should you be the one to make them up? You're just too soft-hearted. Her eyes were full of little stars of sympathy. Actually, on the way back, Munugio had already explained to her the logic behind doing it that way, but she still ached over it on my behalf. Still, with the freshman's resources, think how many snacks you could buy. It was only 30 or 40 million. I said, 30 million in freshman resources, and I, Lin Mo, shouldered it all by myself. Whoa, moneybags. Please, be my sugar daddy. She latched right onto my leg. Ever since starting college, aside from cultivation resources, her family had shrunk her monthly allowance down to just 200,000. It wasn't enough. It was nowhere near enough. Bunny, there you go talking nonsense again. Munugio walked over too. Her own best friend was constantly trying to push her out the door. After a pause, she spoke up seriously. If it's all right with you, I'd like to see the gap between us. On the day of the beast fighting tournament, she'd kept her eyes on my strength the whole time. barely even paying attention to Mo Fan taking on 200 people back to back. The gap? You sure you want to see it? I stroke my chin. Don't get too discouraged now. A dual-element mid-tier like you. I could take on 10,000 of you single-handed. But that part one didn't say out loud. Please, let me have a look. I'm begging you. Tell you what. I mused for a moment and decided to put it gently. Tomorrow I'll release 10 War General class skeletons. You pick any one of them and see if you can beat it. Even the most ordinary War General class skeleton, while not a match for other monsters of the same tier, still had combat strength worthy of a dual-element mid-tier mage. And skeletons like that, I had a good few 100,000 of them. I wasn't bragging. Those small nations without any forbidden curse mages anchoring them, I could steamroll flat with a single undead calamity. Take Peru, for instance. That place actually has quite a few treasures. Okay, thank you so much, Linemo. Moon Nugio was brimming with fighting spirit. In her mind, skeletons were a race that was relatively weak in one-on-one combat. Surely she couldn't lose to a single one? After saying our goodbyes, she dragged off a thoroughly unwilling AI tutu. Early the next morning, I brought the 3 girls to Mingzhu Academy's training grounds. 3 ordinary skeletons, 2 wraiths, 2 bronze skeletons, 1 silver skeleton, 1 skeleton lightning mage, and 1 skeleton bone dragon. Which do you pick? I released the 10 undead in order of combat strength, from lowest to highest. These were all types I'd shown off before. As for the skeleton lightning mage, when I was wiping out those monster tribes, it was my back row bomber, so there was no hiding it. My principle was, just keep the true numbers of my undead, my peak combat strength, and my high-grade units hidden, and everything else didn't matter. On the surface, 10,000. In reality, 2 million. Showing commander class. In reality, monarch class. Revealing silver class. In reality, star radiance class. Of course, the undead angels had to be kept dead tight hidden. The instant they were exposed, the holy city would come knocking for sure. Whoa, there's even a skeleton mage. AI Tutu exclaimed. Does it really know lightning magic? It does. And that silver skeleton, is it really made of silver? She wasn't scared at all. She even reached out and rapped on those bones. No, it's just a name. Oh, and here I thought I was about to get rich. Seeing her look of regret gave me a headache. Even if it were real silver, how much could you get by melting the whole thing down? At $13 a gram, a pound would only be about 13,000, and 300 pounds would only come to 3,600,000. That'd be worse than just selling the skeleton outright. A single War General class silver skeleton could fetch at least 30 million. Are you ready? I looked at Munugio. Today she deliberately tied her hair up in a high ponytail, dressed in a light blue athletic outfit. Ready. I choose the skeleton lightning mage. She took a deep breath. All right. I gave a big wave of my hand and moved the remaining 9 off to the corner. Go play over there. Oh, come on. Willie-eye. Let me see if I can chip off a piece of silver to keep as a souvenir. Me? You really are dead broke. Center of the field. Just a heads up, the skeleton lightning mage's basic attacks are instant cast, so be careful. Munugio, I got careless. Wind track, flash step. Her 7 blue stars linked up, a wind element spell cloaking her body and sending her movement speed soaring. Instant casting was a huge threat to mages. After all, mages are all glass cannons. The undead flame in the skeleton lightning mage's eye sockets flickered, locking firmly onto her line of movement. With a wave of its staff, a few thunderballs came crashing in, laced with chains of lightning. Magic vine growth. What she'd awakened were the wind and botanical elements. Vines shot up wildly before her, blocking the attack even as they burst apart. Wind track, drifting shadow. Magic vine bind. She kept each casting under 3 seconds. Her command of the star points was quite good. Thick vines rose up from beneath the skeleton's feet, coiling from the ground up and clamping down tight. That easy. Seeing her opponent not even bother to dodge, Munugio's face was full of disbelief. Careful. That bit of crushing force won't hurt my skeleton. I warned. The next moment, arcs of lightning crackled through the gaps in the vines, and in a flash, lightning flooded out. The skeleton lightning mage broke free with ease. How is that possible? Not a bit of effect at all. Munugio could only dodge again as the electric arc scattered, Get grazed by even one, and you'd be left stiff for a good while. Lightning wasn't as brutal as fire, nor did it have the same range, but its overall capabilities were extremely strong. Penetration, burst, control, everything except defense, it excelled at. Nugio was pushed to the point where she could only scrape by with low-tier spells, with no chance to link up a mid-tier one at all. Big brother Linimo, go easy on Sister Mu, would you? AI Tutu ran out from the corner to plead, both hands wrapped around my arm, her chest rubbing back and forth against it. Fine, I nodded. The truth was, the skeleton lightning mage had already been holding way back. It hadn't used most of its lightning magic at all. Then let's switch to melee. The words had barely left my mouth when the skeleton stopped waving its staff to cast. Instead, it gripped the staff like a club and chased right after Munugio. Sure, it was a mage, but at its core it was still a silver skeleton. Who said a mage can't fight up close? Off to the side, Huiliai watched the chase, two figures reflected in her crimson eyes. A skirmish at this level was no different from a toy to her. She was even puzzled why Munugio wasn't using a weapon. Sister Mu, want a blade? Huiliai will lend you hers. She unfastened the long blade at her waist. No thanks. Munugio wasn't a melee mage. Her physique had only just reached the early servant class. Go toe-to-toe with a skeleton? One whack from that club, and she'd probably cry for half a day. All right. Huiliai didn't understand, but she respected it. Wind disc, tornado. I deliberately had the skeleton slow its attack speed, giving her a chance to link up a mid-tier spell. Prison, wild growth. A mage's mana pool is never that big to begin with, usually only enough for 4 or 5 spells of the corresponding cultivation level. Big brother Linimo, your undead aren't creepy at all, totally different from what I imagined. AI Tutu said. Same skeletons, and they didn't look much different, but she just found mine to be clean-cut and handsome. Was this a case of loving the messenger for the message's sake? There she went with her wandering thoughts again. That's because my undead carry the light attribute. I said. AI Tutu's first awakened element was actually the light element, and the second element she'd awakened at mid-tier a few days ago was the botanical element, just like Munugio's. He almost forgot. On the field, Munugio's magic energy was nearly drained dry, while the skeleton lightning mage was still hopping around, full of life. I concede. After releasing her last spell, she called out helplessly, completely wrung out, unable to squeeze out a single drop more. Come on back. I recalled the skeleton. Don't recall it. I want to check out its staff. AI Tutu hurriedly stopped me. How'd it feel? I looked at Munugio. I can't beat it. If you hadn't held back, I wouldn't have lasted this long at all. She'd now seen the gap between the two of us clearly. A thought even crossed her mind. If she died someday, she probably wouldn't even qualify to be one of my skeletons. Have some water. Huiliai handed over a water bottle. Thank you, Huiliai. The sweat on Munugio's cheeks had soaked through her collar, revealing a hint of scenery beneath. Big brother Linimo, you go on ahead. I'm going to drag Huiliai out shopping. AI Tutu said, then linked arms with Huiliai and walked off. I'm going back to cultivate. Seeing that only the two of us were left, Munugio didn't wait around for me to try and make her stay. She chased after the other two like she was running away. Damn, why's everyone acting so weird? Normally this big rabbit could hardly wait to stick to me like glue. Why was she being so out of character today? Whatever. I'm already here, so I might as well go cultivate in the 3-step tower. Out on the street, AI Tutu kept dragging Huiliai around one corner after another. Bunny, are we going to buy snacks? Yep. We're running low on snacks at home. But this isn't the way to the mall. Huiliai tilted her head. Haha. Well, that thing. You wait here for 2 minutes. AI Tutu ducked around another corner. In less than 2 minutes, she was back. Bunny, why's your face all red? Ran too fast, got hot. She brushed it off. Come on, let's go buy snacks. Oh, and Huiliai, could you leave your door unlocked tonight? How come? Don't ask about that. You'll get it someday. Okay. Huiliai nodded. Bunny was a good person. She surely wouldn't do anything to hurt her. 2 weeks later, I came out of the 3-step tower and got back to the apartment in the evening. By now I was a level 2 high tier in the undead element, a level 2 high tier in the poison element, and a level 3 mid tier in the summoning element. Huiliai, watching TV all by yourself. I grabbed a handful from the bag of chips in her arms. Sister Bunny said she's not coming over tonight and told me to leave the door unlocked for her. Me. The way you string that sentence together, how is anyone supposed to make sense of it? Remember to go to bed early tonight. Don't stay up too late watching. I gave Willie a hug, then turned and headed upstairs to cultivate. By my estimate, it wouldn't be long before I pushed the summoning element to full cultivation, and at that point, I'd be high tier in 3 elements. Just kidding. I'm actually high tier in 15 elements. The night was deep and quiet. I sat cross-legged at the head of my bed, and all kinds of elements came pouring into my body, fighting each other to get in first. I'd basically been handed every cheat code in the game, and of course a cultivation cheat couldn't be missing from the list. My magic affinity was already sky-high, giving me at least double the speed of anyone else, and on top of that I had Vermilion Bird's tenfold boost. Just as I was sinking deep into my meditation, the front door of the apartment gave the faintest little click. The prism beetle I'd planted in advance instantly fed the image back to me. The door was being pushed open a crack, and a small, dainty figure slipped in without a sound, moving like a guilty little cat sneaking around. AI Tutu. Even in the darkness, her cheeks were flushed bright red. The prism beetle measured her racing heartbeat, nervous, thrilled, excited, with a little tremor of doing something forbidden. I just watched as she crept on tiptoe up to my bedroom door and shrugged off the heavy coat she'd been wrapped in. Underneath was a pure white nightgown, 2 thin straps hanging off her round, fair shoulders as if they might slip off at any moment. The fabric was light, soft, and thin, hiking that below-the-knee hem up to knee length and clinging tightly to the graceful curves she'd long since grown into. This big bunny, was she planning a midnight raid on me? Seeing her dressed like that, how could I not guess what she was after? Sure enough, even more carefully now, she twisted the handle of my bedroom door. I opened my eyes, right in time to meet her little head peeking in to scope things out. Even with the lights off, I could see the bun she'd so carefully tied up on her head, and right now it was practically smoking. Lin-mo-w, what a coincidence, huh? You're not asleep either, she squeezed out, her voice dry as sandpaper, like her brain had short-circuited and fried itself. Come sit for a bit, I offered. Since she'd come knocking on my door herself, there was no way I was letting the chance slip by. Okay. Her face lit up with delight, and she walked in on those tender, pale legs. Only then did I notice she was also wearing white thigh-highs, with a strip of bare skin left between the hem of her skirt and the tops of the stockings. That absolute territory. She wasn't heavy, but those slightly too small stockings dug a little ring of soft flesh into her thighs. I pushed down the flutter in my chest and sat beside her on the edge of the bed. Lin-moi. The girl who was normally so carefree and blunt was now unbearably shy, her 2 little hands nervously wringing the hem of her skirt. I reached out an arm and pulled her into my embrace. Through the thin fabric, all that softness pressed against me in an instant. Lin-mo. She gazed up at me, bashful and timid. How about, just for tonight, you call me something different? My throat bobbed. Under her stunned, shy gaze, I lowered my head and kissed those lips, as soft and sweet as jelly. Actually, they really did taste like jelly. The orange kind. After a long while, our lips parted. Have you decided what to call me? Then, husband. Her big eyes were misted over with a shy layer of moisture. As soon as she said it, she buried her burning face deep against my chest, not daring to look at me anymore. That one word completely shattered what little self-control I had left. No, I have something in my pocket, still. We won't need it. The next morning, I woke up refreshed and full of energy, my whole body feeling indescribably good. I looked down. AI Tutu was curled up in the crook of my arm like an obedient little cat, sleeping deeply. Her long eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath her eyelids, and her breathing was long and even. After the crazy night we'd had, a high-tier mage's body like mine was obviously perfectly fine, but a little glass cannon like AI Tutu, who couldn't even cast intermediate-tier magic, was completely worn out. Seeing her unconsciously pushing the blanket off, I reached over and tucked it back around her, covering up those big bunnies. Looking at the blush that still hadn't fully faded from her face, I wiped away the tear tracks at the corners of her eyes for her. I really never expected that the first one I'd win over would be AI Tutu, this big bunny. Of course, a big part of the reason was that Lingling and Hueli were both still underage, especially Lingling, who I'd have quite a wait for. It'll break. I really can't take any more. AI Tutu mumbled unconsciously, the bun on her head long since a tangled mess. Her two little hands felt around, found a comfortable position, and she drifted back to sleep. God knows what this silly bunny was dreaming about. She was squeezing my arm tight against her chest. Ring-a-ling. Lingling's personalized ringtone went off. I picked up the phone that had dropped to the floor, hit mute first, then slowly slid my arm out from AI Tutu's grip, slipped on my slippers, and left the room. "Io, Lingling, what are you calling me for so early in the morning?" Only after closing the door did I turn the volume back up and answer. "It's already 9 o'clock and you're telling me it's early morning?" Lingling's voice came through. "Don't tell me you're still not up, you big lazybones." Only then did I glance at the time. Ahem, no way. I've been cultivating since the crack of dawn. "Oh, I don't buy it. You literally just yawned." "Sherlock Lingling. You heard wrong," I said, brushing her off. "So you're calling me this early? Something up?" "Yeah. Last night, the Shao Tian hunting agency recruited a rookie, and the idiot botched a mission and let a demon get away." "What do the Shao Tian hunting agency's problems have to do with our Qing Tian hunting agency?" I was puzzled. Didn't we stop taking these small fry jobs a long time ago? Ever since I'd gotten strong enough to go out into the wild and hunt entire demon tribes, our agency hadn't taken a single commission. Come on, with a priest and a hunter king on staff, who cares about a little commission fee? This time's different. It's a parasitic type demon. You know exactly how much damage that thing can do inside a city. I see. Then I'll head over to the agency. Good, hurry up. And on your way, remember. Okay, 1 milk tea, 70% sugar. I got it. I cut her off. Then get over here fast. I hung up and headed downstairs, where I saw Hueli curled up on the couch, munching on potato chips. "Big brother's up so late today," she said, glancing up at me. "I was cultivating," I explained. Good thing the room was soundproof. Otherwise, with the way AI Tutu had been crying out last night, not just Hueli, but even Muniu Jiao next door wouldn't have gotten a wink of sleep. "I'm heading out. I probably won't be back until tonight." "Okay." Hueli nodded. She was practically turning into a shut-in thanks to AI Tutu's influence. Looks like I need to find time to get a summoned beast that could double as a ride for her. Every time my summoning system leveled up a tier, I gained an extra summon slot and an extra contract slot. At the Qing Tian hunting agency, Lingling was sprawled alone across the counter, her head resting on her arms, eyes fixed on the computer without blinking. Just like always, she was tucked into the swivel chair, her two little legs wrapped in white stockings dangling in the air. "Yo, taking it easy?" I quietly circled around behind her and grabbed her two silky pigtails, giving them a good ruffle back and forth. "Lin, M.O." Without even looking, she spun around and threw a punch. Who else besides me, that dog of a guy, would dare yank on her twin tails so shamelessly? "Lingling, haven't seen you in a few days, and you've gotten even cuter." I set the freshly bought milk tea down on the counter. Humph humph. She snatched up the milk tea, stuck in the straw, and took a big, satisfied slurp, her cheeks puffed out, before finally settling back into her chair. Sure enough, milk tea was the best little Lingling trap. Watching her twin tails sway back and forth, I couldn't help but grab them in my hands again. "Where's everyone else?" "Grandpa went to play chess, and Dad ran off on a commission again," she answered offhandedly, her hands flying over the keyboard. "You should have said so earlier," I said, grinning. Lingling instinctively sensed something was wrong. The moment she looked up, my sinful hands had already reached over, pinching her tender little cheeks and giving them a thorough squishing. "Still soft and squishy. Looks like you've been eating well." Back when she was out hunting demons with me, she'd lost quite a bit of weight, but now she'd filled right back out, her face all plump with collagen. "Let go of me." She started fighting back, and when that didn't work, she just gave up and went limp. "Ease up, don't pinch my mouth, or I can't even talk straight." "No problem." I let go. The one the Shao Tian rookie let escape is a scale-skinned mother demon. She switched to another screen. This is a same species tracker I made from the blood samples at the scene. Before she could finish, the screen filled up with a dense scattering of red dots, and even she was left dumbstruck. Why are there so many? That's at least 100 of them, I said, staring at the count of red dots. Are you sure only one got away? That morning it was definitely still in a single human form. Lingling clutched her head. Hunter King Du Xiao even led a team to catch it once, but the thing was too alert. It slipped down into the sewers and got away before they could get close. No way. Even a Hunter King couldn't catch it? Now even I was surprised. Sure, Hunter King Du Xiao was pretty overrated. Only a dual system, first-level supreme rank, but overrated or not, he was still a Hunter King. How could he fail to take down even a war general class demon? Linimo, the situation's more urgent than I thought. The scale-skin mother demon has already started parasitizing like crazy. Lingling spoke rapidly. If we don't take it out fast, a single thought from it could kill off every parasitic demon soldier along with all their hosts. Can you locate the mother demon? I asked. Killing a war general class demon like that would take me just an instant. Not right now. I need some time to crack it. She shook her head. But there's good news. Scale-skin demon soldiers take 24 hours to hatch, so I should be able to pin down its true form by tonight. Lingling, you're the best. Don't ruffle my hair. Actually, even if you can't find it by tonight, that's fine. Worst case, I'll deploy my Wraith Legion, 1 Wraith per demon, and wipe them all out in an instant, I suggested. No, that's an absolute last resort. It'd cause a panic. 100+ Wraiths roaming around the magic metropolis would be no different from a full-blown night parade of ghosts. You dog of a man, it's mealtime, Lingling said, tapping her computer. Should I order takeout? No, there are some big crabs in the kitchen. Go make them. She swayed her body, and at some point she'd somehow ended up sitting on my lap, with that original chair now planted under my own backside. Fine, I'll go. After pinching her for so long, I figured I owed her some compensation to smooth things over. I lifted her up with one hand and stood up out of the chair. Io, what are you doing? Her legs kicked in midair, little fists and legs flailing all over the place. But if you paid attention, you'd notice she was aiming all her blows at me, which is how you knew she was faking it. All right. The way you hit me is more like flirting anyway. Save your energy. I set her back in the chair. This little lowly's vindictive streak was just too strong. Hurry up, I'm hungry, she urged, still grumpy. The blush on her face still hadn't faded. All from me pinching her, treating her face like a stress ball. Yeah, going now, I coaxed. Come to think of it, my cooking's actually not half bad. Before I awakened my magic, I had nothing better to do, so I trained hard in the kitchen. If you want to win someone's heart, the saying goes, you've got to win their stomach first. I figured I was decent looking too, so worst case, if I never awakened magic, I could plan ahead and land myself a rich lady, right? A man can be broke, but he shouldn't sell himself out, unless the price is right, in which case we call it true love. One look in the mirror and, damn, I'm handsome. 3 seconds of hesitation, then sold. That's what you call making good use of your own resources. Whoa, these crabs are nice and fat. Looking at the 7 big crabs, each at least 3/4 of a pound, my eyes lit up. 2 steamed, 2 braised in soy sauce, 2 salt and pepper, and the last one for crab congee. Grandpa brought them back. Get moving, Lingling replied. Sure, dinner's ready in half an hour. 2 of them were female crabs, with plump, rich roe in their tails. I sized them up and grinned. Generous gifts indeed. You 2 are getting steamed. A little over half an hour later, I came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes. Little Lingling, isn't it time to eat? I called out to her, still tinkering with something, then gave a casual wave. Several undead marched out in single file, carrying exquisite serving plates. Capitalist exploiter of labor, Lingling grumbled, getting up. Little Lingling, has anyone ever told you that trouble comes out of an open mouth? I stared at her tender little cheeks with an evil grin and once again reached out my sinful hands. Bad guy, she swung her little fists, but they were sadly too short to even reach me, which just made her look adorably ridiculous. All right, eat up. Right as we were roughhousing, the door of the agency suddenly opened. Lung Ching walked in wearing a moon-colored cheongsam with a high slit. She had no makeup on, but her features were as stunning as ever, with an aloof, keep-your-distance coolness in her brows and eyes. Sis, Lin Mo's bullying me. Lingling immediately dodged away from me, scampered over to Lung Qing, hugged her leg, and looked up to file her complaint. Lung Qing glanced down at her, didn't take the bait, and just flicked her forehead with a finger. Whatever's going on between you two lovebirds, don't drag me into it. What lovebirds, sis? What are you even talking about? That one line completely broke the little Loli's composure. Her face went as red as if it were on fire. Senior sister Lung Qing, how do you have time to come back? I remembered it wasn't a break period for the tribunal yet. I heard there was a parasitic demon on the loose in the magic metropolis, so I came back to check things out. She looked at the lunch spread across the table and smiled. Looks like I came back at just the right time. Sis, are you not going to help me either? Seeing her sister start chatting with me, Lingling's heart sank halfway. Weren't you two just having a great time playing around? No way. Lin Mo's clearly the one bullying me. Sis, help me beat him up. All right, let's eat. Lung Qing felt a pang of emotion inside. Too. Ever since I'd shown up, her little sister had become a lot livelier, and even a bit more childlike. Fine, eat then. Lingling sat down and snatched away the big claw in front of me. It was covered in cracks, all of which I'd pre-cracked open for her. You two go ahead and start. Lung Qing went back to her room to wash her hands before coming out. You're not going to eat the roe? I asked Lingling. Nope. She turned her head away, a sly glint flashing through her eyes. Only after I'd taken a bite myself did she pipe up ominously. Crab roe, you know, is the combination of the female crab's ovaries and digestive glands. So that bite you just took, it's basically like biting into a crab's ovaries. Me? The moment she said that, the crab roe in my mouth instantly lost all its flavor. Uffed. Wah. Little Lingling gloated with delight. A Loli's revenge lasts from dawn till dusk. Lung Qing, sitting off to the side, just watched the two of us bicker. Since both Dad and Grandpa had tacitly given their approval, her job was just to sit back and enjoy the show. And if she could just overlook her little sister's age, she honestly kind of shipped the two of us. After the meal, Lung Qing took the initiative to clear the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them, while Lingling went back to fiddling with her tracking locator. Almost done. A small tracker appeared in her hands. I pulled up a separate map for the mother demon's location. Just need the final ratio. As she spoke, she bent down and took a test tube out of the cabinet, still holding a bit less than half a vial of blood. Fully geared up, she put on gloves and carefully opened the test tube, pouring the blood onto the device. The next moment, a single red dot popped up on the empty map. This is the mother demon's location. It's in a bathhouse. Even Lingling hadn't seen that one coming. Should I head over now? I said, gripping my folding fan. It's about to leave, hurry. Lingling reminded me. Remember, one shot kill it, or things you'll get really messy. Okay, easy target, we're general class. I nodded. I'll definitely be back within half an hour. Mostly the distance was the issue. The actual kill would take just a split second. The moment I stepped out the door, a bone dragon burrowed up from beneath my feet through the gate of the undead and lifted me into the air. This smaller bone dragon was only war general class, several sizes smaller than that commander class one from before. Let's go. The bone dragon shot straight up into the sky. 5 or 6 minutes later, Lingling spoke through my earpiece. The mother demon has left the bathhouse and is heading toward Pearl Academy. Surveillance shows it's driving a blue sedan. Got it. Come to think of it, there's a skill I've never tried out. Today's the perfect chance to test it on this scaleskin mother demon. I gripped my folding fan, its ribs sharp as blades. On the streets, every surveillance camera shattered all at once, as if sliced apart by a blade, all crumbling in a single instant. A little blue sedan, completely oblivious, cruised slowly down the road. Atop a high-rise, I held my folding fan, my expression calm. The next moment, my figure vanished. That blue sedan looked as if it had been sliced by countless steel wires all at once, instantly ripped into 4 pieces. With a booming explosion, the person inside the car was drenched in green blood from head to toe, its scales already nowhere to be seen, its life force rapidly cutting off. Swish! The whole thing took less than a second from start to finish. The scaleskin mother demon was dismembered in an instant, packed up, and hauled away. By the time passers-by reacted, they just assumed there'd been a car accident. Call the police. Why did this car just explode on its own? Scared me half to death. I was less than 10 feet from it. Holy crap, it looks like there's no one inside. If there had been, it'd be in pieces scattered everywhere by now. The street descended into chaos. Meanwhile, up in the clouds, I stood atop the bone dragon's back. The mother demon's dead. Have the rest of the demon soldiers been dealt with? They're all dead, Lingling replied through the earpiece. That was insanely fast. One flash and every single one of them was wiped out. Before the demon soldiers hatched, as long as the mother demon died, the larvae inside the parasitic bodies were done for too. Good. I'll be right back. Hueli's word spirit. Judgment was seriously handy. It was a magic from my summoning system's first tier, 4th level, letting me freely replicate any summoned beast skill. Back when I was hunting demons, converting servant-class soul essences into wraiths didn't yield much combat power, so I just used 7 soul essences to enhance my summoning system star. I honestly hadn't known what skill would come out of it, but that one enhancement went straight jackpot. Good. Later I'll make that idiot take a good look. If you don't know how to handle a mission, don't take it. Did he really think this was some kid's game of playing house? Lingling complained. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that the idiot she was talking about was that kid MO fan. Whatever, not important. The bone dragon carried the bag with the mother demon in its claws and quickly returned to the agency. Fast work, junior brother. Lung Qing wore a look of approval. Though she only had a vague idea of my combat strength, from Lingling's patched-together, evasive descriptions, she at least knew she was no match for me. You really have no interest in joining the tribunal? No thanks, the tribunal isn't for me. I shook my head. I had no desire to experience a heaven-rank, battle-class backstab. Right, Chief Justice Louis? Sis, how can you do this to me? If you won't help me, fine, but now you're trying to poach my partner. Lingling looked like she was guarding her food. Sure, I bullied her all the time, but as for me, a partner willing to help her skip class and take her out demon hunting. Little Lingling was quite satisfied. Yeah, definitely no other reason behind it. I was just way better than that old geezer. Weren't the two of you having tons of fun just now? We were not. Lin Mo was clearly bullying me. Sis, help me hit him. All right, eat your food. Lung Qing felt a pang inside, too. Eat then eat. Lingling sat down and swiped away the big claw in front of me. Actually, I'd already covered this. Let me continue with the parts after. I still love my freedom more. Being a hunter mage is pretty great. Hunting demons anywhere is contributing to the country all the same, I said with a smile. That's true. With your talent, the tribunal would only hold you back, Lung Qing sighed. Sometimes her junior brother was so gifted that she, as his senior sister, got no sense of accomplishment out of it. Exactly. Lin Mo's going to be my partner in the Hunter King tournament from now on, Lingling added. By then I'll be the new generation Cold Hunter King, and I'll make Dad change his name. Because we'd cleared a monarch-class demon tribe, Lingling and I were already 7-star hunter masters, just waiting for the Hunter King tournament to open. Both of us qualified to compete for the Hunter King title. Next tournament probably won't work. I'll take you once you awaken your magic, I said apologetically. I'd already been pre-selected for the next national government tournament, and the timing clashed with the Hunter King tournament. Who would have thought a student competing in the national government tournament could compete in the Hunter King tournament at the same time? Fine. Lingling nodded. She'd only mentioned it to her sister for the sake of it. She knew perfectly well that with my strength, I'd definitely be in the national government tournament. Junior brother, can you do your senior sister a favor? Lung Qing suddenly spoke up. Say the word, senior sister. If it's something I can do, I won't refuse. Our tribunal has recently been investigating members of the Black Church. Intelligence suggests the target is very likely hiding in Pearl Academy. Just keep an eye out when you're around. No problem, I nodded. Ah, so it was an open book test. One guy named Jiao Wenqing, and the other one named Fu something? Whatever, not important. I'd just interrogate them with my mind control system when the time came. Lingling, do you still want this? I pointed at the scale-skinned mother demon's corpse, already broken into several pieces. I do. I was just wanting to study the mechanics of parasitic demons, she nodded excitedly. Lin Mo, help me carry it in. Want something to drink? Lung Qing went back to her room and picked up a cocktail glass. Just whatever sis Lung Qing's best at then. Sis, I want one too. Lingling raised her hand. Kids can't drink alcohol. As she said it, Lung Qing poured her a glass of milk. I don't want milk. Lingling pouted, but she still took it, stuck in a straw, and started drinking. You won't grow taller if you don't drink milk. Lung Qing looked at her little sister, who knew if it was some kind of genetic mutation, but at Lingling's age, she'd definitely been a full head taller than Lingling was now. It's fine. If she doesn't grow taller, I'll just support her, I chimed in. No, I'm definitely going to grow taller. Don't even think about it. Lingling picked up her milk and shot me a pretty little eye roll. What kind of weird fetish did this dog of a man have? Here's yours, give it a taste. Lung Qing had finished mixing my glass too, its gradient hues like the afterglow of a sunset. Sis, you mixed it so beautifully I can hardly bear to drink it. Just learned it, not sure how it tastes. TCH, sis, you're just playing favorites. Lingling looked at my cocktail glass, then at her own cartoon cup, hating that she couldn't just grow up overnight. I stayed at the agency until the sky was growing dark before saying my goodbyes and leaving. Walking down the street, looking at the supermarkets and snack shops lining both sides, my steps came to a halt. Let me buy some snacks. Hueli and AI Tutu are both major snack devourers. I dove headfirst into a snack shop, and when I came out again, I'd cleared out several entire shelves. The shop owner beamed from ear to ear and saw me off all the way to the door. Back home, I saw Hueli and AI Tutu snuggled up together. AI Tutu was wearing a loose bathrobe, looked like she hadn't left the house all day. Linimo, the moment she saw me, she was the first to pounce over, nuzzling her head against my chest, her voice sweet enough to give you a toothache. Why are you only getting back now? I've been waiting for you forever. Something came up today, so I couldn't spend proper time with you. I wrapped my arms around her in return, my voice apologetic. It's okay. Actually, I only woke up a little while ago myself. Here, freshly bought snacks. Eat whenever you want. I set bag after bag of snacks down on the coffee table until there was no more room, then packed the rest away into the storage room. Wow, you bought so much. AI Tutu flopped dramatically into the pile of snacks, waving her arms back and forth. Is all this the empire you conquered for me? Who knew? This bunny had a talent for being a total dork. Rich bro, hungry, please feed me. She hugged my thigh. I looked down. Her height was just right. Sure, but let's eat something else first. No. Unsurprisingly, AI Tutu successfully got her cream puff. Outside the door, seeing that the two of us had gone into the room and hadn't come back out, Hueli's little head was full of giant question marks. Big brother, what are you and Bunny sister doing in there? She asked, knocking on the door. AI Tutu went dead silent, gripping my pants tightly, straining not to make a sound. I'm teaching your bunny sister how to cultivate. Okay. Hueli bought it and went back to the couch to keep watching TV. Guess Tutu isn't so opposed to cultivating after all. This is all your fault. If Hueli had come in, I'd never be able to show my face again. AI Tutu gave me a light punch and rolled her eyes. It's fine, Hueli's very polite. I laughed. TCH, you big villain, I got tricked by you. How did I trick you? Back when I first met you, you were always that sunny, big-hearted kind of guy. Who knew? Total wolf. She bit her lip. How so? Isn't it just because our little bunny is too tempting? I slipped my hand inside her collar. Is that so? She looked at me with watery eyes. Is it the bunny, or is it Tutu? Both, of course. Then let me ask you, why didn't you take a liking to me before? That's not true. I've always been good to you. Bunny, speak with a clear conscience here. As I said it, I gave AI Tutu's conscience a little heft in my hand. Nice and heavy. You clearly did, she said. Before, you obviously only ever looked, never touched, MMPH. Before she could finish, I sealed her mouth shut. That part, you don't have to say out loud. Another night of raising a ruckus. The next day, I headed out feeling refreshed and clear-headed, and when I checked the time, it was already past 9. Wine and women are the ruin of me. Starting today, no more drinking. It had to be Sis Lung Qing's cocktail from yesterday hitting too hard, making me sleep in this late. Just as I was about to close the door and leave, the door next to mine opened too. Muniu Jiao walked out on her long legs. Morning, Jiao Jiao. Morning. She hesitated. Tutu's been staying with you these past few days, hasn't she? She bit down hard on those 3 words, staying with you. I nodded. Don't worry, she's a good person. Lin Mo, You be good to Bunny. Her gaze was complicated. Bunny's just a little scatterbrained, but she's a good person. A couple days back, she'd been careless for a moment and hadn't kept an eye on her. Who knew AI Tutu would go and give herself away so successfully? I know. Tutu's my woman now. I definitely won't bully her. Yeah, bullying her at night doesn't count. Are you heading out? Want to go together? I offered. No, can I go check on Tutu? Sure, my door's not even locked. Thanks. After parting ways with Muniu Jiao, I made my way to the Qing Tian hunting agency again. Lung Qing was home these past few days, so I'd go see Lingling and rack up some favorability with Lung Qing along the way. No rush on winning them over, one at a time. Before I knew it, more than half a semester had gone by. Pearl Academy. How have you and Yumian been getting along these past few days? Dean Xiao asked curiously. Pretty well, I guess. Yumian's a good person. I've been keeping her company these last few days. That's good. Take her out more when you have time. Teacher, surely you didn't call me in just to get the scoop on your student's love life? I waggled my eyebrows. At this moment, Dean Xiao looked exactly like one of those friendly but gossipy old fellows down at the village entrance. All right, I won't ask then. He shook his head with a laugh, just assuming I was being shy. Pang Lai, the Chief Justice of the Forbidden Palace Court. You've heard of him, right? Of course, he shows up in the newspapers and news all the time. I nodded. Pang Lai was a real figure, the #1 summoner in China. If he hadn't turned down the dimensional core back in the day, he'd probably have long since broken through to become a forbidden curse summoning mage. A few days ago, Pang Lai contacted me. He wants you to pay him a visit. Me? I was puzzled. I didn't even know Pang Lai, and we had no direct or indirect stake in each other. That's right. When Pang Lai heard that your third system to awaken was the summoning system, he wanted to meet you. I've been holding him off this whole time. Dean Xiao nodded. Surprised? Don't go underselling your own talent and importance. His words were both praise and a reminder. A little, I guess. Oh, right. Haven't you been looking for a new elemental spirit? Pang Lai might have some leads over there. Just ask him directly when the time comes. That doesn't seem right, does it? Mainly because I wasn't close with the man. What's not right about it? That old fellow loves nothing more than mentoring the younger generation these days. Just ask him straight, Dean Xiao said. Pang Lai also has a disciple named Jiang Yu. If you feel bad about it, you could look out for him more down the road. The Forbidden Palace Court also has a national government tournament slot, and barring surprises, Jiang Yu will be your teammate. All right, I agreed. In the original story, even someone like Zhu Meng, just a Forbidden Palace Court strategic liability counselor, had votes to spare, and the Forbidden Palace Court had plenty of counselors. Even if just 1 in 20 of them had a vote, scrounging up 8 or 10 wouldn't be hard. As the Chief Justice, Pang Lai, who wouldn't give him face? You'll set off in a few days. Pang Lai's attainments in the summoning system are quite high. He might even give you some pointers. That'll depend on how well your old face carries weight. I smiled. Haha, this old man still commands a little respect. Dean Xiao was amused. Also, the capital is packed with prestigious clans, unlike the magic metropolis. If some shameless old geezer tries to bully you by flaunting his cultivation, just drop my name. You're the disciple of me, Xiao Bing's son. I can't let outsiders bully you. Don't worry, teacher. If I can't beat them, I'll run, I said with a grin. Since it's old Pang who invited me over, he can't very well leave me unprotected, right? Exactly. Just run to the Forbidden Palace Court. If anything happens, I'll settle the score with them. Dean Xiao clearly figured he could still swing a blade or two. Coming out of the office, I took stock of the Monarch class undead in my undead space. A full 31 of them, though most were sub-monarchs and lesser monarchs. Still, taking down a capital clan that doesn't even have forbidden curses shouldn't be any trouble, right? I was brimming with security. Let's see which blind fool dares to mess with me. In the daytime, I'll run first, and at night, I'll wipe out their whole family. Then I'll enforce justice on heaven's behalf, collect their resources, and live it up nicely. Not like there are many good ones among the clans anyway. Yeah, and I'm no saint myself. 3 days later, I set out for the capital. Before leaving, I didn't forget to package up Jiao Wenqing and those 2 hostile organization moles as a gift for Lung Qing. And along the way, I dug out 1 more blue robe and a dozen or so black robes for her. Since I hadn't joined the tribunal, I gave all the credit to Lung Qing. That credit alone bumped her straight up to Deputy Chief Justice of the Magic Metropolis, just waiting for her to break through to supreme rank and come out of seclusion to take the post. As for me, I could only shed a few tears while raking in a clean 150 million. Soon enough, I was standing before the magnificent white marble main gate of the Magic Court. Guards were stationed all around. On a stone block beside the main gate sat a refined-looking youth in gold wire-rimmed glasses, with a black cat lying across his lap, and from the blissful look on that cat's face, you could tell he was giving it a full-body massage. "You're Linimo." The moment the youth saw me come in, he shot to his feet, not forgetting to scoop up the cat as he rose. Meow. The black cat let out a discontented cry, as if to say, "Why do you stop?" "Hello, I'm Jiang Yu." The youth extended his hand. Sure enough, it was Jiang Yu and his cat overlord, Yi Luocha. Being a cheat code holder was already the road to invincibility, but one more friend meant one more path forward. Not to mention Jiang Yu was a genius in his own right, with Chairman Pang Lai standing behind him. Not to put too fine a point on it, but except when standing before the truly big shots, Pang Lai's name carried even more weight than my teacher Dean Zhao's the rest of the time. "Hello." I shook his hand. "I've been waiting here for you for quite a while, Linimo. Your reputation precedes you." Jiang Yu had been shooed out first thing in the morning by his master to wait for me. He understood what his master's sending him to greet me really meant. It was that he wanted him to build a good relationship with me. Same age, and he hadn't even reached intermediate tier level 3, while I was already a high-tier mage. The gap between us was practically a chasm. "Let me walk you in. My teacher's been wanting to see you for a long time." "Much obliged." Making our way into the court, Jiang Yu introduced things as we walked. The court is mainly divided into 5 sections: the front courtyard, the middle courtyard, the rear courtyard, the inner depths, and the forbidden zone. The front courtyard is all guards, the middle courtyard is where the counselors live, and the rear courtyard is my teacher's residence. The depths of the court are heavily guarded. Even I can't get in without a pass. That's a sacred cultivation ground, and the Great Wild Goose Pagoda is there. As for the Forbidden Zone, probably only my master knows what's inside. I looked around, finally witnessing with my own eyes just how extravagant the court was. The architecture was solemn and sacred, every single floor tile carved with ancient defensive spell arrays. The moment I entered, I could feel the elements around me were especially active, the concentration of elements in the air astonishingly high. Even just cultivating here would be 3 times faster than usual. That's energy leaking out from the Great Wild Goose Pagoda. Call it a hidden perk for the court's counselors, Jiang Yu explained. "Oh right, you have a summoning system too. Do you mind if I ask, what level is your summoning system?" If he couldn't compete on cultivation, then he'd compete on the summoning system. After all, he was the disciple of the chief summoner, so surely he couldn't lose even in that area, right? Thinking that way was a little embarrassing, but Jiang Yu still wanted to win at least once when it came to the summoning system. "My summoning system isn't high. Currently intermediate tier, level 3. Jiang Yu. He shouldn't have asked. What kind of monstrous species is this? Fine, his primary and secondary systems, but how is even his auxiliary system stronger than mine? Seeing how deflated he looked, I consoled him. "Don't compare yourself to me. You already count as a first-tier genius in China." Jiang Yu. "Thanks, I do feel a little comforted." Passing through a serene courtyard pavilion in the middle section, we arrived at the rear courtyard. It wasn't as luxurious as I'd imagined. On the contrary, it was extremely simple, just a single unremarkable wooden pavilion. "My teacher's inside waiting for you. Just go on in." Jiang Yu pushed the door open and led me inside. The moment I stepped in, I noticed the golden Nanmu wood in the ceiling and the sandalwood incense filling the room. Well now, so this is where the gold's been hidden all along. In the old rattan chair at the center of the room sat an old man with graying hair and a slightly plump build, wearing a gray cloth robe, his aura long and deeply reserved. Not until the two of us approached did he open his eyes, and there was none of an old man's cloudiness in those pupils. Instead, they gleamed brilliantly. "You're both here. Have a seat." Pang Lai gestured to the chairs on either side, his smile very kind, several deep wrinkles creasing his forehead. "Little Amo, you don't mind me calling you that, do you?" "Of course not. You're my elder." I nodded. Never mind that Pang Lai's seniority was set in stone, and he was even older than my teacher. Just the fact that in a certain death situation, he could summon emperors from the burial mounds of fallen nations, a power rivaling a whole Forbidden Curse squad. Pang Lai wasn't a Forbidden Curse mage, but pushed to the brink, he was even scarier than one. He could drag you down to die with him. He was basically a walking nuclear deterrent. Haha, little MO. Looks like old Xiao finally decided to let you out. Pang Lai laughed. He guards you like a treasure, you know. Not at all. The teacher just thinks highly of me, I said modestly. You really do have the goods. No need to be so humble, he continued. You have no idea. Ever since old Xiao took you on, he's been showing off to me every single day, saying you've outshone this disciple of mine, Jiangyu. Please don't say that. I've just walked a couple steps ahead, that's all. I looked over at Jiangyu. For him to catch your eye, Jiangyu must surely be a genius too. Compared to you, he's just an underachieving disciple. Jiangyu, the two of you should exchange notes more from now on. Pang Lai looked at his own disciple. After all this talking, he was still paving the way for his student. He truly doted on Jiangyu like his own grandson. And of course, this was no bad thing for me either. Honestly, Pang Lai genuinely coveted me. If it hadn't been Dean Xiao who'd taken me as a disciple, he'd have jumped into the fray to snatch me up long ago. Who doesn't love a good seedling? And a peerless genius is something you'd beg the heavens for. You both have the summoning system, so exchange notes often. Pang Lai turned to look at me again. Little MO, from now on, whatever you don't understand, feel free to come ask me. This old man still has a bit of knowledge to share. After that, he shared some of his insights into the summoning system with us. Every field has its specialists. Though Pang Lai's cultivation didn't measure up to Dean Xiao's, his attainments in the summoning system were second to none. As expected of the man who'd charmed emperors into his service on supreme rank cultivation alone, just a few words from him deepened my understanding of dimensional summoning by a fair bit. Of course, only the part about cultivating contract beasts was useful. The summon beast portion I just listened to for the sake of it. Pang Lai, too, was operating on the mindset of, if I can't be his teacher, then at least let me leave a bit of goodwill between us. So he held nothing back and shared everything he knew with me. Anyone who could catch Xiao Bingson's, I surely wouldn't be an ingrate. Once he'd finished explaining, Pang Lai shifted the topic. Actually, there's one more thing I wanted to ask your help with today. Just say it, old Pang. If it's something I can do, feel free to ask. I replied. With this kind of back and forth, the relationship builds itself, doesn't it? 3 days from now, the Central Imperial Guard and the Northern Guard District are teaming up with our Forbidden Palace Court for a combat training exercise. You'll need to take part too, when the time comes. Me too. I was taken aback. The teacher never mentioned this to me. This was only decided after you arrived. Pang Lai smiled. Originally you weren't included, but with your high-tier strength on the roster, everyone else's intermediate-tier cultivation just becomes a backdrop. But Chief Guard AI of the North personally requested you by name. My heart skipped a beat. Oh, don't tell me the thing between me and AI Tutu has been exposed already? Pretty unexpected, right? Pang Lai went on. Barring surprises, everyone participating this time is a pre-selected member for the national government tournament. All young people. Making more connections can't hurt. The Guard also had 2 fixed national government tournament slots, both children of Guard mages, whose future achievements were sure to be nothing to sneeze at. I see. To be personally named by Elder AI, that's an honor for me, then. I smiled as I picked up the thread. If it comes out, it comes out. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Jiangyu will be going too. I'd like to ask you to look after him a bit. Pang Lai smiled and gestured toward his disciple. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep Jiangyu with me. There won't be any problems. Haha, he's the only disciple I've got, so I'm counting on you. Pang Lai then asked, do you have the galaxy vein in you? I do. I was a little puzzled. When you all get back, it'll line up right with the opening of the Great Wild Goose Pagoda. You and Jiangyu can go in together then. The pagoda's effects are even better than the 3-step pagodas. Many thanks, old Pang. My face lit up with delight. So he was offering me a real benefit. Looks like taking this disciple under my wing wouldn't be for nothing. The 3-step pagoda was just a specialty of Pearl Academy, but the Great Wild Goose Pagoda was the sacred cultivation ground for the entire capital. Even the capital academies only had recommendation privileges, and it still required the Forbidden Palace Court's personal review and approval. I'm really looking forward to seeing you win a top 3 placing for the next national government tournament. Pang Lai's eyes were full of anticipation. As for first place, well, let's not talk too big just yet. That would still depend on whether my remaining teammates could pull their weight. 3 days flew by in a blur. To help me and Jiang Yu build a good rapport, Pang Lai arranged for my quarters to be right next door to Jiang Yu's, saying young people get along more easily that way. That day, Bei Shou, the northern guardian of the Forbidden City, personally saw the two of us onto the plane, accompanying me back north to take up our post. After we got off the plane, Bei Shou clapped a hand on my shoulder. Lin Mo, I've got high hopes for you. 3 years from now, I'm looking forward to hearing good news. Don't worry, when the time comes, make sure you're parked in front of the TV to watch, I replied with a grin. Good thing it was Bei Shou who saw us off. If it had been Bai Su, the Southern Guardian, I'd have been miserable. You see, Bai Su's true identity was none other than Zhou, a cardinal of the Black Church. I have no idea how he pulled it off, hiding himself so deep. Sure enough, loyalty makes the most beautiful lie of all. MOG, the meetup spot is just ahead, Jiang Yu said, pointing to the tents on the slope up ahead. The moment we drew near, I spotted a dark-skinned, 6-foot athletic type and 2 girls with delicate, pretty features. One girl had short hair and wore a long-sleeved, long-pants athletic outfit. Her figure looked ordinary enough, but she had a pair of long legs and gave off a crisp, sporty, spirited vibe. The other girl had long hair, and the first time I laid eyes on her, only 2 words popped into my head: Sly Fox. She had a seductive, fox-like face, with an obvious beauty mark at the corner of one eye, what people commonly call a beauty mole. Hi there. Mind if we get to know each other? The long-haired girl said with a foxy smile, extending a hand as white as polished jade toward me. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name? I said, though I still reached out and gave her hand a shake. Even though I was certain she was Jiang Shaoxiu, I figured I'd let her say it herself. Her little hand was ice-cold, soft and boneless. TCH, then I won't ask. Jiang Shaoxiu pulled her hand back and let out a dainty laugh. What a stingy little man. Not nearly the 3-headed, 6-armed legend I'd heard about. I know who you are, Lin Mo. The 6-foot, dark-skinned athlete stepped forward. Let me introduce myself. I'm AI Jiang Tu. AI Tutu is my younger sister. Lin Mo, I said, meeting his hand. How's my big brother-in-law doing? That one line made his face, already dark from years of sun and wind, turn a few shades darker. My sister's free to date whoever she wants, but I hope you won't let Tutu down, AI Jiangta said. Whoa, is this the brother-in-law meets big brother showdown? So fierce on the first meeting. Jiang Shaoxiu, never one to let a good bit of drama go to waste, said with a flirtatious glance. Aren't you going to have a little secret contest? Like, crushing each other's hands in a handshake. Then she switched gears. You men are always so childish, hee. The moment she said it, AI Jiangtu's face went even darker, because that was exactly what he'd been thinking and exactly what he'd been doing. Only my hand was hard as steel. He couldn't budge it at all, so to any onlooker, everything looked perfectly normal. Now that Jiang Shaoxiu had said it out loud, he withdrew his hand. Nenju, nice to meet you. The short-haired girl finally spoke up. Seeing that all her companions had struck up conversations with me, she went straight over to Jiang Yu. Leaving him standing off to the side by himself would have been rude. Just then, 3 figures emerged from deep in the mountains. All 3 wore military uniforms, 1 in front, 2 flanking him. Looks like you've all gotten acquainted, the man in front said. He had an upright, righteous air about him, and was even a bit handsome. Dad, why are you only getting here now? Jiang Shaoxiu grabbed his arm and shook it. I just went in to sweep the mountains clean. That way you can train and I can rest a little easier, the man said, his tone softening at once. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Shaoxiu's father, Jiang Tianchen. Greetings, Guard Commander Jiang. Just call me Uncle Jiang. I know all your parents and teachers, Jiang Tianchen said with a smile. This isn't the guard department. No need to stand on ceremony. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang. Even though Jiang Tianchen didn't look as old as Dean Xiao, and calling him uncle in the elder sense might have been more fitting, I still went along and called him Uncle Jiang. In the end, when a big opportunity comes knocking, you grab it. When someone offers you a thigh to hold on to, you'd better hold on tight. More connections, more roads. With my current network, as long as I don't commit treason, I'll basically never have any problems. Everyone's here, so let me briefly go over this joint training exercise. Once the pleasantries were done, Jiang Tianxin got down to business. Your training ground this time is the outer edge of Cloud Mountain, right behind you. You won't run into any Monarch tier creatures, but you might encounter Commander tier demons, Jiang Tianxin said. This exercise has two purposes. 1. To build up real combat experience. 2. To learn to mesh with your teammates. Everyone pre-selected for the national government tournament's younger generation was gathered here, so naturally they needed to get familiar with one another. Besides, only geniuses can keep other geniuses in check. As for the remaining national government slots, those could be left for all the clans and old families to fight over. Lin Mo will be team captain, AI Jiangtu vice captain, Jiang Tianxin said, assigning positions according to the national government's prearranged roster. Normally, both captain and vice captain would be chosen from the guard department, but this batch was an exception. Lin Mo was simply too strong. Anyone else as captain wouldn't be able to hold him in line. Even if Lin Mo were willing to follow orders, having a team member far stronger than the captain, did that make any sense? Word gets out, and people would think all of China runs on nepotism. Lin Mo, you're the strongest by far. There's a whole tier's gap between you and everyone else. Under normal circumstances, try not to step in. Sure, no problem, I said with a nod. Once the briefing was done, the 5 of us packed up everything on the hilltop. I'll come pick you up in half a month. Enjoy your training. Jiang Tianxin offered his blessing. A guard commander has endless duties. The fact that he could carve out the time was only because of the weight his daughter and the rest of us geniuses carried. Otherwise, if something really went wrong, he wouldn't even have a place to cry about it. The moment Jiang Tianxin left, Jiang Xiaoshu sidled up next to me and asked with a beaming smile, "Captain, how should we do this? Just go straight in. Or do something else first?" "We go straight in and get it done. No need to wait," I answered, smiling right back. "Really? No warming up first?" The other 3 listened, utterly lost, with the vague sense that the 2 of us were being dirty, but they couldn't quite pin down any proof. "Just follow me, little fox." Hey, giving someone a nickname the moment you meet, isn't that a bit rude? Zhang Xiaoshu shot me a glare. Right back at you. You just called me stingy the second we met. A man who holds grudges and is stingy to boot. She turned her head away. Let's go. Move out. Compared to great mountain ranges like the Qinling or the Taihang, Cloud Mountain might not be much, but even its central region had plenty of monarch tier demons dug in. Our target, though, was just the outer edge, mostly servant tier and warrior tier creatures, with even the odds of running into a commander tier being low. The 5 of us pushed through the primeval jungle. There were no paths here, vines everywhere. No major demons in the area, Ninju said, holding a military detector. Regular electronic devices only draw demons in, but the military ones are specially treated to emit no signals at all. This wasn't a national government trial, so our team was fully equipped. Damn, why is this crappy place so wet? My brand new boots. The little fox Jiang cursed like a shrew. She'd just stepped in a mud pit, and her fancy knee-high boots instantly became camo mud boots. It rained here a few days ago, and there's so much vegetation the transpiration's intense. The water element in the plants can't evaporate, so it all pools on the ground, AI Jiangtu explained. Who said there's no science in a world of magic? Jiangyu, send out your summon to clear the way, I reminded him. Got it. Come on out, Boulder Fiend. Jiangyu answered, linking 7 summoning stars. A 7-meter-tall creature made entirely of rock, a warrior tier being, lumbered heavily out of the dimensional rift. Boulder Fiend, clear the path ahead, Jiangyu commanded. To a normal mage, a contract beast is like a real son, while a summon is just a temp worker. Well, Mr. Prim and Proper Glasses, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Jiang Xiaoshu blinked, sizing up the Boulder Fiend. Can this big guy let me stand on his shoulder? Ruhar. The Boulder Fiend pounded its chest and let out a roar. He says no, Jiang Yu said, shaking his head. Captain, Jiang Xiaoshu turned to me. looking utterly pitiful. Aren't you going to do something? Your dear, beautiful, gorgeous, generous, oh so charming teammate can't walk anymore. We haven't actually fought yet. We've all still got over 70% of our energy left, AI Jiangtu said. Come on, help me out. Captain, you definitely have a way, don't you? Zhang Xiaoshu went selectively deaf. Your dad said it himself. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't step in. I refused, my face blank. So what you're saying is, you do have a way. The little fox's eyes lit up, and suddenly she remembered. Oh right, you've got the bone dragon. Don't even think about it. I refused again. For all her seductive looks, Jiang Xiaoshu never actually let anyone get the better of her beyond her teasing words. There's just this one stretch of forest left, about 10 more kilometers, and we'll be out, Nenju said reassuringly. As a soldier, she honestly couldn't stand Jiang Xiaoshu's affected, seductive act. Nothing personal, of course, purely a difference in style and principle. Careful, a small group of demons is approaching. Boom. Up ahead came a sudden thunderous crash, and stones the size of basketballs came raining down from high above. It's a mountain titan ape, Jiang Yu warned. As the disciple of a summoner, he was a walking demon encyclopedia. I've got it. AI Jiangtu thrust out a palm from within the group. Mind control, phantom claw. The stone, still airborne, halted mid-fall as if caught by an invisible grip, then slowly settled down around everyone. Oh crap, here comes more. Jiang Yu pointed at even bigger boulders flying in from the distance, crying out again and again. Mind control, phantom claw. AI Jiangtu cast again to intercept them. With his third realm mental strength, catching these stones was easy. Jiang Yu, to your left. Nenju suddenly called out. Sound string slay. A pink blade of sound shot out from her, striking the bushes to the side. Demon vine growth. A vine instantly yanked Jiang Yu back. When he turned around, he broke out in a cold sweat. Right where he'd been standing now loomed a giant ape nearly 4 meters tall, gripping a strange, elongated stone that looked like a stone axe. Still not stepping in. The little fox was the shrewdest of all. The moment danger appeared, she darted straight to my side. It's just one warrior tier. No need for me yet, I said. And stop pressing up against me. Get down there and help. With that, I lifted her by the scruff and set her back with the team. Heartless man. Lin Mo label +1. Spirit Ripple Soothe. Spirit Ripple Mind Shock. Jiang Xiaoshu cast 2 mind-type spells in a row, seizing control of several demonic apes in the distance. Then 49 stars linked into a star chart. Ripple of the Soul, Terror. I'll hold them off. You all attack first, AI Jiangtu said. He was a dual-element mage of the Space and Curse schools, intermediate rank, level 3. While blocking the boulders, wherever his gaze fell, gray-black trap arrays materialized beneath several of the demons Jiang Xiaoshu had brought under control. A giant black spider crawled out from within and devoured the demons. Trap of the Wicked Spider, Soul Annihilation. Curse magic had eerie power. Its only flaw was the long wind-up. But paired with Jiang Xiaoshu's mind magic, it was like a match made in heaven. Fei Fei. Jiang Yu summoned his cat mistress. The night Rakshasa transformed into a spirit of darkness, weaving through the shadows of the forest, and every time she reappeared, her sharp claws pierced clean through a demon's heart from behind. Nice work, Fei Fei. Jiang Yu was a wind and summoning mage. He couldn't do elemental fusion with Fei Fei. 3 demons closing in on the left, 2 behind us, Nenju assessed. She was a plant and sound mage. Plant for control, sound mainly for detection. It was a highly practical combination in the guard department, well suited for large-scale command in battle. Light's blessing, holy shield. Jiang Xiaoshu wrapped herself in a protective barrier. She was a light and mind mage, with arguably the weakest self-defense on the team. Spatial pulse, compression. AI Jiangtu locked onto the lead mountain titan ape. Jiang Xiaoshu, control it. On it. Ripple of the Soul, Terror. For all her seductive act, the little fox was the daughter of an imperial guard. Her combat experience was no joke. A quarter of an hour later, AI Jiangtu crushed that warrior-tier demon to death, and the few surviving demons instantly scattered in all directions. Done. Running away so fast. Jiang Yu grumbled as he wiped Fei Fei's claws. You all want to rest a bit? I asked, hopping down from a tree. Captain, You were so heartless just now. Jiang Xiaoxiu instantly looked on the verge of tears, taking little mincing steps as she pressed close. Little fox, cut it out, I said, blocking her incoming head with a single finger. Little fox, take a good look. Am I really that little? She breathed, her words warm and soft against my ear. Get away from me. You reek of sweat, I said, pulling back. This little vixen was all show and no substance. I had no desire to let her get me worked up. You jerk, where do I stink? This is perfume, designer perfume. The little fox sniffed at her sleeve and instantly bristled. Here, come get a good whiff. The one thing she couldn't stand was people saying she smelled bad. Please, she had a mild germaphobe streak. Seeing her lean in closer and closer, that fuzzy head of hers nearly touching the tip of my nose. Oh, lady, keep this up and you're going to get yourself into trouble. All right, let's get moving, I said, pulling back. You're carrying me. The little fox latched onto my sleeve and refused to let go. I'm out of energy. Aside from AI Jiangtu, she'd burned the most magic just now. I've still got 50% stamina, AI Jiangtu said. He felt conflicted about Jiang Xiaoxiu snuggling up to me. For one, she was a teammate, and they couldn't afford friction. For another, he knew her well. Right now, she was mostly just curious and teasing, more like a hunter's thrill at spotting prey. Besides, surely Guard Commander Zhang's daughter wouldn't come poaching his sister's man. You all just finished fighting. I'll carry you the rest of the way, I said. Yay, I knew the captain cared about us after all. Let it carry you, I said, releasing a little servant tier skeleton. Jiang Xiaoxiu looked at that pile of bones that wasn't even as tall as her, with a "you've got to be kidding me" expression. Sigh. In the end, the little sister misread the signs and got the wrong idea. All the captain has room for in his heart is the team's training. Then there was a crack. One of the little skeleton's ribs snapped off by the curious Jiang Xiaoxiu. I didn't mean to. Who knew it'd be this brittle? Jiang Xiaoxiu stared, dumbfounded, at the rib in her hand. It's fine, just give it back to him, I said, completely unbothered. Give it back to him. She waggled the rib in her hand, going, here boy, like she was teasing a dog. The little skeleton, undead flames flickering in its eye sockets, couldn't comprehend her gesture. On pure instinct, it stretched out a bony claw, took the rib she held out, and pressed it back into place. Whoa, it can do that. Jiang Xiaoxiu looked like she'd found a new toy. Then I want to take it completely apart. Can it put itself back together? The little skeleton, where'd this little demon child come from? Xiaoxiu, quit messing around, Ninju said. Even she couldn't watch anymore. I'll let you try later, I said indifferently. Wasn't this more fun than Legos? Just remember, women may not be able to twist open a bottle cap, but that doesn't mean they can't twist off your skull. Then I summoned a warrior tier bone dragon dozens of meters long. My bone dragon scale by tier. Servant tier is 3 meters, warrior tier 10 meters, commander tier 100 meters, monarch tier 1,000 meters, and emperor tier 10,000 meters. Awesome, Captain. Jiang Yu gave me a thumbs up, staring at the bone dragon with shining eyes. As much as he was a walking demon encyclopedia, he'd never actually seen a bone dragon. What's holding these giant bones together? Is it adsorption or elasticity? For most demons, he knew every trait cold, and he knew all undead had undead crystals. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find a crystal in my bone dragon. Ugh, why fuss over all that? Are your eyes just for show? Jiang Xiaoxiu laughed. As a Central Imperial Guard, she was actually pretty close with Jiang Yu. Let's go find a place to camp, I said, and the bone dragon crouched low. How do we get up? Jump. Just jump. To my surprise, the first one up was Nanju. She found a spot and sat side saddle on the spine. Captain, can I ride with you? Jiang Xiaoxiu blinked, hopping in front of me. Suit yourself, I said, stepping back to make room for her. Isn't it more spacious up here? Jiang Xiaoxiu was plenty bold. She climbed straight onto the bone dragon's skull. Next came Jiang Yu, with AI Jiangtu bringing up the rear at the tail. Careful you don't fall off, I warned. So cold, Captain. Jiang Xiaoxiu stood at the very front, and the moment the bone dragon took flight, the icy wind sliced across her cheeks like a knife. If you're cold, cast a spell, I teased. Or would you like me to offer you a warm embrace? Light's blessing was pretty good at keeping warm. After all, light carries heat too. To my surprise, Jiang Shaoxu actually nodded in agreement, draping a large cloak over herself and leaning back against my shoulder. Hold on, little fox, you're actually going through with it? Can't the captain take a joke? She said with a beaming smile, her eyes full of a fox's cunning. Captain, Jiang Shaoxu's just like this. The more you play along, the more she'll push it, Jiang Yu said from behind. Ignore her and she'll settle down. This was his old Jiang versus Jiang strategy. The moment Jiang Shaoxu showed up, he'd bolt straight for the study. Mr. Little Glasses, just because you're not talking doesn't mean anyone thinks you're a mute up for sale, Jiang Shaoxu said, turning her head. I'll shut up. Jiang Yu lowered his head and busied himself studying the bones under his feet. Feels nice, doesn't it? Captain, Jiang Shaoxu had just realized I'd reached out and wrapped my arms back around her. I'm just keeping you from falling off. With you moving around this much, what if you tumbled down? I said, dead serious. I trust you, Captain, she said with a blink. You've actually got a nice figure, I said, taking in the feel of her in my arms. A cheap thrill, served up right to my doorstep. Really? How about compared to AI Tutu? You lack a bit of self-awareness, I said honestly. Know why you're the little fox? Because when it comes to figure, you come up a little short. AI Tutu's face might not be as stunning, but her figure was definitely more than a match for the little foxes. Jiang Shaoxu. Oops, almost forgot AI Tutu stacked. No idea what she eats to grow those. Then what about looks? Who's prettier? Having thought it through, she stopped fretting. There was no comparison anyway. She might be able to close the gap on a D cup, but an E cup? She could try her whole life and never win. Still, one glance at Nanju and her confidence came right back. As for looks, each has her own charm, I said. The chat was brief, less than 5 minutes, before the bone dragon carried everyone out of the forest. Here already? Jiang Shaoxu sounded a little disappointed, yet she slipped out of my arms without leaving a trace. Almost forgot. She was here to seduce me, not to lose herself in the bargain. A genius falling head over heels for her. Now that would be interesting. She hadn't expected to nearly go all in by accident. Nanju was the first to survey the terrain. This area is perfect. It's a valley right now, open east to west, blocked north and south. And there aren't many demons around. All right, we camp here, I said with a nod. In the old days, all this stuff was handled by my chief steward, Little Ling Ling. You all get set up. I'll be back in a bit. I hopped on the dragon and took off. Hey, where are you going? Take me with you. Jiang Shaoxu shouted. Nope, you're too weak. I refused ruthlessly. But before I left, I secretly stationed a monarch tier wraith behind, undetected by the others. As much as I was going off to have my fun, I still had to keep these few safe. After leaving the team and flying a good distance away, I switched my mount straight to a 1,000-meter-long monarch tier bone dragon and plunged brazenly into the depths of Cloud Mountain. Since I was already here, wouldn't it be a waste not to kill a few monarch tier demons and top up my forces? Too bad Little Ling Ling wasn't with me. I had no idea whose monarch tier territory I'd wandered into. All I could do was have the bone dragon spread its aura wide, openly issuing a challenge. Before long, a massive blue giant eagle soared into the sky, trailed by a dozen or so commander tier underlings. Screech, a sound wave spread toward me. I used my mind magic to skim its mental fluctuations. The gist was, kill the challenger who trespasses on the tribe. A mid-monarch and a flying-type demon at that. I was mildly surprised. In the old days, something like this I really couldn't have handled. I didn't have many anti-air units. But now was different. Now I did. I summoned a dozen bone dragons in an instant to hunt down those commander tier underlings, including a few warrior tier bone dragons carrying commander tier skeletal lightning mages on their backs. Then 5 monarch tier wraiths appeared, blocking the blue giant eagle that had slammed on the brakes halfway through its charge. Blue giant eagle, I got careless. You damn well don't play by the rules, ganging up like this. It could rack its brain forever and never figure out how a high-rank mage could suddenly conjure up so many monarch tier wraiths. Screech, screech, the eagle's cry turned a lot meeker. Translated, it meant, can we still work this out? Sorry, I've got my eye on you, your corpse, that is, I said with ill intent. Killing it would net me a few more monarch tier skeletons, and with a bit of luck, another monarch tier wraith too. So a peaceful resolution was out of the question. Get M. I didn't know its species, but 4-on-1, the advantage was mine. My wraiths weren't defective knockoffs like those black iron skeletal monarchs. They were forged from spirit essence, with combat power on par with an ordinary monarch. 4 minor monarchs ganging up on a single mid-monarch. I steered my bone dragon far away to watch, just observing, really. After all, I'm a squishy caster. For all a high-rank mage's cultivation, my physical body was only at the level of a warrior tier demon, and that was thanks to my poison-type passive enhancement. Otherwise, I'd be like any other mage, stuck with a servant tier body. Hey, don't wreck the wings for me. I'm saving those to make a wing artifact for Ling Ling. I quickly called out. The wraiths and skeletal lightning mages seemed to have found a weak point and were pummeling the wings relentlessly, knocking loose plenty of feathers. Go for the head, or hit the belly. Isn't that softer than the wings? I directed. Ordinary feathered demons do have their wings as a weak spot, for flight, for balance, but a monarch tier is different. Its wings have long since evolved into weapons, sharp and hard, definitely ranking among the toughest parts of its whole body. Hearing this, the wraiths changed tactics. 2 grappled from the front, while the other 2 seized their chance to strike at the eagle's belly, ruthless and precise, quickly tearing open a large gash. Its innards spilled out from the momentum. Grievously wounded, no question about it. The eagle monarch had long since lost its nerve and wanted to flee, but every attempt was cut off with pinpoint accuracy. There was nowhere to run, and in the end it closed its eyes in bitter defeat under the wraith's onslaught. If time could rewind, its very first thought would surely be to run. Watching where it fell, I hurried after it, collected a deep blue spirit essence, and sent it into the undead world. In a few days, mid-monarch tier wraith obtained +1. Leave none alive, I said, and 32 gray gold gates of the undead swung open, countless undead swarming out. Even a small mosquito is still meat. I wouldn't let a single monarch tier go, nor pass up a single servant tier. Chow time. I took the chance to release my goo insects too. As the undead fought, the insects trailed behind them. Feasting buffet style saves time. I also swept up all the resources of the entire feathered demon tribe. I recognized most of the standard fare, but there was a small handful I'd never seen before. If only Ling Ling were here. Another day of missing little Ling Ling. 2 monarch tier demon eggs, 35 commander tier feathered demon eggs, and around 100 warrior tier and servant tier combined. Not that many, actually, and most had already hatched. I couldn't help crowing to myself that I'd struck it rich. Consider this. Even a single warrior tier feathered demon egg could fetch 80 million. So all of these together had to be worth at least 10 billion, assuming, of course, I could sell them all. I gathered up every last feathered demon egg. I may have killed your elders and friends for reasons beyond my control, but you've still got me. I could be the guide for your whole lives. I figured it was only right to find these unborn feathered demons a good owner. Yep, an auction it is. Anyone who can afford a feathered demon is bound to be filthy rich. Then I collected the pair of perfectly preserved wings from the monarch tier feathered demon, and while I was at it, had my undead snap off the commander tier ones too. Those wouldn't yield many skeletons anyway, better to trade them for cash. Awaken my subjects. My necromancy type mana instantly steeped every bone in the valley, wisps of gray energy seeping into the feathered demon's massive skeletons. I didn't much care about the servant tier and warrior tier ones. My focus was entirely on the commander tier and that blue monarch skeleton. At my current strength, the commander tier were the backbone of my forces. This is a monarch tier undead angel. This feathered demon actually dropped a mutated bone. I watched as 4 skeletons sprouted from the monarch tier feathered demon's remains, and one of them had 4 pairs of wings sticking out of its back. Not bad, not bad. This trip made me a killing. I collected them all. This cloud mountain really was my lucky spot. Tomorrow night, I'd come back and hunt in the core region. Swish. Boom. In the valley, gray-brown lizards crept along the ground, their bulging, ghostly green eyeballs locked onto the pre-selected squad. Their whole bodies were covered in bumps, rough and rugged like uneven stone, making them hard to spot. Streaming light, radiance, flicker. Deep mystery, wind coil, tornado. Mind control, phantom claw. Trap of the wicked spider, soul annihilation. All kinds of magic wove through the camp. Dealing with these lizards that had popped up out of nowhere was still a breeze. Once the captain coming back, Jiang Xiaoshu manipulated the surrounding demons into slaughtering one another. If he doesn't get back soon, we'll have wiped them all out ourselves. This batch of lizards didn't even amount to a single nest, 50 of them, so the group of them was handling it with ease. What the heck is this thing? Ugly as sin. I dropped down from the sky, and using the force of my descent, kicked a servant-advancing lizard into the stone wall. The tremendous impact made it burst apart on the spot. Captain, you're back. Whoa, so fierce the second you're back. Captain, that kick of yours is way too strong. You're totally cheating, right? How can a human have a body like that? Any later getting back, and you'd have been ambushed by the sneaky one, I said. A bone dragon swooped down from the sky, its claws snatching up an unremarkable boulder in the valley, then squeezed hard. Red blood came gushing out in an instant. A warrior advancing rock lizard. How is that possible? Jiang Yu was stunned. The demons here didn't even amount to a single nest. So how could a warrior advancing one show up? Watch yourselves next time. Roaming demons don't play by any rules about numbers, I said offhandedly. The monarch wraith I'd left behind had been keeping an eye on this area the whole time. From the moment the demons attacked, the footage had been fed to me in sync. Phew, I'm beat to death, and I haven't even had dinner yet, Jiang Yu said, letting out a sigh of relief. Mr. Little Glasses, you're kind of a weakling, Jiang Xiaoshu teased. Wasn't that all Fei Fei doing the work just now? Meow. The night Rakshasa nodded along, then lifted a paw toward Jiang Yu. The meaning was obvious. This lady's paws are dirty. Her human servant needs to wipe them. Captain, what did you go off to do? Jiang Xiaoshu turned her gaze back to me, her tone sweet enough to make your teeth ache. Just wandered around a bit. You're brushing me off. Oh, then I won't tell you. Should we bother collecting materials from these demons? They can be sold for money, Ninju said, looking at the corpses strewn everywhere. Roughly how much are they worth? Jiang Yu asked. Doesn't look like much to me. A few 100,000 each. Ninju estimated. Why look at me? I didn't do anything. I don't want any. I refused outright when Ninju's gaze swept my way. Was I someone hurting for a few 100,000? I don't want any either. I'm not touching that stuff. Jiang Xiaoshu was the second to decline. These lizards were just gross to look at. Apparently people from some small country have a taste for this kind of thing. Honestly, no idea how they can stomach it. Then I guess I don't want any either? Jiang Yu wavered, going along with the crowd. You fought so hard for them. Why does nobody want any? Nanju didn't get it. How about this? AI Jiang Tu and I will handle the materials, and when we split the money, the two of us take 50%, and you three split the other 50. Both she and AI Jiang Tu had been on the battlefield, so naturally they didn't mind how ugly these demons were. But even close brothers keep clear accounts, so they take a bit of a labor fee. Thank you so much, Sister Nanju, but I'll pass, Jiang Xiaoshu said. It's fine, everyone gets a share, Nanju said, shaking her head. Since everyone had pitched in, she'd only take the share she was due. One of the tents got destroyed, Jiang Yu said. But we've got a spare. Little fox, just what were you hoping for? I'm all sweaty, absolutely filthy. I remember there's water nearby. I'm going to take a bath, Jiang Xiaoshu said, sniffing her arm with a look of disgust. I'll go with you in a bit, Ninju said. Dissecting corpses had left her covered in blood, which she couldn't stand either. Remember to go downstream. I still need to fetch water later, Jiang Yu reminded them. Damn, am I really that off-putting to you people? The little fox grumbled. Fine, got it. Captain, want to come bathe together? She threw me a flirty wink. Sure, I said with a nod. In your dreams. Never thought you'd be that kind of captain. A girl so scared. Yeah, sure, I said dismissively. This flirty fox, all bark, no bite. We're off, Captain, no peeking now. Once the two women left, the camp was down to just us three grown men. With this many of us, we can't even scrounge up a single Thunderfire Blast Mage, Jiang Yu said, pulling out a lighter to start the campfire, cracking a joke. I'm planning to awaken lightning as my third element, AI Jiang Tu said. A lightning mage? I've got no shortage of those, I said, casually releasing a few skeletal lightning mages. I might not have lightning myself, but my skeletons sure do. Damn, is there any way to play against a cheating player who never gets banned? Jiang Yu suddenly felt his summoning school wasn't so appealing anymore. Meow. Fei Fei seemed to sense his dangerous thoughts and swatted a paw against his chest. Are you hungry, Fei Fei? In a split second, Jiang Yu whipped out a special little dried fish. Looking at his cat mistress, he figured the summoning school would do just fine after all. Anyone want water? AI Jiangtu asked, pulling out a canteen. Nah, I'll drink this. I pulled out a cup of milk tea and raised an eyebrow. You guys want some? Blame little Ling Ling. She'd gotten me hooked on this stuff too. This is all we're eating? Jiang Xiaoxiu and Nanju came back to camp in fresh clothes, just in time to catch AI Jiangtu pulling out compression biscuits and military rations. Her eyes swept the scene. Where'd you get milk tea? I want some too. Seeing three big men cradling cups of milk tea, Jiang Xiaoxiu's mouth watered. Her gaze drifted between AI Jiangtu and Jiang Yu, then finally settled on me, resting in the middle. AI Jiangtu was obviously the straightforward type, and Jiang Yu was the bashful, buttoned-up sort. The one most likely to be carrying this stuff was me. Want some? Come beg me for it. I downed the rest of my milk tea in one gulp, then pulled out a fresh cup. Big brother, please. I'm hungry. Feed me. Her eyes lit up and she lunged at me, but before her hands could grab it, I dodged out of the way. Captain, you've been taking advantage of this little lady all afternoon. You won't even let me have a sip of milk tea? In that instant, the little fox somehow radiated a pitiable, heart-tugging charm. Using mind magic on me? Sorry, my spiritual realm is higher than yours, I said with an amused smile. Give it to me. I want it for a cup of milk tea. Jiang Xiaoxiu practically draped half her body against me. Catching me off guard for a split second, she snatched the milk tea and flashed a triumphant smile. Looks like our great captain's willpower isn't so tough after all. Nanju. I casually tossed another cup to Nanju. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoxiu felt the milk tea she'd fought so hard to grab wasn't so appealing anymore. This dog of a man, always teasing me. How could he just hand one straight to Nanju? What's she got that I don't? What food did the rest of you bring? I looked at the others. I didn't bring any. I handed it all to Nanju. I brought the same as AI Jiangtu. Nanju pulled out compression biscuits, identical to AI Jiangtu's right down to the packaging. You didn't just swipe these from the guard department, did you? I brought bread, plus some milk, Jiang Yu said. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiu was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. At least there was something edible to fall back on. Then her fox-like gaze locked onto my storage artifact, and she asked with a beaming smile, My dearest, most beloved captain, what did you bring? The corner of my mouth curled up. Burgers, cola, fried chicken, roast duck, teppanyaki, beer, fruit wine, red wine. Rattling off that whole list left the others dumbstruck. Great captain, surely you don't want your teammates to go hungry, right? I can bear it. No, you can't bear it. Before she'd even finished, I felt my arms sink into something soft. For a bite to eat, Jiang Xiaoxiu went all in, hugging my arm and acting coquettish. Ahem, I'm a man with a family. Catching AI Jiangtu's repeated friendly glances my way, I faked a couple of coughs and pulled back from her. Big brother-in-law was still right here. Best not to push my luck for now. All right, let's eat. Let's eat. I pulled out every last item from that long list, not missing a single one. Captain, so you weren't bragging after all. During training, we can't drink, right? AI Jiangtu stared at the wine bottle in my hand, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. What soldier doesn't love a drink? He was a booze hound himself. He just kept a tight leash on it most of the time. We can switch to fruit wine, low alcohol, just for the taste, I said. Then, maybe just a little? The strongest one here was me, and I had no burdens on my shoulders, so a small amount should be fine. Come on, drink up. I pulled the cork and poured everyone a cup. Linimo, you carry around this much good food. I really envy that storage artifact of yours, Jiang Yu said. Jiang Xiaoxiu and Nanju nodded along. Just who was the second-generation guard here, anyway? After the meal, everyone gave the mess a quick cleanup. How do we split the watch tonight? AI Jiangtu asked. Should I take the first half of the night? No need, just leave it to them. I pointed at the skeletons around us. On the surface, there were only 2 commander-tier units, but hidden in the shadows were several monarch-tier phantoms. If any monster actually dared to come close, that would basically be like stumbling into a hell difficulty dungeon. Captain, Going out on this training trip with you is just the best. Jiang Xiaoxiu, now full and satisfied, had lost all interest in trying to charm me. She sprawled against the tent without a care for how she looked. Then go to sleep. My little Fei-Fei's been tired all day. Jiang Yu doted on his cat, Overlord. Early the next morning. Ling Ling. Little Leiji crawled out of the contract space on her own, patting my face with her tiny hands, as if calling for Daddy to wake up. Let me sleep just a little longer. Without even looking, I stretched out my arm and scooped her precisely into my embrace, hugging her like a porcelain doll, using her as a body pillow. Even though little Leiji could transform into the maiden form of Queen Leiji, she still preferred her childhood look, probably because of her age. She wasn't even 6 months old, so her mind was still young and tender. She didn't fuss either. Instead, she found a comfortable spot in the crook of my arm and drifted back to sleep along with me. It wasn't until half an hour later, when there was movement outside the tent, that this father and daughter reluctantly crawled up. You're all up so early. I pulled open the tent. Yeah, right. Why? Wait, what's that little cutie in your arms? Jiang Xiaoxiu was only halfway through her sentence when she caught sight of the little bundle in my arms. Little Leiji's just woke up. Dazed expression hit Jiang Xiaoxiu right in her soft spot. This is little Leiji, a lightning element spirit, same as my little Fei-Fei. Jiang Yu was holding his cat, Overlord, brushing Night Rakshas's fur. A lightning element spirit. Nanju curiously leaned in too. She might seem blunt and straightforward most of the time, but as a girl, who doesn't love cute things? Can I touch her? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. You'll have to ask the little one herself. By now little Leiji was fully awake. Seeing everyone watching her, she wasn't shy at all. She wriggled out of my arms and started circling above everyone's heads. Little one, can I give you a hug? Jiang Xiaoxiu opened her arms. Little Leiji made a show of about to dive into her embrace, but halfway through the flight, she suddenly made a mischievous turn in midair and dove right back into my arms. Do you want something to eat? I pulled out a shard of lightning-type soul seed. This little one had been eating soul seeds for so long that the energy inside her was more than enough to break through to monarch tier. She just hadn't done it because my cultivation level was holding her back. So until I broke through, feeding her a few lightning-type soul seed shards would do the trick. I want to feed her too. Can you give me a piece? I'll pay for it. Jiang Xiaoxiu started clamoring. Sure, that'll be 20 million per shard and 5 million per feeding. I held out my hand. You lone shark. Just teasing you. It's all money moving from my left hand to my right anyway. I handed her a bigger shard. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Xiaoxiu switched expressions in an instant. Stop playing, it's time to move out. AI Jiangtu had finished packing, only to find Jiang Xiaoxiu and little Leiji still having a blast. Oh, fine. I walked at the very front of the group. Little Leiji flew all around, curiously touching this and zapping that, cackling ling ling with delight as she watched electric arcs char the insects to a crisp. When she got tired of playing, she'd flop into Jiang Xiaoxiu's arms behind me to rest. This big sister came with her own built-in pillow, soft and comfy. There's a small ice lake up ahead. How are we going to cross it later? Nanju asked, looking at the map. The river was frozen, but the ice surface definitely couldn't support all their weight. We don't have a water-type or ice-type mage, so it really is a bit tricky, AI Jiangta said. If all else fails, Captain can just summon a bone dragon and fly us across. Ding! Ling ling ling. Little Leiji suddenly struggled free from Jiang Xiaoxiu's arms, ran up to me, and used both hands and feet to file her complaint. That Jiang Xiaoxiu, the shameless woman, had secretly pinched her little butt. What did Jiang Xiaoxiu do? Jiang Yu was curious. Although he couldn't understand what little Leiji was saying, he could tell the little one was tattling. AI Jiangtu and Nanju also cast curious glances over. Don't tell anyone, Jiang Xiaoxiu said hurriedly. Oh, then we'll have to ask little Leiji. I'll say I didn't mean to. Little Leiji, do you believe me? Jiang Xiaoxiu spoke feebly. Ling ling. Little Leiji huffed and turned her head away. See, she doesn't forgive you. I let little Leiji sit on my shoulder and fed her a soul seed shard to soothe her. Give me one too. I'll pay little Leiji. Jiang Xiaoxiu immediately came up with a plan. Here, big sister will treat you to snacks, so don't be mad at me anymore. Okay, she took the shard and reached her slender, delicate hand right out to little Leiji. Ling Ling, with a ripple of space. Little Leiji suddenly vanished from my shoulder. Oh, where'd she go? She probably went back to the contract space, Jiangyu said. Element spirits all come with a bit of spatial ability. They can freely go in and out of a mage's contract space. My little Feifei can do it too. Ugh, I want to awaken a summoning affinity too. Where else am I going to find such a cute contract beast? Aren't element spirits supposed to be rare? So how come every summoner on this team has one? Before long, little Leiji popped back out of the contract space, clutching a soul seed shard in each hand. These were her secret emergency rations, the ones she'd been stashing away every time I fed her. She says it's not enough. She wants more money. My expression was a little odd. Sweetie, who taught you to be a pay-up-or-else negotiator? Sure. Jiang Shaoxu smiled sweetly and generously held her hand out to me. Captain, 2 more. I'll give you 90% off. Since it was all going to feed my own little girl anyway, I felt bad about ripping off the little fox. Sigh, this is the problem with being too thin-skinned. Ling Ling, getting her snacks. Little Leiji reached out a tiny hand and touched the tip of Jiang Shaoxu's nose, meaning, I forgive you. Then with a whoosh, she disappeared again. Suddenly getting 2 extra snacks, she had to go hide them, something she'd learned from watching squirrels on TV. Just in case I went into seclusion one day and forgot to give her her meal allowance, these would come in handy. When she reappeared, she was already gnawing on a shard. Watching her makes me hungry too. Jiang Yu chuckled as he pulled out a pack of bread, remembering to feed his cat overlord first before eating. The little one's eating so happily. Now I'm hungry too. Captain Jiang Shaoxu's voice was soft and sultry. Got it, here's yours. I pulled out 5 packs of fried potato chips, 1 for each person. There's chocolate in my rations. Nanju took out several pieces and shared them around. Try some, it's not bad. I tore open the wrapper. Inside were finger-thick bars of chocolate. Curious, I took a bite. It was filled with milk too. Not bitter at all. Instead, it had a rich, mellow flavor. Good, right? Chocolate's one of the few military rations you can eat as a snack, AI Junta joked. Yeah, honestly it's just okay, Ninju said. But back in the day, the best individual field rations belonged to America. Their monstrous logistics could fatten up a soldier by a good 10+ pounds. Better food than they'd get at home. Back in the day? So what about now? Jiangyu was curious. Now it's us, AI Junta laughed. Later on, America realized their soldiers were treating field rations like snacks all the time. No wonder they were getting fat. So they issued an order for logistics to change all the rations to a standard that quickly restores energy but tastes absolutely terrible. So soldiers would only eat it in emergencies. No wonder the American GIs on TV are always digging out food to share with the people they pass by. Turns out it just tastes bad. I'd learned yet another weird piece of trivia. The small ice lake is just ahead. This so-called small ice lake was actually a large low-lying valley where water had collected over the years and frozen over, the ice covering the entire valley floor. Just as I thought, the ice is too thin. Nanju gave it a hard smash, and the ice immediately cracked with a crack. I think we're pretty lucky. Jiangyu pointed into the distance. For some reason, the lake bed over there was higher, as if there were a ridge running along the bottom, a straight line cutting across the entire lake surface. Where the water was shallow, the ice was naturally much thicker. Why don't I just carry you all across? I just had a bad feeling about this ice. I agree. Jiang Shaoxu was the first to raise her hand. Why don't we try walking across? Nanju suggested. There are monsters in the lake. It's a good chance to practice water combat. Right, this is a rare opportunity, AI Jiangda chimed in. I'm fine with anything. Jiangyu abstained. 2-1, and I don't count. Fine, then we cross the lake. Jiang Shaoxu had no more objections. I'll take the lead, AI Jiangta said. I'll take the rear, Ninju said. Her sound affinity wasn't really suited for guarding the rear, but there was no other choice. You couldn't exactly count on the mind affinity and summoning affinity to hold the back, could you? Then I'll be at the very back, but I won't fight directly, I said. If I rode a bone dragon, I'd easily pull all the monster aggro onto the people out on the ice. If we run into monsters, Jiang Shaoxu pacifies them first. If that doesn't work, then we fight. Behind AI Jiangtu was her. No problem. Everyone stepped onto the ice, with me trailing at the back. The first stretch was very quiet, but when we reached the 1/3 mark, the ice suddenly began to tremble. Crack, crack, something below was punching holes up through the ice. Monsters are coming, AI Jiangtu warned, but didn't cast any spells. The magical fluctuations would interfere with Jiang Xiaoshu's mind techniques. Spirit Ripple Pacify. Ripples of mind magic spread out in all directions. Every time the magical energy brushed over a monster's body, the ferocious glare in its eyes instantly turned dazed and vacant. It was my first time seeing mind affinity pacification, and the first thought that popped into my head was, isn't this basically a magic version of touch someone and they go dumb? Heads up, War General Tier is coming, I warned. How many? 5 or 6, I'd say. I can't handle this, Jiang Xiaoshu said. That's too many. I can't control them all. 3 at most. Then what's the difference from having none? The moment we cast a spell, your pacification's finished, Jiang Yu laughed. Let's fight. Magical energy surged around AI Jiangtu, and again he opened with mind control techniques. Who made these little things? How can they be so ugly and disgusting? Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaoshu got her ankle scratched by a monster, leaving a smear of slimy goo that grossed her out to no end. These monsters looked like crocodiles but had duck bills and beaver tails, their whole bodies covered in green slime, just like the ancient moss on the lake bed that never rotted away. Hold on a little longer, push through. AI Jiangtu said. There was only a quarter of the way left to the far shore. No need to run. I've got this. I suddenly spoke up. There's a big one coming from over there, one you all can't handle. You mean? Commander Tier. AI Jiangtu immediately stopped. It's all yours, Captain, sir. Jiang Xiaoshu edged a bit closer to me. Who didn't know that I was a bona fide calamity mage, with all my combat power invested in my legion, which was exactly why the safest place was right next to me, the commander. Of course, Jiang Xiaoshu probably wasn't entirely without the intent to protect me, the squishy one. If some clever monster came for a decapitation strike, she could pull off a beauty saves the hero move that would absolutely make me fall for her. As for me actually being strong, come on. Undead, poison, summoning. Which of those isn't squishy? She'd seen my 2 commander tier units last night, but surely the master himself couldn't be that monstrous too. You can't have your cake and eat it too. I really don't have the right units for water combat, I said, releasing several hundred phantoms, led by 2 commander tier units. You've even got commander tier units? Everyone was shocked again. Of course, I don't have a navy, so I've got to have an air force, right? Using an air force as a navy, why not? Nanju, put up a plant platform. Otherwise, the water's going to conduct electricity in a minute, I reminded her. Water conducts electricity? What electricity? Someone hadn't caught on yet, but Nanju had already cast plant affinity magic first. Aren't we missing a lightning mage? No, we've got them. I waved my hand, and dozens of skeleton lightning mages appeared, all casting their spells at once. In an instant, the vast water surface was flooded with lightning. Electrofishing might be illegal, but electromonstering sure isn't. This was a fish-frying party. In the blink of an eye, that commander tier monster was taken care of. Once I reached the advanced tier, I want to awaken an undead affinity too. Jiang Xiaoshu's face was full of envy. She wanted to experience the thrill of wiping out monsters with a wave of the hand. Too bad, there were no undead affinity guidance stones in the country. Even if you awakened it, it'd be useless. Jiang Yu shot her down. Undead splits into Western, Eastern, and the kind Lin Mo has. Western undead are mostly desiccated mummies. They don't fear light, but their attributes are garbage and their numbers are few. Eastern undead are mostly skeletons. They fear light, so they have basically no combat power in the daytime. Keep running your mouth like that, and see if I don't hit you with a radiant spell while you're sleeping. Jiang Xiaoshu gritted her teeth. She was about the same height as Jiang Yu, so the two were eye to eye. Jiang Yu. Even the village kids bully me now that I'm old and weak. Let's go. Now there are no monsters to get in our way. I lightly withdrew the undead. Not a bad haul. I'd even dropped a commander tier soul essence. The lightning affinity really is a brute force affinity. Nanju mused. Beside her, AI Jiangtu grew even more determined to awaken a lightning affinity at the advanced tier. He couldn't fry a whole lake of fish with a wave of the hand like me. but surely pinpoint detonation was doable? This training trip had only just begun, and already it had exposed a big problem. They had no brute force damage dealers. All support, crowd control, and defense. Well, his spatial affinity only counted as half. Crack. Jiang Xiaoshu pulled out her phone and snapped a photo, captioning it, "Person at Cloud Mountain, frying fish in the ice lake," which, of course, she couldn't post, since there was no signal. Say, do you think I could make a documentary? Just recording this training trip of ours. You know how to do that? Of course. Jiang Xiaoshu lifted her exquisite chin. Don't underestimate me. You like to edit your own videos as a hobby? I thought she'd blush, but to my surprise, she admitted it matter-of-factly. Yeah, and usually they're the kind with just 2 or 3 people. For a moment my interest was piqued. Do you want to be the lead? Just give me a photo, and I'll send it to you when it's done. Sure. Any requirements? Jiang Xiaoshu asked. The character has to be full-figured, 3-dimensional, 3D, and 36D too. The words rolled right off my tongue. You sure? The mischief in her eyes was practically overflowing. With a build like yours, you couldn't handle a 36D, you know. Me. So what kind of videos do you usually make? As a royal guard's daughter, of course I make magic skill casting tutorials. The little fox, Jiang blinked. And they're all one-on-one sparring matches, you know. There were no more monsters in the lake, and the little team ambled its way to the far shore. Let's keep moving. We should try to find a place to camp before dark. I think right here is good. Mountains on one side, water on the other, and captains cleared out all the monsters. This won't work, it's too open. The lake's surface doesn't just restrict the monsters, it restricts us too. AI, Jiangtu vetoed. Let's go a bit further. According to the map, there should be a suitable spot up ahead. Before leaving, I quietly released my goo insects. The flesh and blood of the monsters in the lake couldn't go to waste either. HSSS, don't you guys feel like it's getting colder and colder since we crossed the river? Jiang Xiaoshu was the first to shiver. It is a bit, but it's probably because we're facing into the wind, Jiang Yu explained. No, this isn't right. Something's off. AI Jiangtu suddenly became alert. It's not the wind blowing on us that's making us cold. The temperature of this place itself is just low. You mean monsters? But there's nothing around here. All around was nothing but pure white snow, not a single living creature in sight. Notice anything? The monsters are right near you all. My phantoms had a bird's eye, God's eye view from above, so naturally I knew everything happening in this area. What monsters? The already alert group immediately connected to their star points in advance. That way, the instant they were attacked, they could link up the last star point and cast a spell. You've got to be kidding. We just got out of the wolf's den. Jiang Xiaoshu hurriedly crouched in the safest spot she could find. But where are the monsters? Everyone scanned their surroundings, still seeing nothing. But if I said there were monsters, then there definitely were. They just hadn't spotted them yet. A word of advice, watch the snowy ground in the distance. The snow? Is it a burrowing type monster? Nanju was the first to guess. I remember now. It's the snow ridge bees. Jiang Yu's glasses finally came in handy. He was the first to notice something off about the snow particles. This is a species of bee-type monster that lives in the snow mountains. Their bodies are only the size of a grain of wheat, silvery white, all over like snow. So, they lie in wait in the snow for prey, then tear it apart bit by bit. Into powder, that kind of shredding. Jiang Yu's voice tightened. Run quick. This kind of swarm consciousness is even more dangerous than a commander-tier monster. Even as an advanced-tier mage, I couldn't withstand an overwhelming sky-covering flood of snow bees. It looks like we're too late. For the first time, Nanju showed a tense expression. On the once empty snowfield, countless snow particles suddenly rose up, and in the blink of an eye a shadow blotted out the sun. Radiant blessing, wall mural. Never mind the odds. Jiang Xiaoshu decided to throw up a shield first. If her pretty face got stung, that would be a disaster. Is there any way to drive them back? AI Jiangtu asked. There is. Every time the Snow Ridge bees come out to hunt, there's always a Snow Ridge drone acting as the core of the swarm consciousness, Jiang Yu said rapidly. As long as we kill it, the rest of the snow bees lose their commander and can't form effective attacks. Monsters don't play by nature's rules. The drone isn't just there to mate with the queen. Cut the chatter. How do we find that drone? The drone is twice as big as the other snow bees, and its color leans more silver, a bit less white. Is that something we can actually find? Give me something reliable. In a dense black cloud of snow bees, you couldn't pick out that one male even if you went cross-eyed trying. That's all I've got. Jiang Yu felt awful too. He could see even less than the rest. Even the cleverest cook can't make a meal without rice. Captain, you must have a way, right? Right now, the one suffering the most was Jiang Shaoxiu. The swarm had already pressed in, held back solely by her wall mural. Otherwise, they'd have swarmed everyone by now. But things weren't looking good. Most of these snow bees didn't even rank as servant tier, but their sheer numbers were unstoppable. She wasn't a professional tank shell mage. She couldn't hold much longer. In just 3 seconds, she was already wilting and nearly at her limit. I do. As I spoke, I waved my hand and released all my crimson blood mantises. In a situation like this, goo insects worked better than the undead. With defense as flimsy as skeletons have, the swarm would just pierce right through them. Everyone has their specialty, and besides, there's always one thing that counters another. A full 1,000 mantises, ranging from grain size to little finger length, beat their wings and soared into the air to meet the incoming snow bees. Little Fox Jiang, drop your shield, I reminded her. Captain, you're amazing. She instantly dropped her defense and darted behind me. See that? Once there's rice in the pot, even a clever cook will happily make you a meal. So this is an insect war? Jiang Yu looked up, dumbstruck. Every time a mantis swung its blades, a whole swath of snow bees dropped. Some mantises had even grabbed a bee and started eating it right on the spot. For the little team, it was a disaster, but for this swarm of mantises, it was a fresh, all-you-can-eat buffet. Suddenly I really want a poison affinity too, Jiang Shaoxiu said. The others nodded in deep agreement. AI Jiangtu had long known the gap between him and me was big, but he'd never imagined it was this big. Forget advanced tier. Even at the super tier, he wouldn't dare say he could reliably beat me. And with my talent, I'd only progress faster than him. If we can, we could counterattack their nest. There's good stuff in there, Jiang Yu said at this point. Good stuff? Like what? Is it honey? The little fox Jiang was curious. Yeah, Snow Ridge honey goes for 10,000 a gram at market price. Right? I remember now too. It's on the list of special strategic materials, AI Jiangtu added. Why is it so expensive? Just 20 grams of Snow Ridge honey can completely refill an entry-tier mage's magical energy. Demand far outstrips supply, Jiang Yu explained. If we can find the hive, at this scale, over 10,000 snow bees in a single ambush, we could get at least 10+ kilograms. Wouldn't that be worth hundreds of millions? Jiang Shaoxiu's eyes had already turned into the shape of money. Captain, are you still in need of a girlfriend? Not taking any. I raised my hand to block her face as she leaned in. I already have a girlfriend. Then, how do you feel about having one more girlfriend? She threw me a flirtatious glance. Let's talk about it next time. Business first. Most of the snow bees had perished right there, and that unlucky Snow Ridge drone had somehow been swept up in some mantis's blade too. Keep up. I led the little team in pursuit of the fleeing snow bees. It wasn't the 100 million I was after, it was the honey. I had to keep this kind of little blue bottle in stock. That stuff was pure endurance fuel. Captain, what kind of mantises are these? Nenju asked. Crimson blood mantises. The crimson blood mantis, the strongest single-unit goo insect. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Yeah. Otherwise, how do you think it takes on dozens at once? I smiled and withdrew the well-fed mantises first. Kill-to-loss ratio, 500 to 1. Captain, you're so fierce. Take your flirting elsewhere. My head was full of honey right now. Jiang Shaoxiu. Am I really that bad? For the first time, she began to doubt her own charm. Captain, why don't you put in the effort and eat more kidneys from now on? Build yourself up. She was determined to save face. I'm not up to it. If the little fox has what it takes, come see for yourself in my tent. I lowered my voice. Sure. Then will you leave the door open for me tonight, Captain? Jiang Shaoxiu seductively pressed her hand against my chest. I'm just afraid this body of yours won't hold up, you know. Before she'd even finished, she rather proudly thrust her chest out. Don't worry, it'll definitely hold up. Little fox Jiang, keep this up and see if I don't actually raid your tent tonight. Seeing that my expression was serious, Jiang Shaoxu surrendered on the spot. Don't. She was all talk. Who knew whether I was a man of action or not? Her raiding my tent was a joke, but me raiding hers, if I actually did it, she'd be in real trouble. Jiang Yu, where does the Snow Ridge be rank among monsters of the same tier? I caught up to Jiang Yu at the front. I already had 6 goo insects, covering attack, control, tracking, scouting, anti-soul, and anti-magic. For the remaining slots, I wanted something support type or utility type. The Snow Bee's honey brewing ability was decent, but if all it had was honey, it wouldn't quite make the cut. It should rank near the top, Jiang Yu said. Top 10, probably. Then what's number 1? A thought stirred in my mind. Number 1 is the Spirit Bee, Jiang Yu said. You can think of it as the upgraded version of the Snow Ridge Bee. They have a special mechanism. Once their numbers exceed 1,000, the entire swarm's strength doubles. And for every 10-fold increase after that, their combat power doubles again. What about function? Consuming spirit honey can instantly restore mental power and even slightly boost it. Market price is 1 million per gram. But spirit bees are rare and extremely hard to raise. They're generally found in only 3 places: China's Qinling Mountains, Germany's Black Forest, and New Zealand's North Island. All right, thanks. I patted his shoulder, an idea already forming in my mind. Boost mental power? Isn't that basically a lower-grade substitute for Mind Stones? This was a treasure, for my own use, for my women, as gifts for the big shots, as rewards for my subordinates. It would all come in handy. Captain, what are you thinking about? Jiang Shaoxu leaned in again. I'm thinking about how to kill them and steal their honey in a bit. That idea of yours makes you sound just like a black bear stealing honey. She let out a delicate laugh. How about starting a fire? Smoking them out? Or a sneak attack? Just kill them, obviously. Did you actually think I was going to get fancy? I mocked. The team followed the Snow Bees to their old nest, and the sight before them left everyone stunned. On a massive cliff hung hive after hive, each a full story tall, silvery white all over, blending in with the snow and shimmering with rippling light in the sunshine. I counted carefully. There were dozens of them. All around, Snow Bees patrolled, buzzing about diligently like soldiers. This wasn't a hive. It was practically a whole sweet snow ice city. This is probably a swarm of over 100,000, Jiang Yu estimated. Can we take it on, Captain? This was up to the main damage dealer to decide. The few of them were purely there to liven up the mood and broaden their horizons. We can. It wasn't like I only had crimson blood mantises. The more honey, the better. I'd take it all. And if I could capture the queen alive, I might not mind keeping her around for a while. I could donate her to the academy later and just take a 10% cut of the dividends every year. Kill them. This time, don't eat their exoskeletons, I instructed. I just figured something out. An exoskeleton should count as a skeleton too, right? I wasn't sure if I could summon a skeleton from it. I was a little curious. The Snow Bees had spotted our band of invaders. The moment they released a warning signal, the sky-covering mantises tore the sentries to shreds and gobbled them down. Jiang Shaoxu had already raised her camera and started recording. Wasn't this more thrilling than any video? The few mid-tier mages had been reduced entirely to spectators, unable to help at all. Might as well lie back and enjoy it. When there's no one to help lift my ambitions to the clouds, then I won't force it either. I then scattered out tens of thousands of dream butterflies. Each butterfly, with a wingspan the size of a grain of rice, fluttered through the air, weaving in among the Snow Ridge bees. Strangely, these Snow Bees not only didn't attack, they treated the dream butterflies as their own kind, completely off guard, and just coexisted with them. These goo insects of yours, that's it? Just confusion. Jiang Shaoxu felt it couldn't be that simple. Otherwise, it would be a little too airhead. The others cast doubtful looks too. Even Jiang Yu couldn't identify what kind of goo insect this was. Keep watching, and you'll see. I kept them in suspense. Before long, the Snow Ridge bees that had been fighting the mantises suddenly turned, as if they'd gone berserk and attacked their own kind. It's not just confusion. There's bewitchment and control too. Only then did I reveal it. The dream butterflies could make themselves appear as one of the kind in another monster's eyes, and could also bewitch that kind into seeing each other as enemies. 10 minutes later, most of the Snow Ridge bees had already fallen. A few crimson blood mantises came flying back, escorting 2 snow bees, one big, one small. The big one was silvery white, the small one pure silver. Is this the queen? Why are there two? I looked at Jiang Yu, puzzled. One is the queen, and one is the queen's successor? Even Jiang Yu couldn't figure it out. By all rights, a hive should have only one queen. But she seems to have mutated. The two differed in size by several times, yet both gave off the aura of a commander advancement stage. You don't understand it either? No. Mutation directions come in all kinds of strange varieties. I just studied a bit more about monsters. I'm not a detection scanner. Jiang Yu shook his head. Fine. I packed them into a box first. This brocade box was left over from when Cold Hunt King gave me the crimson blood mantises. It was coming in handy now. I'd take them back for little Lingling to study. All right, stop fussing over that. It's honey harvesting time now. Zhang Xiaoxiu had long been staring at the hives with her eyes lit up. Honestly, she'd never tasted this kind of honey before. Everyone pitched in together, working all the way until dark before they'd packed up every last drop of honey. A full 100 jars, 1 kilogram each. Finally done. Jiang Yu licked a honey-coated finger. Sweet, with a snowflake-like coolness running through it. Let's split it, I offered politely. No, we just helped pack it up. We didn't do much fighting the monsters. Jiang Yu waved it off. I don't want any either, Ninju said. AI Jiangtu nodded. Lin Mo, this is your spoils. If you don't want it, I do, Jiang Xiaoxiu said with a smile. I won't take much. Just give me 1 spoonful to taste, to spread on bread. No way. I can't let you all keep me company for nothing. I insisted. After some back and forth, in the end I gave each of them 1 jar, as a little something for their trouble. Say, how about we camp right around here? Ninju suggested. Thanks to the Snow Ridge bees, there were no other living monsters within a 10-mile radius. Yay, I agree. Zhang Xiaoxiu was the first to respond. She'd long since not wanted to keep walking. Sure. AI Jiangta didn't object either. Lin Mo, that goo insect of yours from before, the one that can bewitch monsters, could you lend me one to study? Jiang Yu came to me, a little embarrassed. Just for a bit. I promise I won't hurt it. You mean the dream butterfly? I summoned one. Yes, that's it. Jiang Yu grew excited. So it really is the dream butterfly, the dream goddess among butterflies. Here, take it.